56 years of South African surfing legacy has brought us to today. A full-throttle celebration of sport, music, youth culture, and lifestyle. A place where challengers come to play, set against the vibrant coastline of KwaZulu-Natal, deep in the heart of Quarterfinal, the longest-running professional surfing event in the world and a cornerstone of global surf culture. Get ready for an unforgettable festival of sea, sound, and waves. This is where champions are made. From world-class surfing to local flavors and global sounds, the beach comes alive with action-packed activations. This is not just a surf contest. It's the biggest beach festival in Southern Africa. A festival like no other. A melting pot of lifestyle, culture, and endless entertainment. The O'Neill Smith Shapes Ballito Pro Jr. is back in 2025. The fiercest young talent from across the globe take on the iconic waves of Willard Beach in a high-stakes battle for JQS glory. The 2025 edition of the Ballito Bowl Skate Jam, presented by O'Neill and Red Bull, invites you to just show up, drop in, and throw down. With 30,000 Rand in prize money on the line across the Groms and Open divisions, a sea of South Africa's top skate talent is set to make waves, all to the rhythm of the best beats, energy, and skate culture the event has to offer. This July, the shores of Quarterfinal come alive as the Ballito Pro 2025 presents the ultimate beachside music experience, the Free Beach Concerts, powered by Corona. Over 3 electrifying nights, Salt Rock Main Beach transforms into a vibrant stage. SA's best DJs and rock and roll sensations as 10,000 partygoers experienced in the heartbeat of South African music. Salt Rock Beach also hosts the Infinite Playlist sessions celebrating South Africa's surf and music scene. The action continues with the Ballito Open, presented by Flojos, WSL QS 2000. Ballito becomes the battlefield as the world's rising surf stars fight for points, pride, and the path to the championship tour, right here on the iconic KwaZulu-Natal coastline. The Infinite Playlist singers will surf off against the pros in a fun specialty heat as they celebrate sea, sound, and waves together. The climax to the event sees the world's elite rise to the challenge with the Ballito Pro, presented by O'Neill, the crown jewel of the African surf scene and a pivotal stop on the WSL Challenger Series World Tour. This is where the ocean's rhythm meets the pulse of the music, where cultures converge and the energy of the coast comes alive. This is the soul of the Quarterfinal coastline, where sea, sound, and waves unite each and every one of us. This is the sound of the sea, the wave of unity, the legacy of champions. This is the Ballito Pro, presented by O'Neill.
Good day. Beautiful morning here in Ballito. And we are back live with action here from beautiful sunny Ballito. This is the O'Neill Smith Shapes Ballito Pro Junior. Thank you so much for tuning in. We've got a great day of heats coming up. Of course, this is finals day of competition down here in Ballito. So if you guys have just joined us, welcome to a beautiful morning. And there we are. I'm here with my co-commentator, Greg Emsley, and we are really excited to take you guys through today's finals day.
Yeah, looking forward to it. There's a bit of swell out there. It's around that 2 to 4 foot range. We've got a dropping tide. Surf should clean up with that tide dropping. It's a little bit peaky out there, but very contestable conditions this morning, Johan.
100%, and we got lots of great names on the list as we can just take a look. Our free surfers coming in, and we're excited to start with heat number 1. So a stacked field of local surfers, of course, competing for that Africa Regional Qualifying Series title and to go and compete at that World Juniors under the Africa banner. But of course, lots of international surfers as well in the field, and really exciting to see how these surfers all mix it up, and we're going to have a great day of competition. We've got lots of good names on the list here, and we are going to be starting off with quarterfinal heat number 1, so we'll be getting going pretty soon. And here we go. There's the name of list of names, Greg, and all South Africans. And just tell us, how important is it for these guys to get points just in terms of that leaderboard? We've got Connor Slypen sitting at number 1, Ben Esterhazy sitting at number 2. Just how important is it for them to get a good result at this event?
Well, they've got a runaway lead at the moment. Connor Slypen's won the first event of the Africa Pro Junior series, the qualifying series, and Ben Esterhazy got second, and that followed into the eThekwini Pro as well, eThekwini Pro Junior, so both coming in first and second. So Connor Slypen, Ben Esterhazy running away with it. They got the 2 top spots at the moment. On three events, all 3 counting at the moment. It's going to be hard for them to be overtaken. We see surfer sitting in 3rd place at the moment, Luke Lepront, with an outside chance. Surfer in 4th out of the event. David Emsley lost yesterday. So, yeah, it's going to be a tough ask. You would say you can slowly almost start penciling these guys' names in. But interesting that they've ended up in the same heat together in the heat 1 of the quarterfinals. There could be an upset and a small gap created, and also the talk of possibly another event being added to the year. So there could still be chances. You've got to obviously fight to the death and get your spot.
Yeah, 100%, of course. Really important, this event, but that would be interesting to see if they add another one to the list. Yeah, just looking at these names, Connor Slypen, he's a Challenger Series competitor, of course, still in the Pro Junior ranks, and he's just using this as an opportunity to not just qualify for that World Junior, but also just get some heats under his belt and get ready for that Challenger Series that's going to be really exciting next week. And then we got the likes of Ben Esterhazy, who is, as far as what I know, 15 years old. And he's had some great results this year. He's been looking really good, and just really seen a lot of maturity in his surfing. Obviously, we've known him. We've seen him for the last few years. And we've really seen just a lot of maturity just over the last year or so. And yeah, looking at Rory Dace, Levi Vossler, it's going to be a good heat, but specifically we're going to be eyeing out that number 1 and number 2 spot on the WSL Regional Pro Junior rankings. That's going to be interesting to see how that unfolds.
Yeah, I love the mix of this heat. You talk about Ben Esterhazy. I think he's a competitive machine, and we'll take note of the spray that comes off his board on all those turns. He's not the biggest guy, but the turns are so well placed that buckets of spray come off his turns, and he's exceptionally competitive and surfs smart heats, and you'll just see him building that heat constantly. Very tricky competitor. Rory Dace, he's had a little bit of a break from competition this year. He's been a standout over the years though. Big, strong boy, and he's just got to get going on a decent wave, and those power turns, it's hard to ignore them. They fetch him good scores constantly, so watch out for Rory Dace. And Levi Vossler, he's still in the under 14 ranks. Call him a lighty, I guess. Really, really young. So he's got nothing to lose, and he's a really good skater as well. He's got all the tricks, so he's probably going to have a nothing to lose attitude, and he's going to be a tricky member in this heat as well. He could throw a few spanners in the works.
Yeah, 100%. Local boy from Ballito, so he's got lots of supports on the beach as well. And yeah, there's going to be a lot of supports as the day comes along. It's a beautiful day, 26 degrees Celsius here in Ballito. So we do need to remind ourselves that's the middle of winter when we get out there. Yeah, it feels like it should be summer, but it's all about the vibes down here. And he'll have lots of support on the beach, friends, family. So local Ballito surfer, as you can see, there's our water patrol. And we're pretty much almost ready to go. I think the heat has just gotten underway here at Willard Beach Surfers. And I'm just introducing these surfers. In the red singlet, we got Connor Slipen. Of course, we were saying, Greg, he's number 1 on the regional Africa rankings for the Pro Juniors. Ben Esterhuis in the blue singlet, the 15-year-old sitting at number 2 on the rankings. And then, of course, in the white, the Cape St. Francis surfer, Rory Dace, and Levi Forsleur in the green. He's the young 14-year-old local Ballito surfer. And there are our names up there on the left-hand corner of the screen. So I just wanted to say welcome once again. Thank you for joining us. And yeah, we can see that there is definitely some waves this morning. The swell has built a bit since yesterday. And we were just talking about him. This is the young Ben Esterhuis. You were saying, Greg, that he is a really sharp competitor and he's looking to get underway nice and early.
Yeah, so you saw Ben starting on the inside of the other competitors and finding that first wave. So he's already going to put points on the board. That first maneuver, we saw the spray coming off his board. That looks impressive. And this is what I'm talking about. Ben Esterhuis, he'll get off to that start. And this will just be a position for him to start building an early foundation in this heat. And just looking out on that ocean, a little bit of almost morning sickness, no wind overnight, a little bit of bump from yesterday's onshore in the afternoon. And we see the wind, the texture on the ocean. There is a bit of an offshore wind, but not quite enough to clean up that ocean yet. We'll see on low tide around 10:30, we'll see a bit of a southwesterly coming through. And this is Levi Forsleur up and riding on this one. Not too much bend coming back to him, so it's a soft wall. And working it through. You know, this did get him some points yesterday, but I think today judges are going to be looking for those outside turns. I think working through these sort of softer inside walls, especially with the tide dropping, you're going to battle to compete with the guys doing the turns out the back, like we saw Ben Esterhuis with that first nice turn on that outside section.
Yeah, 100%. We saw some good scores and even a couple excellent scores yesterday when the tide dropped out a bit later in the morning. And you can see Levi Forsleur just trying to gain momentum through to the inside. He was pretty much right on the shoreline there. We saw, just a few of the surfers flirting with that closeout section right there with pretty much no sand to work with. But as you say, Greg, as the tide drops out, as we head into the latter stages of the morning, the judges are really going to be looking for those big turns.
For sure. So Levi getting a 2-point ride on that, as you mentioned, just getting his feet into the wax. That score on the board for Ben Esterhuis is actually just his second wave that they've put in, a 0.5. Normally what happens is start of the day, looking at the conditions there, judges will take note that the first wave for blue, Ben Esterhuis, is a score that they can use as a marker. So they'll take their time and look at that score and possibly compare it, maybe get another marker to compare it to so they can set the scale for the day. They want to get the scale right early on, so that I might be wrong, but I think they won't rush the score. They're gonna look for a second score that's similar, and I'm thinking they're probably thinking somewhere around that mid-5 range, somewhere there, and then they'll compare it.
Yeah, they're going to take their time. A really important one to drop there, just to set that scale, as you say, Greg. But here we go. This is our surfer in the red, Connor Slipen. Of course, he's one of the 4 surfers that are representing on the Challenger Series that qualified through the Africa region earlier this year. And he's going to finish off on that left-hander. He's a regular foot surfer. And he throws a lot of power into his turns. He's, as you were saying, a little small in stature, but plenty of power that he throws into those turns and gets a couple on the backhand, and he's also just looking to get going nice and early, is Connor Slipen, and throw a little statement out there in amongst some of these younger guys.
The judges will now have 2 scores to look at. They've got a left-hander from Connor. They've got that opening wave from Ben Esterhazy. I think that will be a perfect comparison to build, an average score and set the scale for the morning. So we'll see those scores coming in quite quickly now. You talk about Connor Slipen, the power, yes. For me, progressive and innovative surfing, that part of the criteria really suits Connor. He loves just being free and opening up, loosening up the tail of the board. And here's that replay, so that first turn, look at that spray off the top. That was a nice big turn, and then gets the finish. So that was Ben Esterhazy's first wave, and I think the judges are going to really reward that big outside turn. It was a strong maneuver, and they've been loving that one single strong maneuver, and that's the best turn of the heat so far. So that's going to fetch a good number. And then, of course, Connor with a softer left but multiple turns on the backhand. So I think those scores starting to come in now, Johan.
Yeah, and they do come in. I see Connor Slipen, his opening score drops in at a 4.17. You'll see that on your screen shortly. Just looking at these replays. That was a replay of the 4.17 for Connor Slipen. As you were saying, Greg, a little bit of a softer section. Couldn't find that closeout one to hit, but got a couple turns nonetheless. And this was another wave for Ben Esterhazy, so he'll lock another score into the board, just one turn there. But the talk of that situation was Ben Esterhazy. He dropped in a 6-point ride for that opening one, and all the meat and potatoes on that first big turn on his backhand.
And now that we've had a few waves and a few comparisons, I think we can all see that that first section that Ben Esterhazy had was a superior section. It was a nice big section. It had a clean wall. It was steep, so it really allowed him to push through that turn and get a big rotation off the top, which obviously threw that lovely fan of spray. And judges going to have it spot on. They're going, well, single best maneuver, how many sections are we going to see like this through the day or through this heat? They'll take it heat by heat, of course. And yeah, good judging, 6 points for it. And to me, most of that 6 points was loaded on that first turn.
Yeah, definitely, Greg. Coming through yesterday's competition as well, we saw plenty of good scores and a couple excellent scores as well, just for those 1 or even 2 big maneuvers. And it was definitely interesting to see what happened yesterday. We saw some airs. We saw I really enjoyed the women's competition as well, to see what they did, and it was all just big sections and just hitting it hard, hitting that closeout section, and the judges loved that yesterday. So definitely a strong point in the judging criteria, as you were saying, Greg. And in picture there, that's just Ben Esterhazy. He's our current heat leader, sitting with that 6-point ride. He locked in at 2.5. That must have been for that second backhand wave that he had. He just had one little turn off the foam there. So he's sitting with 2 scores, a 6 points and a 2.50. He's currently in first, with Connor Slipen sitting on that single wave of a 4.17. But just looking out there in the lineup, and there's definitely some movement out there. It seems like there's some energy out in the lineup, and really exciting to see what's going to happen on the low tide. There should be some more energy, and just looking at that one there, it looks like white. This is Rory Dace. He's from down the road in Cape St. Francis. He's going to pull off the back, and as you were saying, when that tide does drop out, it should suit surfers like that.
Yeah, Rory's playing the patient game. I'm surprised he went on that left after being so patient. He does like to choose those good waves, but Rory not quite as busy as Ben Esterhazy normally, but he does like to get a good start. And when you look at the competitiveness and I look at Ben Esterhazy's strategies and that, I sort of called it before this heat because I've been watching him for a while. You get an idea of people's strategies. But if you think about what Ben's done, as we see just on the screen here, Levi Vosloo, nice little climb up on that outside section. He really worked hard to get the first good wave of the heat. He started on the inside. And what that happens, especially the first wave of the day, if you have a good wave and you just surf it well and you finish, what are the judges going to do? We need to set a scale. Probably the score is going to be a bit higher than not than it should, but the judges are going to work on a round number, right? Because we want to set a scale. Let's get a nice round number. And one judge might say, well, I think it's a 5. Another one will say, well, I love that first turn. I'm going 6-5. and then they're going to go, okay, let's start off with a round number. Let's set the scale, and it ends up being a 6. So straight away, you're getting a decent score. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but later on in the heat, that might be more of a decimal number. Like the judges will compare it, and it might be a 5.83 or something, slightly lower, just because judges have the freedom now of not setting a scale. So that's the importance, and I think it's something that Ben's taken note of, and he likes to get a good start, a solid start, and he very rarely falls off on the first wave.
Definitely, yeah, it's all about that consistency, and he hasn't fallen yet. He's on a couple waves in that 6-point ride. He just had to make sure that he made it, especially on that bigger section. But yeah, I love how you just articulate the judging, Greg.
Well, I mean, I've done a bit of judging. You know, we all know, we sit there, you set a scale. Well, let's go a nice round number to start. And I tell my athletes when I coach them, get the first good wave of the heat, put it together well, don't blow it, make sure you finish off, and the judges are going to give you a decent round number, whatever it is. You'll have something to hold on, you know, to build a heat on.
Definitely. I mean, he did exactly that, as you were saying. And just looking at the number, the backup's at 2.5. So, yeah, what would he be thinking right now, Greg? If you were Ben Esterhazy and you were sitting on that 6.0, what would you be thinking just in terms of backing that one up? And just as I was saying that, here he goes. It's on that left-hand wave. It's a little bit softer, but hopefully he finds a little closeout section. Ooh, unfortunately not. So, I mean, Greg, he'd be looking for that backup score. Would he be looking to improve upon that 6? What would you say? What would be going through his head right now?
He's going to just keep swinging away. These conditions, some waves are going to work and some aren't. You've seen there's a bit of bump out there. There's lots of sections. So if you're on, close to a set or a set wave and there's a bit of opportunity, give it a go. If you get a first good turn, sometimes it's hard to tell if the wave's going to stand up again or going to hit some holes and fade out. So his strategy, I think, is perfect for the conditions today. You need to be surfing. You need to be hunting and creating those opportunities. You look at someone like Rory Dace. He's played the patience game. He's got a 0.73 to his name by being patient. Maybe it's going to work in the second half of the heat. Hopefully it does for him. But you'd have to say Ben Esterhazy in the pound seats, and his strategy at this point seems to be the go-to strategy for these conditions.
Yeah, definitely. He's sitting on 6 waves, or 5 waves at the moment. And just watching a little bit of a live action replay. That's live action just of white Rory Dace, and unfortunately he goes down there. Yeah, so as you were saying, Greg, that's the second wave for the surf in the white Rory Dace. Unfortunately, he hasn't been able to put a good score on the board yet, and Ben Esterhazy is on 5 waves, and he's got a 6 in that score line. So I think keeping busy in conditions like this is, it's a good strategy to have, just because you just never know what the ocean could dish up. It's a little bit inconsistent out there, especially when you get to that last 5 minutes of the heat. You don't want to be stressing and trying to find a score out there.
Well, you got scoreboard pressure as well. And Rory, I pretty much was going to say he's eating my words here. I still think he's going to get an okay score. There comes a 3-point ride. But falling on that last turn, it was probably going into the 4s. So that maybe a bit of scoreboard pressure catching him out there, falling on that last turn, because he looked nice and strong and positive on that one. But still, 11 minutes, lots of time. He's looking fairly calm out there. Connor Schleipen also likes to be quite busy. I'm surprised he's been fairly quiet in this heat as well. He has the replay of one of Rory Dace's waves, so not too much on there. This is Levi Vosloo, so just the one turn, and then of course our heat leader Ben Esterhazy. A lot of left-handers being ridden, and they seem to be flattening out into the hole. Generally the right-handers have been a little bit better, and it's just maybe that tide. We need that tide to bottom out a little bit, drain, and we'll see those right-handers standing up with those steep walls, offering those big single maneuvers and hopefully a couple of combinations of turns.
Yeah, I was still looking at that left there, surfing the blue Ben Esterhazy. And meanwhile, Connor Schleipen, this is his second scoring wave. So he's on that right-hander, and somehow just manages to hang on, and that's a nice strong turn to finish off there, Greg.
Yeah, so we missed the start of that wave because Ben, you saw him interested in that right, but Connor would have had first priority, and I feel he would have got a couple of good scores out the back, good turns out the back, sorry, and then finished very strong. As you mentioned, that final maneuver vertical. He's been doing that really well out here, is getting that board straight up on those closeout re-entries, and I think that's a point of difference that the judges are going to start taking note of. It's easy to attack that end section and go quite horizontal and just push it and sort of make some spray, but he's going a little bit more vertical than the other surfers on that turn and making the spray off his board. So I'm seeing a point of difference there. It's something he's worked on.
Yeah, definitely, and that's why he's in the ranks there with the Challenger Series guys as well. I just love to see how consistent he is in his surfing. Of course, he's already won 2 QS 1000 Pro Junior events so far in Port Elizabeth and just about a week ago in eThekwini in Durban. So he's riding off a lot of confidence. He's got that, there's that pack of friends, you know, and it's Luke Thompson and quite a few of the guys, obviously older brother Luke Slipen. And I think he rides off a lot of that confidence and a lot of maturity in his surfing. I really like to see the consistency that he's brought. And yeah, he finds a completion there. We're looking forward for that score.
Yeah, and we see Connor, I thought the first Challenger Series of the year, he didn't get through his heat, but he looked consistent, he looked fast. I thought his speed was exceptional. He seemed to be matching the other competitors. Newcastle provided quite tough waves, and he didn't have too many great scoring opportunities, and wave selection cost him. As you mentioned, he's just come off 2 Pro Junior wins, the Nelson Mandela Pro Junior, the eThekwini Pro Junior, but also in the eThekwini Surf Pro, he got second to Thompson in the finals of the 2000 QS, and that was a great final. He actually had it, almost felt like it was wrapped up. Luke Thompson was battling, Connor was running away with the lead, and then Luke Thompson got a 7.83 and just built on it, and in the last 10 minutes came flying back as Luke Thompson does. But still, Connor with a second place. He's had a string of good results in the local QS and JQS series.
Yeah, 100%. And as you say that, it drops in at a 4.83. So there was a situation change there. Connor Slipen, the surfer in the red, of course, as we were saying, sitting number 1 on the Africa regional rankings to possibly qualify for that World Junior. He's currently in the lead with that 4.83, his last score. Of course, his first one, a 4.17. So now it's blue Ben Esterhazy in second. He's the youngest surfer, and he's looking for a 3.0. Rory Dace, Levi Vosloo looking to get back into this heat. They're looking for numbers in the average range of a 5.51, 6.3, going into that good range actually. So trying to get back into the heats are white and green, and it's still very, very tight with 6.5 minutes remaining.
And just a note on the qualifying surfers for the JQS, and of course the WSL World Juniors, which will take place in early January, I believe. Connor would, I think, almost qualify on the fact that he's the only Africa region junior that has qualified for the Challenger Series. So he would, on that alone, probably qualify, but these results will overtake that. So he'll take one of these spots with the 2 wins already for sure. But yeah, sadly, only 2 spots available, and multiple surfers fighting for those prestigious spots. And at the moment, Connor's, he's got the 2 wins, and Ben Esterhazy sitting in second. And right there on the board, they're first and second in this heat as well.
Definitely, and that's the dream. Hey, Greg, I mean, you served as a professional surfer for many years on the tour, and you would know just getting these guys started nice and young, nice and early is vitally important just to get them up and going in their careers.
So there we see Rory Dace on another left-hander. I would imagine it's not Rory's strategy to look for the lefts. He's good on the backhand, but he would definitely be looking for those right-handers, the big power turns, but just hasn't been in position for those. The best scores have come off the rights as well in this heat.
Yeah, a little bit out of rhythm there, but he'll try and find one of those rights. And it does look like it's been consistently coming through, those left-handers. Those rights have been very rare as we hit the 5-minute mark. And that was Connor Slipe, and he's still looking to build upon his scores, trying to take it out of reach from the rest of the surfers. And I'd look at like another little left. We might see a replay in a moment of that. But a couple turns in the backhand for Connor Slipen. And yeah, as we were saying, as that tide drops out, it should be a bit more consistent on that right-hander. Just taking a look here. Here we go. There's one that comes through. That is Ben Esterhazy.
Oh, that was well held onto. So right up there into that single maneuver, Johan, looking to get rid of a 2.5. I reckon he did it on that turn. He put all the effort into that single maneuver and just keeping an eye on Ben on the screen. And just before that wave, he moved to Rory. He knew Rory's a threat sitting in third place. So he straight away paddled towards Rory and sort of sat next to him a bit and then put himself in position for that wave. So he's an excellent competitor, as we see Connor in that replay of his last good scoring wave. And check out that vertical turn on that closeout. That's what I was talking about. In a very short space, he manages to drive his board up and just get an extra bit of whip up vertical into that lip. And I think that's an impressive maneuver.
Yeah, here's a replay of his last left-hander, and it was just a bit of a flatter section, got 2 turns on it. That previous one was the 483 that you were commenting on, Greg. And this is just a replay of Ben Esterhazy. As you said, he just did a nice tight bottom turn, went straight up into the lip. And yeah, it looks like he's surfing with a lot of confidence, is young Ben Esterhazy completing that one. You can see our 3 surfers in camera now in the view. Levi Vosloo, Connor Slipen, as well as Rory Dace, trying to paddle and get into position. And with 3 minutes remaining, under 5 minutes on the clock, white and green now looking for 6-point ride and a 6.80. So yeah, some numbers needed there, but as we say, that last one that just came through for Ben Esterhazy, 3.33. So there was a situation change, and there's the young man in picture, Ben Esterhazy. He's currently in the lead. Connor Slipen's going to try and get back into this, Greg.
Yeah, so just not quite seeing the section he wanted there. So he's gets out of that one. And Ben Esterhazy with a combination of turns. So it's definitely tricky out there. We see our surfers hunting for multiple waves. And the judges will be taking note of this, that there's only going to be so many of those good sections out there. But we expect conditions to improve. I think with the dropping tide, we're going to see better opportunities. And when the wind settles, we've got this northwesterly wind at the moment picking up. That's going to smoothen things out. And then even when we see that southwesterly wind coming through, I think it's going to help conditions out here and make the lineup a touch easier.
Definitely. And here we go with our young surfer in the green, Levi Vosloo. So, Ballito boy, also a talented skater, and just hopping along there. And as we were saying, you want that big closeout section to hit. So he couldn't find it there. There's not going to be much on the inside section. So he hops off the back, and we've only got 1.5 minutes remaining. Ooh, wow, that was a big looking turn there, but looks like he just dug his rail, his nose on that one, Greg. That was Connor Slipen. He's currently in second. Ben Esterhazy holding on to that lead. So Connor really trying to take it out of grasp for Rory Dace and Levi Vosloo. There's still a lot of openings on the table here with just over a minute to go for those 2 surfers.
Yeah, there's always gaps. Just watching this one of Levi Vosloo, some nice turns. But I think these smaller waves, you're going to battle to fetch a score, because it's hard to compare those maneuvers to the opener of Ben Esterhazy with that one big turn. You know, you can't bring that score anywhere near that 6-point ride. And here goes Ben on a solid looking wave, and that one closing out. And you know, Ben doesn't mind that all these waves don't work out. He just keeps swinging away, keeps looking for opportunities, keeps trying to improve that score line. And he's a hard worker. I'd love to put a smartwatch on him and sort of track his movements in a heat. I think it will be a pretty crazy amount of distance he covers.
Definitely, lots of energy, and he's been surfing events for years, and he's still really young. So definitely one of the most consistent competitors in the country in terms of the junior ranks. And just right as the last few seconds of this heat unwind, that was white. Rory Dace giving it one last spin. Unfortunately, he goes down. And yeah, we'll be counting this one down. It's the quarterfinal heat number 1. And it did look like Ben Esterhazy on the scorecard here takes it over Connor Slipen. So those two surfers will advance through to the semi-finals. And we will be counting the next heat down. Another 25-minute heat, quarterfinal heat number 2. We're straight into it. There's a lot of heats to get through today, Greg. So yeah, nice heat to start off with. The ocean still waking up here, and it's still going to get better throughout the course of the morning, so we're excited for that. And we are straight into quarterfinal heat number 2. So congrats to the previous heat winners. It's Ben Esterhazy and Connor Slipen. We see our surfers coming in from the previous heat, and a fresh 25 minutes on the clock. So if you guys have just joined us, welcome. We are here at the O'Neill Smith Shapes Ballito Pro Junior. We're in sunny North Coast KwaZulu-Natal in Quadakuza, and we are just enjoying all the live action here. So if you've just tuned in, welcome. Make sure to go download the WSL app as well to see all the live updates and scores as they're dropping on your screen. And I am here with my co-commentator, Mr. Greg Emsley. It's an honor to be here with you. And we'll get back to you guys just in a sec. We're just going to cut to an ad break and watching some great surfing. We'll be back as soon as possible. And welcome back, guys. This is the O'Neill Smith Shapes Ballito Pro Junior. We are in the sunny north coast of Quadakuza, and we are enjoying some of the live action here. Of course, Pro Juniors out in the lineup. This is quarterfinal heat number 2 that is underway, our second heat of the day. And I am sitting here next to my co-commentator, Mr. Greg Emsley. It's an honor to be here with you.
Johan, likewise. Lovely chatting through these heats with you. Of course, the Ballito Pro 25, Sea Sound Waves is the theme. Check at this replay of first of Blue Logan Tilsley. That is a massive turn. So we'll see where this score comes in, because I tell you what, it was really well put together. I know the second turn incomplete, and Luke Tima also with a couple of big turns, but that Logan Tilsley turn, you know, they're going to be looking at big maneuvers. He's still only 16 years old, but the strength of this boy and the size of his turns, incredible. And check that score coming through for first of Logan.
Sure, that's impressive. And as you were saying, we were talking about in the previous heat, it's just one big turn, and he just whacked that one off the top, and he got rewarded an excellent score of an 8.0 for the local South African lad, Logan Tilsley. Of course, Luke Tima, the Hawaiian surfer, dropped in a 6.67 for that left-hand backhand wave. So that's a pretty good start for those two surfers. That's exactly what you're looking for, getting that score on the board right away, specifically for Blue. And he'd be feeling confident, locking in that 8-point ride, just teeing it up for the rest of the heat with 21 minutes to go.
The two biggest scores of the day, heat, wave 1 and 2 of this heat. So that's pretty interesting. Logan Tilsley wasn't in this round with 8 minutes to go in his heat yesterday. He had a little bit of a shocker, and then next thing he had a wave to build on. In the last 20 seconds, took off on a wave, and he just worked the wave as hard as he could to the beach, and just getting enough to get into the quarterfinals. So he was stoked. So he's going to take that and go, you know what, I've been given a second lifeline here. And I mean, starting off with the 8-point ride, I'm so stoked that they gave that score. I looked at it and I thought that is a huge turn. Even though he didn't complete the second, on that one maneuver alone, he got that big number.
Yeah, and here he goes again. That's the surfer in the blue singlet, Logan Tilsley, and he's looking very confident. Yeah, just flowing nicely between those two turns on the backhand once again, and I'm really impressed with his backhand surfing, throwing a lot of power and a lot of maturity just in his style as well. Logan Tilsley. I mean, Greg, we been to quite a few of the events on the local circuit as well, so he's a regular name, Logan Tilsley. As far as what I know from the Winelands area of the Western Cape.
Yep, his local break is Strand, and he swears by it. He says that there's really good waves. There's actually quite a crew of really good surfers in Strand. You've also got Stellenbosch University very close by, so a lot of the university students use that as their break. And you've got people like Amy Dupree, a great surfer. She surfs there a lot. Zoe Steyn, multiple South African surf champion. She's studying at Stellenbosch, so she uses Strand as her home break. So it's actually quite a crew of very good surfers in that region. And of course, Craig, Logan's dad, he's always been a waterman and a good lifeguard. So he spends his time there, and you know, really cool guy, super calm. Although he said I didn't keep him calm on the beach commentary yesterday with that last score of Logan. He said he was on the edge of his chair. But yeah, really cool surfing family, or you know, of watermen, strong family. They're all sort of big boys with power. But good to see Logan, super guy, very friendly, well mannered, and is just a strong surfer. His basics are very sound.
Yeah, sure. And I think, as you were saying, the Strand, obviously a beach break, offers lefts, offers rights when it gets a little bit more swell in that little bay area.
And don't forget Aidan Mason Camp as well.
There we go.
Probably the mayor.
from the Strand.
Yeah.
From the Strand. We've seen quite a few good surfers come from that local area of the Winelands. But yeah, the waves that they have on offer there, I'm thinking about Cool Bay, I'm thinking about Strand, punchy little beach breaks. So Logan Tilsley will be at home here in Ballito. Of course, the water's a little warmer as well, so he's not surfing in those 4-3 wetsuits. So he'd be feeling comfortable, and he's locked in another score of a 5.67. So that's another pretty decent score in his scoreline. It's a keeper right now at 5.67, and there he is in our picture, young Logan Tilsley in the blue singlet, sitting with that 8-point ride and a 5.67. And just looking at the surfers in the white, that's Nathan Taylor in picture right now, and we've also got Kieran Murphy in the green. As you were saying, yeah, in the previous heats, we saw one or two of the surfers wait patiently. Didn't really turn out well for them, but yet to get on the board are white and green, looking for something with 17 minutes remaining.
Yeah, so also just, you know, looking at the waves in the start of this heat, we've definitely had some steeper, better looking waves with the tide dropping. So I think we'll see more of that. Yesterday on the higher tide especially, the surf softened up a lot, and it did give an opportunity for some of the smaller surfers to sort of advance working those smaller waves. But today there are those big sections. I think it'll favour the heavy hitting guys with big turns.
Definitely. And that's where we saw the bulk of that 8-point ride, just going up into the lip, throwing that weight around. And Logan Tilsley is taking advantage of these conditions, currently in the lead, sitting with a 13.67 heat total. So that's quite convincing. Here we go. We were just saying we're getting, waiting to get underway for green. That was Kieran Murphy. He's a Cape Townian surfer, and also a very talented surfer is Kieran Murphy. We've seen him at a lot of the events around the local circuit here in South Africa and some of the pro junior events here in the country. Around the Africa region, he's going to lock in a short score there. Unfortunately, he goes down. And there we got another local boy in the likes of white. That's Nathan Taylor from Ballito. So he's waiting patiently in priority. And then, of course, we've got the likes of our Hawaiian surfer in the red. So still a lot of surfing to happen here in the quarterfinal heat number 2. If you guys are just tuned in, this is the O'Neill Smith Shapes Ballito Pro Junior. And this is, of course, part of a much bigger surf festival, the Ballito Pro. We're going to be here for the next 11 days. So we're excited to be here. And if you guys aren't blessed enough to be here with us on the beach, Thank you so much for tuning in on the web. Make sure to go and download the WSL app as well to see all of the live scores and updates as they drop in from our judges' tablets. And we'll be talking you guys through the next 15 minutes of this heat. I'm here with my co-commentator Greg Emsley. And just a quick little recap of this one. So far we've seen 3 scores that are significant. It was an 8.0 for blue, Logan Tilsley. He backed it up with a 5.67. And then the Hawaiian surf in the red, Luke Tima, he's been quite quiet the last 10 minutes or so, but he opened up with a pretty decent 6.67. So we've got just under 15 minutes remaining, and still plenty of potential around. As you were saying, Greg, tide's dropping out. It looks like we are going to be getting some decent conditions as we move into the latter stages of the heats. And of course, this is finals day, so we're going to be crowning a champion here at the Pro Junior.
Yeah, talking about Luke Tima, we saw his heat yesterday. He came in with a 6.67 and an 8.5. Going into the excellent score, he got the highest total of the round yesterday. So keep an eye on him. He's going to be dangerous in this heat. And if you're sitting in third and fourth, Kieran Murphy and Nathan Taylor, you'd be taking note that Luke's probably the danger man in this heat. He'd probably be the guy you're focusing on most, being on the Challenger Series and the most experienced. As we see, this is Kieran Murphy working this one through into the shore break, and a nice finish for Kieran. So, going into this heat, you probably would have gone, this is your main danger man, and then suddenly Logan Tilsley starts the heat with an 8-point ride, and things start feeling a little bit tough. So it's going to be an uphill battle, no doubt, for Kieran and Nathan now. Luke Tima already with a 6.67 in second place. They're going to have to work hard. They've got to find those big waves with big outside turns. There's no other way. Smaller running waves are not going to do it. The big hitting sections are the only option for them.
Yeah, definitely. We just see a score come through there. For green, it's a 4.0. So just building, chipping away at it is Kieran Murphy. He's now looking for a 2.68. But of course, Luke Tima, as you were saying, he's only sitting on a single ride of a 6.67. He has got a lot in his arsenal. He's definitely the danger man. I mean, just thinking about yesterday's round and that big frontside air reverse that he did. So the surfers in the white and the green don't take that lightly. Talking about airs, just going for an attempt there. That was a replay from Nathan Taylor. But Luke Tima, the Hawaiian surfer from the North Shore of Oahu, competing on that Challenger Series and just trying to get his feet stuck in the wax, trying to get into a few heats, just assess the conditions out here in Ballito to prepare for that Challenger. He's not going to make it easy for these young guys in the green and in the white. So we'll see how that unfolds. He's been quiet. The priority currently sitting with blue, second priority with green. And we've got about 12 minutes remaining in this heat. Watching some replays here, Greg.
Yeah, so I was just checking this second wave for Luke Tima, and we didn't quite see if he completed that. And there's a nice turn for Nathan Taylor. But, a stock standard good finish there for Nathan. He's still going to need to look at bigger turns in that, because once the likes of Luke Tima get going here and they get these scores locked in, their top two, they'll have the second half of the heat to really open up and push some bigger numbers. So they've got to play catch up, and they're going to have to do it quick, because we're waiting for that last of Luke, and it did seem like that maneuver was completed, and he's got some solid numbers coming through here.
Yeah, that number does drop in, and it resembles his first score, just under 6.43 for the last of red. Luke Tima, the Hawaiian surfer from the North Shore of Oahu, 6.43 for that last one, so decent number. He's building his campaign, still sitting in that second position, chasing down our heat leader Logan Tilsley. Surfer in the red now needing a 7.01, and there they are in picture, red and blue. Tight tussle between those two, and it's been fun to see them exchange waves. And you can never count out a surfer like Luke Tima. That 6.43 worked well for it. Got another score on the board, and some consistent surfing. He waited quite a while, And Nathan Taylor and Kieran Murphy playing a little bit of a catch-up game here with just over 10 minutes to go.
Yep, more than a catch-up game. They're needing solid scores. They're going to have to do something special if they want to get through this heat, because, you know, we saw the first heat of the morning. The guys, you know, there was one ride of a 6-point ride. Otherwise, the scores were in the 4s. So to get the scores that we see on the board from Tilsley and Tima into the 6s, the 5s, and the 8s, those are massive scores for these conditions. It's sadly going to be very tough for Kieran and Nathan to fight back with the time that's on the clock and how many opportunities there are out there.
Definitely. Yeah, as we were just reminded of that last heat, there weren't many opportunities in the last 5 minutes, but we still got some time. You never know what can happen, but needing those big scores. A 9.10 required for green. For white, he's looking for a 9.77, so those are massive scores just in terms of the day and the conditions, but you never know. Looking very confident is blue and red. And of course, this is finals day, guys, so we are really excited to crown champions. If you guys are just tuned in, to the O'Neill Smith Shapes Ballito Pro Junior. And this is the second heat of the morning. So just to run through today's schedule, we are going to work through those quarterfinal heats of the men's, and then we'll run into some women's heats, back into the Pro Junior men's heats, and of course cap it off with our finals a bit later on. So we got quite a few hours of competition ahead of us, and if you guys are tuning in from around the globe, go and like and follow us on social media. Make sure to go and follow our YouTube channel as well at the World Surf League, and go and download the WSL app. That's important because you can get all the live stats, you can get all of the rankings, and of course, we were saying earlier, Greg, this is making an impact on the WSL Pro Junior Africa regional rankings to potentially qualify for that World Juniors. Some international surfers coming in as well, which are adding some spice into the mix, preparing for that Challenger Series. So it's a real culmination of different surfers, some of the best surfers, young junior surfers from around the world, trying to qualify for the World Juniors, trying to get some practice in before the Ballito Pro. And it's just great to watch. We've been seeing some good surfing, and we've got a lot of good surfing yet to come today with 8 minutes remaining in this quarterfinal heat number 2.
And if you are joining us, but you would like to be down here and in the local area, call in sick. You can see there's a little bit of haze on that water that's in the air. That's going to burn off. It's going to get quite warm today. It's going to be a beautiful beach day down at the Ballito Pro 25. Sea sound waves. I would definitely try and be down here for the finals. Conditions are going to be improving. It's going to be a great day. Good surfing. And as you mentioned, we've got great local talent. We've spiced it up with some international flavor as well. It's going to be a good day of surfing. And just watching the screen, the surfers are really moving up and down. Kieran Murphy, I'm sure his mom Debbie and dad Murph are watching as we see live action. Luke Tima, massive 2-turn combos. So that's where they're going to look in the criteria and go combination of major maneuvers, and that's what we see. I like it, strong, big turns. Whoa, where's that score going to go? There's lots for the judges to look at, talk about. Speed, power, flow, of course, was there. Commitment, degree of difficulty. Not so much innovation, but ticking all the other boxes of the criteria on that wave.
Yeah, that was some solid surfing. I specifically like that first turn, and just watch him just eyeing that section right into the lip.
Strong and whack. I mean, that combination in today's standards, I wouldn't be surprised if it's excellent or close to it.
Definitely. Well, I mean, being a judge, that's one thing, and that looked pretty good. And just looking at surfing the blue now up and riding. So we'll anticipate a score to drop in for red Luke Tima. He's the Hawaiian surfer. And as you were predicting, Greg, I think that's going to be a pretty good one. I think he might just improve upon his scores there, watching white now with just under 6 minutes remaining. So we're excited to get back to you with that score. 2 major maneuvers up into the lip. It was on that right-hander as the tide was dropping out. And a big bowley section there, and he just smacked it. So that score should be coming in shortly for the Hawaiian surfer in the red.
And let's not forget the first wave of Logan. That was still maybe the biggest turn of the heat, but it was just the one turn because the second turn was incomplete. These were two major combos, so judges will take note of that as well.
Oh yeah, and as you say that, it does come through, and it is the highest wave score of the heat so far. It comes through at an 8.83, Greg. That's a great score just in terms of what we're looking at in terms of the conditions. And Luke Tima now hops up into the lead. So the Hawaiian looking confident with that last score, an 8.83. Some good surfing there, excellent surfing for the surfer in the red. And now surfer in the blue jumps down to second, Logan Tilsley. He's looking for a 7.51 to jump back up into the lead. And now really making it difficult for green and white, trying to fight back into this. Surfer in the white needs to replace both of his scores to stand a chance to advance through to the next round. And green, Kieran Murphy looking for a 9.67. So some excellent surfing on display here. We got just under 5 minutes remaining.
I've been following Luke Timo of late, just taking a bit of interest in him and, what he's done. He did win the Hawaiian Islands Pro in November last year, and that was at Sunset Beach. He does live on Hawaii, on the island of Oahu, and knows those breaks. But his heats, that looking deeper into it, into his scores, he likes to get those 8-pointers. He gets the excellent scores. He's not winning by strategy or whatever. He's winning with heat scores and big numbers, and he just seems to know how to fetch those big scores. And he can do it with the air, he can do it with progressive surfing, he can do it with the big maneuvers. So keep an eye on this guy. He's got lots of weapons in his arsenal. And as we mentioned, in this heat, he's got an 8.83, a 6.67, maybe not even done yet. But to me, he's looking like the favorite for this one right now.
Definitely. Super, super talented surfer, our surfer in the red, Luke Tima. And I think, Greg, you would know, just competing as a professional surfer for many years on the tour, what difference does it make when you know you've got the arsenal, you know you've got the airs, you know you've got the big turns? What effect does that have on your confidence level, knowing that you can pull something out of the bag? I'm sure that a surfer like that is gonna know that he can pull off that air reverse, he can pull off that big turn, and it probably helps him a lot in his confidence.
You know what? You're going to have the events that you can win on low scores, and we see that. But I always say, don't tell me about your event you won with 2 threes. I want to know, can you get that 8? Can you get that 9? And maybe you don't even win with it. But if you know that you can get those scores, that's more important for me, because then you're a big hitter. And that's what Luke Tima is, in my opinion. He gets those scores. And going for the air rotation, just losing that back foot. Nate Taylor, still a youngster, so he's going to be using this as experience. He's not going to be going, I'm not making it to the World Pro Junior Finals. Yeah, he's got many years. He's going to be going, okay, I'm going to take it to these guys. I'm going to get the experience, and of course not making this heat now, but he's on a learning curve. Same as Kieran, maybe a touch older than him, but Kieran is 16 or 17 years old. But a really good smooth surfer as well. Both these youngsters are talented, Kieran Murphy and Nate Taylor. But yeah, and Logan Tilsley as well. But Logan with the upper hand in this, and of course Luke Tima running away with the win.
Oh yeah, as we see, that is our surfer in the white, Nate Taylor, and he's trying to just scratch for anything right now with 1.5 minutes. And as we were saying, lots of experienced international competitors. Luke Tima, 19 years old, so he's a little bit older than the rest of the surfers. He's got a bit more experience. He's traveled, he's surfed different locations, events in different countries as well. So it's a great opportunity for the local surfers like Nate Taylor to get an opportunity to surf against surfers with that caliber. So yeah, I think it would be a good learning curve, a good experience for the likes of the local guys as well, in the blue, in the white, as well as in the green, Kieran Murphy. And just checking his watch there, I think he's feeling confident as the Hawaiian Luke Tima. He's got an excellent ride, and he's got a solid 6.67 backup. So with under 1 minute to go, it does look like he's saying Luke Tima is going to run away with this one. Logan Tilsley then picture on the right hand side. Still has an opportunity to find something to jump back into the lead. He's looking for a rather decent score, and here we go with Green. He needs a massive score to advance through.
And he's going to work this one through. That's young Kieran Murphy. You know who his uncle is? Royden Bryson, former championship tour surfer.
Wow, I didn't know that.
Yeah, he's almost got that Royden Bryson style as well.
Yeah, I see that.
So he's got good surfing in his genes, and this is Logan Tilsey, so showing us that he can do strong maneuvers on the forehand too. With this one winding down.
Yeah, he's feeling confident. He's in that second position. He knows he's going to move through to the next round. And it does look like it's going to be Luke Teamer and Logan Tilsley, the surfers in the red and the blue, that are going to advance through to the next one in picture. And we are going to just see you guys in a moment. Stick with us. It's a beautiful day in Ballito. We'll be back with action right away.
When I was chatting to him about it, I was like, surely like restoring it, like now you're losing value because it's not the original. He said that's the tricky part. Restoring to the point where you're fixing certain things, but not restoring it to make it look new. You're not trying to make it look new, you're just trying to make it...
Welcome back to the O'Neill Smith Shapes Ballito Pro Junior here at Ballito on the east coast of South Africa. It's a beautiful morning. I'm Mike Frew. I'm joined here in the booth by Tasha Mentasti. We're into the men's quarter-final stage of competition in the Pro Juniors here at the O'Neill Smith Shapes Pro Junior. Tash, it's been a great start to the morning. A little bit of bump in the swell overnight. It is a little unsettled, but great to see some open faces out there.
Yeah, I think it's fantastic. You know, with the sunrise this morning, we've definitely got a little bit more power in the waves, definitely more of an east swell that's coming into the bay, and challenging conditions. I've been watching it for a while, and you know, there's definitely scoring opportunity. We saw in that previous heat that excellent score coming through, so there's massive opportunity there, and I think it just needs to settle down a bit.
So let's look at the surfers that we have in this quarterfinal number 3. We're getting to the pointy end of the draw. 2 of the surfers surfing for a spot in the semis. In the red singlet, we've got Luke Laprant. He's 18 years old. Wearing the blue singlet is Car Hall. He's also 18. We've got young Surprise, well, Ntokozo or Surprise Mapamulo. He's actually the oldest surfer in this heat. He's already turned 19. And then Levi Epanitos up and riding. This looks like it's the surfer in the red singlet.
Yeah, Luke Laprant just finding a left, getting that first turn and then incomplete. You know what it's like, getting the nervous niggles out a little bit, and like you were saying, quarterfinals, first and second advancing through to semis, and it's stop number 3 for us on this Pro Junior series, so it is an important result needed for all surfers.
We got one of the highest seeds in this event, so in the overall in the series, Tash, Luke Laprant seeded number 3. Car Hall comes into this event seeded 7th. Surprise Mapamulo is seeded 5th, and then Levi Epanitos comes in as 10th seed. So we've got sort of the top 10 seeds, 4 of them in the water in this quarterfinal number 1 here. That's Surprise Mapamulo, just asking the beach announcer for a situation update. And it's been a great 5 days so far of the Ballito Pro. It's a 15-day event this year. Can you believe it, Tash? And we're a third of the way into the event. We had the O'Neill Smith Shapes Rookie Rippers. That concluded 2 days ago, and it was taken out. The under-18 title was actually taken out by Car Hall. So Car comes into this heat with some nice momentum straight off a win in the Rookie Rippers. And he'll be looking to try and consolidate, use that momentum to push his way through this heat into semi-finals. Tash, you were on the beach for the first heat of the day. You kicked it off on the beach. Give us a little update on the conditions out there. Everyone's commenting on the fact that it's actually quite warm here. Generally in the mornings, the wind and the early morning conditions are quite chilly and everyone's wearing jerseys, but it was quite warm out there this morning. Bit of a bump in the ocean conditions. We didn't have a very clean northwest clean it up. It's got a bit of a easterly effect from yesterday. How was it down on the beach?
Yeah, you know, for me, it looks like it's those one big turns to really start and then hopefully able to capitalize on a two-turn combo. But in the free surfs, we were seeing some really solid big first turns, which is nice to see, especially with this under 20 division. And like you were saying, uncommon to not have that direct northwest wind blowing from the land, so we call it the land breezes. Definitely a little bumpy out there in the morning, but I feel that there's actually more scoring potential out there than we've seen in the last couple of days, just with the increase of swell and then also being able to move across the sandbank. So we see on the screen right now we're only looking at 2 of the 4 surfers, but it's actually quite a big playing field because there's multiple random peaks out at Willard Beach this morning.
What was quite interesting when I first looked at it this morning, there was quite a change in the swell direction. It's all coming out the east.
Correct.
A lot of lefts, and we see that's Levi Epinitos, who's wearing the green singlet in this heat, getting to work his second wave of the heat from our surfer in green there. So Levi getting busy. All the other surfers have just had one wave and their scores dropping in on the leaderboard. On the top left-hand side of your screen there, you can see Surprise Mapamulo had the better of the opening exchanges, a 4.33.
Yeah, and we didn't see what he did to get that 4.33, but we did see last of green getting the two-turn combo, and I think that's going to be really important today, especially this morning. Conditions could change throughout the day. We see it quite often at Willard Beach. I mean, what it starts with and what it ends with are 2 totally different playing fields. But I think the focus point is to start your wave strong, finish strong, and you're going to see those good scores coming through. And we can see here, this is Levi's second ride. So he gets that first turn off the top, has to almost redirect a little bit to make sure he completes that second maneuver. And we are starting to see scores come in. It's probably be an average score. Yeah, it does come through. But this is the replay of the 4.33 from Surprise. So also getting the two-turn combo in.
I liked how there wasn't much downtime between those turns. He transitioned straight into the second one. That's what the judges liked, rewarding him with the highest wave of the heat so far. Tash, you were talking about the conditions. It looks like if we look at the forecast, there's going to be quite a significant change in the weather, the waves, and the wind here in Ballito today. We have had that northeasterly flow over the last 2 days. Actually, for the finals of the Rookie Rippers, we could hardly stand on the podium. That northeasterly the onshore wind was blowing so hard. It settled down a bit yesterday, but we're seeing the after effects of that, quite a strong, pulsy, northerly swell. And later on today, the wind actually switches to southwest. So if you're looking at your screen at the moment, the wind in the swell is going left to right. It's going to be going from right to left later. And with that comes a big cold front that's making its way up the east coast of South Africa. A lot of rain and flooding in Cape Town yesterday. We're going to get a little bit of that rain this evening, but it looks like a clear day tomorrow. But importantly, what that southwest does is it brings the correct swell for the bank out here. So I'd expect conditions are going to change quite a bit through the morning. And from what we're seeing now, probably quite different by the time we get to finals just after lunch.
Yeah, absolutely, especially if we get that big southwest buster that comes through. Ballito actually doesn't like that extreme wind at all. But if we watch live action now, this is Luc Lepront in the red singlet. He's utilized his priority, choosing to find a right on his backhand. And his backhand is really strong. He comes from the land of rights. He's on the south coast of KwaZulu-Natal at a wonderful surf spot called Scottsboro, so no stranger to the rights, and feels very comfortable on his backhand.
Having a look at the heat situation at the moment, we are waiting that score from Luc Lepront to drop in. Tash, Surprise Mapamulo has had 2 reasonably good waves. He's at a 4.33 and a 4.77. Talk us through this one. This was Luke Lepron's wave, Tash.
Yeah, so you could see White had to give way, and that's because of the priority. Red did have first priority. I like that second turn, really vertical backhand re-entry. It's going to be interesting to see where that score comes in, because for me, there was a lot of flow, but also two very critical turns in a short period of time.
So Luke Lepron's second score comes in at a 4.5. It's there in the left-hand column on the best two scores. So at this stage, with 16 minutes remaining of a 25-minute heat, we've got Surprise Mapamulo in the lead with a 4.77 and a 4.33. A solid foundation to build the rest of his heat on. Luke Lepron, he opened with that 3.83 and then that wave we just saw on the replay, which was a 4.5. Tash, now at this stage of the heats, Levi Epinitos, he's had two waves, a 2.17 and a 3.83. And then Kai Hall, just the one, a 1.0. So Kai, playing the patient game, he's obviously got his eye on a very particular type of wave that he's waiting for out there, because when I was standing with you on the beach earlier, it's very, very consistent. There's a lot of waves. But Kai obviously just choosing to wait for those sets, which come through probably 3, maybe 4 times a heat.
Yeah, correct. And when they do come through, is it necessarily the best waves that are coming through? That's what the coaches and that's what the athletes are looking at. Sometimes we do find when those sets come through, if it hits the bank direct and straight on, it's a little bit more of a closeout, so you don't get that opportunity to fit in 2 turns. It's going to be interesting to see what Kai's game plan is, but like you were saying, he's spent a lot of time out here over the last couple of days. He's definitely been putting the reps in, and I'm sure that he's got a solid game plan with what he wants to do. 25-minute heats, that's what's been given by the contest director for these pro juniors, and I must say, it's that extra 5 minutes makes a massive difference, Mike. It really does.
On screen, that's Luke Lepron. Interestingly, Luke is also the wild card for the Challenger Series event that starts on Monday next week. So he's surfing here in the Pro Junior. Luke would be looking for a good result here, Tash.
Yeah.
But at the same time, using it as a warm-up for the Challenger next week, getting, like you said, reps in, getting a feel in the jersey, settling the nerves, so that by the time he takes on the Challenger Series as a wild card, a lot of pressure always coming with a selection like that. He'll be feeling a lot more comfortable out there. But he's looking in good form in this heat so far. He's holding down second position. I was just thinking in terms of how many heats these guys have surfed. Luke Lepron, Levi Epinitos, and Kai Hall are all 18 years old. And they surfed in the O'Neill Smith Shapes Rookie Rippers over the last couple of days leading into this event. Surprise Mapamulo is 19, so he was too old to surf that event. So this is Surprise's first event of the Ballito Pro 2025. So he has the least heat experience out there versus the other 3 competitors.
Yeah, good point, actually, Mike. Really good point. The free surfs are also really busy, you know, so to be able to try get a good couple of waves in without having someone either on your inside or potentially dropping in, it's nice to be able to get some time out in heats. And you know what, Surprise has been coming to Ballito for a long time, so it's not like it's an unfamiliar place. I just think that, you know, to get that opportunity to surf a couple of heats with just 3 other guys in the water really is beneficial. And like you were saying, Luke Lepron, a wild card for the Challenger Series. I kind of reflect back to how I would be feeling at his age and getting this massive wildcard opportunity, and it's a dream, you know, that we all hope we can see come into reality. But he's definitely a great contender, and he's committed and disciplined, and it's an incredible surfing family, the Leprons. So I'm sure that he's definitely aiming to get a good result here to build his confidence.
On screen, we saw a camera pan across, and we saw a good end to a floater there of Levi Epinitos. So we've got scores coming in. If you look at the situation on the scoreboard there, we're still waiting for last of red, last of green, and last of blue. So those numbers will change. So we didn't see it on screen, but there has been a way for Kai Hall, Tash, as well as one more for Levi Epinitos and Luke Lepron. So there's a good chance that the situation on the screen there could change when the judges' scores for those last couple of waves come in. This is live action, Tash.
Yeah, and, you know, under priority, he's just keeping busy. He's hunting for waves, looked happy with that. You could see it in his body language. Another 2-turn combo, but that's really what's on offer there. And I think the point of difference is now going to be, are they utilizing that full face of that wave? Was there flow from one turn transitioning into the next? And then how critical were those maneuvers and where exactly were they placed on that wave? So, like you said, Mike, we've got a couple of scores to drop in. And, with our highest single wave score being a 4.77 that's held by Surprise Mapumulo in the white singlet, I think that all these guys are wanting to actually get bigger scores to be able to start breaking away a little bit, because quite honestly, between second and third, there's not much point of difference.
So we saw that floater of Levi Epinitos, just the end of that wave from our surf and green. Tash, it comes in at a 6.33. You were talking about looking for something to break out of those 4s and 5s. Levi Epinitos in the green. He posts a 6.33 and snatches the lead from Surprise Mapamulo. We await a score from Luc Lapront and Car Hall to still drop in. So the situation on the leaderboard there could change on the top left-hand side of your screen, because there is still a score outstanding from Last of Red and Last of Blue. We're down to around 10 minutes remaining. Now it gets into the real sharp end of the heat. The nerves of the surfers really start coming into play. You're one heat away from the semi-final. You can see they put their hands up asking for scores from the beach commentary, because they want to adjust their strategy in the heat and find out whether they should sit closer to a competitor, away, look for a different peak, all that kind of thing. So, Tash, let's just keep our eye on that screen. As soon as the scores drop in for Last of Red and Last of Blue, we'll know what kind of action and strategies we're in for the last 10 minutes of the heat. This is another wave. Lovely flare on the frontside turn there from Luc Lapront. And behind him, this is another wave from Car Hall. Short wave in terms of your distance ridden across the beach. Looked kind of slow on that wave, but he came off the bottom, tagged the lip, but because he didn't have so much speed, I guess, from that very first projection, he wasn't quite able to go into that second turn, Tash.
Yeah, he almost had to force it a little bit and get his board up into that lip a lot quicker than intentionally planned. What I also noticed is when the camera panned back a little bit earlier, they're definitely sitting very far north in the competition zone. We can't see it on screen right now, but they are sitting far north in front of another rocky outcrop. So with this east swell, that's potentially where the lefts are you can find. Car Hall chose to go right, which we haven't seen a lot of. So, yeah, it's interesting to see what these scores are going to come out with, but they are still waiting. That second to last score of Red, Luc Lapront, they finally brought it in. It was a 4.53, so it went into his top two. And this is Surprise Mapumulo utilizing his priority.
That was a nice big turn. You can see from his body language he's stoked with that. So Surprise looking to try and snatch the lead back. A couple waves still outstanding. Levi Epinitos has improved on his second highest score. He posts a 4.53. So, or that was Luc Lapront rather. Levi Epinitos has got a 6.33. So looking at the overall heat, we've got 8 minutes remaining. Levi Epinitos in the lead with that 6.33 and the 3.83. But bear in mind there is still a score outstanding from Surprise Mapumulo. Luc Lapront's got a 4.53 and a 4.5. He's had the most waves in the heat, so he's been very busy, like you said, Tash. He has had 6 waves, but he still requires a 4.58 at this stage, and there's still a wave outstanding from Surprise Mapumulo. Car Hall, it's like he hasn't quite managed to get out of first gear yet. He's an explosive young surfer. He charges in big waves, and he has an incredible aerial game. But of course, you need the wave, you need the canvas in order to showcase those kind of things out there. And Car Hall's still hunting for that bigger set out there in order to showcase what he has for the judges, and his requirement keeps increasing. So we got all the scores in. The situation, Levi Epinitos in the lead and Surprise Mapumulo in second. It stays like it. Surprise, actually, his last wave was a 3.27, so it wasn't one of his top 2, Tash. Luc Lapront, you don't see it on screen there, but he's looking for a 4.58, and Car Hall is looking for a 6.4.
Yeah, and if we look at what the surfer in the red singlet, Luke Lapront, needs a 4.58. He's got a pair of fours already, so he's probably thinking like, what do I need to do to get out of that? And the reality is, we were unable to see what the 6.33 looked like from Levi Ipinitos, but I'm presuming or assuming that there was that extra third turn to get it into that good range, and that's what Luke's going to have to start looking for. Interestingly enough, we've got Levi Ipinitos with the priority at the moment. So Luke Lapront sitting in third place with second priority. You know, from a competitor point of view, you know, do you now sit with the guy holding first priority, or do you actually just try to break away to find that opportunity? Because Luke Lapront needing a 4.58, that's definitely a manageable score to
100%.
to get in this heat. But that's now the time winding down, and that's what starts becoming a massive factor.
So we're down to, around 5 minutes remaining on the LED screen on the beach that shows the priority. It'll also switch to red. It'll go from green to red to indicate that there's only 5 minutes remaining for the competitors. And I think we're in for a tight finish to this heat with just 5 minutes remaining. 20 minutes or so have already gone in the heat. There's that aerial game we were talking about from Car Hall. So we just caught the end of that wave. Tash, would you call that a ride out? Do you think you rode out of that one?
You know what, Mike? The judges are so critical now with all of that. And I personally, for me, there was lack of control, which is a massive factor, part of the judging criteria. In a free serve session, yeah, it was complete. But when we really have to be critical, I personally didn't think that was complete, based on the lack of control that he had when he landed. Watch the replay here. You can see he's aiming for that section. He knew he needed to get a score. He's got a pair of twos. He flipped it round quickly, but can you see how the nose of his board never got beyond that white water, which can be deemed incomplete? We'll see what the judges thought. Yeah, the scores are coming in. It's coming in at a 1, which means incomplete. So despite the effort from Car Hall to get that aerial, get his board above the lip and rotate it round, because it was not complete, the judges deemed it not complete. A small score comes through.
Tash, you were talking about priority just now. You see those last two waves with Car Hall and Surprise Mapamulo, both sort of, I wouldn't call it going for broke, but kind of Hail Mary stuff. Car went for that big air. Surprise went for a turn that he might have just pushed a little bit too much. They're in third and fourth priority, so they're a little bit on the inside here, hustling, trying to get a wave under priority from Luke Lapront and Levi Ipinitos. Surprise's position in the heat is definitely under threat, because if Luke Lapront can get a 4.58, which is more than capable of, that would knock Surprise down into second. So Surprise just staying very busy. You see he's positioned himself away from those other three, and he's looking to try and consolidate that second place, improve on either the keep the 4.77, but you're going to want to improve on that 4.33 for Surprise.
Yeah, he needs to start creating some space, and I'm sure he's really aware of that. The difference is Luke Lapront with second priority. So, you know, right now he's sitting with green, Levi Ipinitos holding down the lead, holding priority. But the reality is with his second priority, even if Surprise looks at some wave, he's going to go, you know. And like we said, the 4.58, which is required from red, it's not a massive ask. It's definitely manageable. The time is the factor right now with under 3 minutes.
So Car Hall is in fourth at the moment. He's looking for a 6.4. He's going to need the highest single wave of the heat, because a 6.33 is the high mark at this point. Luke Lapront needs a 4.58, Tash. Now, if you were out in the water, you've surfed plenty heats out there, actually, as part of this event over the years, Tash. If you were Surprise Mapamulo and you wanted to hold down that second place, wouldn't you be sitting a little closer to Luke Lapront?
Yeah, look, I mean, we all got different game plans. So for me, I'd be next to red and I'd try to sell him into something really, just a pretty bad wave, and just really try to sell anything to get him to utilize his priority. But there's so many game plans that you can come out with. Another option would be, I want to find a better wave to replace my second scoring ride. And it looks like that's what Surprise is doing.
Little Italo.
Yeah.
So Surprise manages to land an air, and if you contrast that to what we saw from Car Hall a little earlier, actually rode it out nice and clean. He claimed it. He's trying to sell it to the judges, maybe just edge a tiny little point or two extra there for that ride. But difficult maneuver on your backhand. There's not a lot of wind out there to keep the board to your feet. So technically, I was quite impressed with that turn there from Surprise, and it's going to be interesting to see what the judges thought of it, because it's all very well what we think, but it comes down to the judging panel and how it fits into their criteria.
Yeah, and you've got to remember there's always going to be a comparison in some way or form. So let's watch this, okay? Smaller wave, not one of the set waves. Big section ahead of him. He attacks it, and there was control there. So he didn't get his board very high above the lip. He didn't get his tail high. It was quite a lateral aerial, but the difference and the point of difference is he landed very comfortably with loads of control and rode out of it.
So we're down to 45 seconds remaining. That score's dropping in for Surprise. The judges' eyes are on the water, though. Carl Hall's also looking for a wave. Down to 30 seconds. The only thing that may bring that score of Surprises down was there wasn't a lot of amplitude, so it wasn't super high.
Exactly.
And often the very impressive aerials are very high. So scores dropping in for loss of Surprise. If whatever that score comes in at, he may hang on to that second position. Right, important wave with 15 seconds remaining here for Carl Hall, looking for a score in the sixes. We got 10 seconds remaining, Tash. That score of Surprise of 4.03, so it doesn't change the situation. And it looks like we're going to close off the heat with no further rides. Just that one of Carl Hall, which most probably won't factor into the overall heat situation, Tash.
No, unfortunately, he actually just didn't get started. I mean, he got a pair of twos and 4 ones. You know, that's not what we know of Carl Hall, and especially with what he's just succeeded in with his previous event.
So it's the Ballito Pro Juniors here. O'Neill Smith Shapes, Ballito Pro Junior. Stay tuned. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the O'Neill Smith Shapes Ballito Pro Junior here at Ballito on the east coast of South Africa. We're into Heat 4 of the quarterfinals in the Pro Junior men. In this heat, wearing red will be Josh Malherbe. He's 19 years old. Joining him is Simon Winter in blue, 18 years old from South Africa. Then we've got the youngest competitor, or the second youngest, I'm afraid.
Yeah.
Second youngest, you're right, Tash. It's Marcello Zeddy wearing the white singlet. He's 13 years old. And then Clayton Turrell will be wearing the green singlet. So quite a spread of ages in this heat, Tash. We've got Josh Malherbe. He's 17 from East London. Simon Winter, he's 18 years old from Cape Town. Marcello Zeddy at only 13 years old. He knows this wave well. He's grown up here. He's a local at Willard Beach. And then Clayton Turrell, 18 years old from the south coast of KZN. Tash, another loaded heat. 4 surfers out there, 25-minute heats. And they're surfing for 2 positions in the semi-final to join Ntokozo Mapamulo and it was Levi Epanitos.
Yeah.
They're already into semi-final number 2. Loaded heat here. Tash?
Yeah, loaded heat. And, we talk about the youngest, one of the youngest competitors. Marcello took the under-14 win in the Rookie Rippers, so he has got that confidence coming into this heat despite being one of the youngest. Also knows this wave really well. representing Lembe, the local surfing district, but live action right now. This is Josh Mulherby. And, you know, Josh has been around for so long. I mean, he started competing really young. He's got an incredibly talented family, the Mulherbys. It doesn't matter which one and which generation. They all surf well. But live action here, this is Marcello Zeddi. So you notice, I mean, we've seen before he had a South African flag. He's now representing Italy, and it's based on a much bigger game plan for this young man's career moving forward. And one of his big goals is to represent at the Olympics one day. And they've gone the route of looking at him being able to represent Italy based on his parents, and being able to also get the support from the Italian Surfing Federation. So it's for me, the Olympic movement is really important, and I just think it's great to be able to have those opportunities and have a massive goal a couple of years down the line. And no, I think just start remembering that name, Marcello Zeddi, because we're definitely going to see more and more of it.
So following in the footsteps of someone like Leonardo Fioravanti then?
Correct.
Similar sort of thing, grew up in under the wing of Kelly Slater, and spent a lot of time in France and the USA, but surfs under the Italian flag.
Yeah, and there's a lot going on in Italy with the surfing. We don't often see it, but there definitely is some big movements on the ground, and I think that Leonardo Fioravanti has ignited that movement, and there's a lot of kids that want to be a Leo in the future, you know, and he's surfing so well this year, so it's great to see. There's massive inspiration from those guys, and we're seeing it now with these junior surfers.
With almost 4 minutes gone in the heat so far, just one wave of real significance. It's Josh Mulherby, that opening wave. It was that left. He got a 4.33 Tash. The judges really like these big turns where you throw a lot of spray out into the air. You can see it flares out into the morning sun. They reward him with a 4.33. Then we had this wave of Marcello Zeddi, and that was followed by a quick in and out by Simon Winter. So Marcello had a big turn as well, but he didn't ride it out, Tash, and he got rewarded with a 1.33. Similar sort of situation to what we saw with Carl Hall in the last heat. He did that big air, but didn't ride it out, and scored a wave in the sort of ones. Tash, you've got a lot of experience working with junior surfing on not just a regional, national level, but also global level. You've toured with junior teams to World Games, ISA World Games, and that sort of thing. In terms of the juniors in this event now, have you worked with any of these juniors?
Yeah, so I've been very fortunate to be able to work with the kids on the ground, especially after COVID. And I was very fortunate enough to lead the team as head coach to the 2022 ISA World Junior Surfing Champs. And that's where we saw Luke Thompson earn a bronze medal. I mean, he was definitely touted to be the gold medalist. And as we know with the ocean, sometimes it just doesn't go away. But, you know, we had a massive gap. Well, let's just watch the replay quickly here. So this was Simon Winter. That was a very short ride.
I think this is the one of Marcello Zeddi where he did the turn. No, okay, so that was his very last wave. So he's had two waves. Having a look at scores dropping in, Marcello, that first one he didn't make, got the 1.33, and then the second one a 2.33, and then this is Simon Winter's second wave. It's live action out there. So Simon finding a bit more of an open face out there on his second wave.
Yeah, I think what we saw was actually white had a higher priority than blue, so Simon did have to give that wave to Marcello. And he didn't really capitalize at 2.33. That's not going to really factor into your top two, especially at a quarterfinals area of a competition. Simon Winter keeping busy though. Oh, this is the replay. So he got that first hit off the top. You can see how this wave goes quite flat, and he's really just trying to stay with the power pocket and almost milk whatever he can get out of this wave. Lots of time on the clock. I mean, it's a 25-minute heat. We've got just under 19 minutes remaining. But Simon can get some big scores on the board. The kid's really improved over the last 2 years. And he did represent South Africa last year at World Juniors. And it gives you confidence as well. It really, really does.
So Tash, Josh Mulherby still has the highest score of the heat. It's a 4.33. Marcello Zeddi is in second with a combination of scores, the 2.33 and the 1.33. And then Simon Winter and Clayton Turrell really still looking to get out of first gear in this heat. So Tash, you mentioned that you'd gone to the 2022 ISA World Surfing Games. From there, your career seems to have a very fast upward trajectory, and now you find yourself in quite a senior position in the WSL here in South Africa. Give us a little rundown in terms of your role and what role you play in Africa as well, not just South Africa with the WSL.
Yeah, shame. Thanks, Mark. I think a little bit of a late bloomer. But no, I'm just so grateful to be so involved in surfing, and now looking after WSL Africa and really having the responsibility to look after the continent. And it comes with its challenges and big responsibilities, but I do believe that Africa is the gem, and it's the next gem, and this is where we're going to see future world champions coming out of it. One of the great things that's actually happening right now on the African continent is there's quite a lot of alignment between WSL Africa and the ISA. The ISA being our global body for amateur surfing, but development of surfing. And the reality is in Africa, we are underdeveloped, So I've actually been able to do a couple of Olympic youth development programs. 2023, we had 10 African surfing nations with a male and a female under the age of 18, as well as a coach. And we facilitated a 12-day program in Dakar, Senegal. I returned last month, May, from Mozambique to run a youth development program as well, where we had 31 kids, first-generation surfers. So there's a lot going on, and there's a lot of support coming from the Olympic Solidarity Fund, but there's also just a lot of alignment and collaboration between the two entities, and that's what's needed right now. We need to upskill. And how do we do that? Well, we need to upskill from a technical point of view with judging, from a surf instructional coaching point of view, but then also trying to create opportunity for these kids to be able to learn, grow, and perform. So for me, the future's really bright in Africa. I think there's so much unearthed talent. I think there's raw talent as well. And the reality is these kids just need to get given opportunity and support. And that's what I love about the Ballito Pro. It's not just a professional surfing event. We've got the Surfing South Africa O'Neill Smith Shapes Rookie Rippers, which is under 12 to under 18. The difference is you're still surfing with similar competitors, but now you're on this global stage. I mean, we don't see it on screen now, but the setup here is massive. It's set up for a Challenger Series event, and then you've got a little Grommy coming in and surfing and hearing the big speakers and the commentators and, having all these activations. But let's watch this replay by Simon Winter. It only came through at a 2.2.
So, I'd like to get back to that conversation, Tash, and with 10 minutes have passed in the heat, so we are down to 15 minutes remaining. And Simon Winter on screen after another wave there. Look at the leaderboard. Josh Malherbe still in the lead from Marcello Zeddy. And a score potentially coming in still for Simon Winter. This is live action. It's Clayton Turrell. Took a while to get going. Lovely turn. Great really projection. Good. A lot of speed through that turn. If you compare that to the very first wave of the heat, which was Josh Malherbe, it was also nice flaring. You get excited looking at a turn like that, and I'd expect he's going to improve on that 0.63 with a score like that.
Well, he went into that wave with speed and power. He attacked it, lots of control. You could see there was no falter at all there. He had control. There was flow through that turn as well. So I'm very eager to find out what score is going to come through.
Let's have a look at this. This was Clayton Turrell. So he had a 0.68, just cuts back. There was a setup turn, the first one. He looks at the lip. Yeah. Hits really that in a real sweet section. As a surfer, when you hit a turn like that, it just feels so nice. You ride it out clean. You got control of your board. So I'm excited to see what score comes in there for the young surfer from the South Coast, 18-year-old Clayton Turrell. So Tash, while we wait for the scores to update on the leaderboard there, your role with WSL in South Africa, you were saying it's not just South Africa, but it extends to Africa as well. How does that include the islands? It goes as far north as Morocco, or does Morocco fall part of of Europe. How big does your sort of territory that you look after to extend?
No, well, so the region is Africa, so it's the continent of Africa. And yes, we've seen for a long time Morocco kind of falling under the Europe region, but that is because, quite honestly, Morocco and Europe are 40 k's along across the way, you know, from continents. And it's a lot easier for the Moroccans to get across to Europe and actually represent under that region. However, with this new transition at W South Africa and change up of everything, really, I mean, we've got an incredible new team, we've got a younger team. We are starting to see Morocco showing more interest to want to come and fall back under the Africa banner, and it's the right thing to do. They're an African country. Unfortunately, the hardest part right now, Mike, is the cost of travel. And also just traveling through Africa. I know as a South African, it doesn't matter if you are South African and born in Africa, you've still got to need visas for most countries, which becomes a bit of a nightmare. But so, live action.
So Tash, we've had a score drop in for Simon Winter. The score drops in, it actually pushes him up to the top of the leaderboard. So Simon Winter now is 6.8 total score. That's Marcello Zeddy up and riding. So Simon Winter scores a 4.6 and he's got a 2.2. Josh Malherbe has a 4.33. Marcello Zeddy is in third at the moment with the 2.33 and the 1.33. And then Clayton Turrell, the 0.63 on screen is not reflective of the situation because we know he had that wave with the big turn. So a couple scores still to come in with 12 minutes remaining. So keep an eye on that top left. There are still scores to drop in. There you go. Yes. Clayton Turrell, that turn, a 4.77. It's the single highest score of the heat so far. So the judges felt that that turn was better than Josh Malherbe's, better than Simon Winter's. But having a look at Clayton Turrell, he's carrying a 0.63. And on screen, he drops out of the air into the flats. And he is going to drop that 0.63, potentially take over the lead here from Simon Winter.
Yeah, you called it, and there it is. A 3.17 for last of green. It's also, if we look at the heat totals at the moment, it is anyone's game, okay? The highest single wave score of 4.77. So nobody's holding a quality, substantial backup score. And I think we're going to see a big change up in these placings by the end of the heat. Clayton Turrell surfing really well. I've been enjoying watching his surfing lately, and it's great to see him improve and grow and just become a more confident competitor. In his free surfing sessions, he's always been throwing big turns. He just could never kind of put it together in a 20-minute heat. We've got 25-minute heats out here at the Ballito O'Neill Smith Shapes Pro Junior, Ballito Pro Junior. You know, just looking at Zeddy here, a lot of white water. Definitely not a clean canvas to work off, and it might have been a priority situation where he just had to go for it. It looks like...
That's him up and riding again, yep. Tash, Marcello being quite busy in that heat, but you know, this heat is going to be great experience for him. He's only 13 years old. He's surfing against competitors that are 17 and 18. He's still got 4 or 5 years in this division at this age. So I'm sure we're going to see that name a lot in the future. However, he's incredibly talented. Got a bit of work to do in this heat. Finding himself in 4th place, he's going to want to set and try and launch an attack on that 1st and 2nd place. Yeah. Just talking about Clayton Turrell there. Clayton, he hasn't had great results in the WSL events. His best was a 7th in the Nelson Mandela Pro Junior. But he has won SA Champs. He won SA Champs in under 16, so he knows what it's like to stand on a podium and lift a big trophy up, Clayton Turrell. And he's sort of battling to find that consistency in the WSL events, but he's certainly in surfing South Africa events and ISA, he does seem to have found his rhythm there. Maybe just sometimes the pressure of the big stage, like you were saying earlier, throws a bit of extra nerves. And I know that he's also been trying out a couple of different boards. He's working with 2 different shapers at the moment. And yeah, Clayton Turrell leading heat. This is a replay of Simon Winter's wave. That is the wave that took him into the lead prior to the one of Clayton Turrell's.
Yeah, I think a big thing with these juniors, you know, firstly, let's talk about Marcello and the experience he's going to gain over 5 years, but there's also a strength component that comes into it. he's still going to grow. He's still going to get taller. He's still going to get stronger, you know. So what we'll see with the older guys is there's a lot more power thrown into their turns if there has to be that comparison from the judges. And then talking about Clayton Terrell, I've always said it's, you know, with heats, you've got to learn how to manage 20 minutes or 25 minutes. That's what it's about. It's about doing heat drills, 10-minute heat drills, 5-minute heat drills, getting comfortable in a time frame and not getting freaked out, because that's the biggest thing. If you know how to manage 20 minutes or 25 minutes, you're going to be a lot calmer in the water. You're going to be a lot more focused on what you need to do. It's when you start getting freaked out, we start paddling around, kind of going for waves that don't have any scoring potential. And I think that's one of the biggest lessons that a lot of these juniors can learn, is there's no point in going for a wave that's not going to offer you value to be able to get that score.
Speaking into that point you just made, Clayton Terrell started the heat very similar to how Kyle Hall started the last heat. Clayton Terrell was very quiet in the first 8 minutes. He was patient. He had his eye on what he was looking for there, and got a small wave, then reset, and then got that big turn, and then now finds himself in the lead. This is young Josh Mulherby. It's live action, goes for the big turn. Got to ride that out though. Comes unstuck, maybe goes a little bit too high on that turn. So Josh, a bit of work to do still to try and get out of that third place position. Not very big scores in this heat. The total heat score for the leader, which is Clayton Terrell in green, is a 7.94. So basically anyone getting 2 4s here in the last 7 minutes could take the lead, Tash.
Yeah, it really, I mean, there's no score of substance in this heat, unfortunately. And the one point I wanted to say, Mike, is for me as a coach, if I have to look at it from a coaching point of view, it's too erratic out in the water to sit and wait. You need to hunt in these type of conditions, especially 4-person heats as well. There's less opportunity than what we see if there's 2-person heats. But to sit and wait for that magic wave in these type of conditions, we can see how unsettled it is. I personally wouldn't want to lose time like that. I'd try to rather build house, keep busy. And also with every wave you catch, you start building your confidence as well. This was an important ride because Mulherby was actually sitting in third. He really needed to do something with that wave and find a score. You can see he's sitting in third as heat total of 5.2. I don't know what that requirement is that he needs, but he's sitting with that backup of 0.87. He needs to replace that, and he needs to replace it clearly with a 4 or more to be able to move up to second.
That's a great pulled back shot. Can you see how the waves have got that angle to them? You can see how the wave energy is moving from left to right on screen. So that's the angle of the swell. It's not the ideal swell for Willard Beach here for the Ballito Pro. You actually want that swell to come from right to left. We've got the big southwesterly wind coming through a little bit later on this morning, and that's going to bring a bit of a change in the swell direction, which is the ideal right-hand point break ground swell you need here for the for Willard Beach. It's actually the nickname for this beach is Surfers. Everyone calls it Surfers. The official name is Willard Beach of Ballito. This is our heat leader, Clayton Terrell. So 5 minutes remaining, Tash. I wouldn't want to sort of pin who I would say is going to win this heat, not with the score so tight. Look at the 7.94 and a 4.9 between the top and the bottom there.
But also, can you see how blue is sticking on red like Velcro, okay?
Yeah.
Which means Josh Mulherby needs a very average score to move from third to second. We're down to 4.5 minutes. Simon Winter, that's, you know, from a competitor point of view, that's the game you need to play right now. He knows Josh can produce massive scores if he gets given the opportunity. How's Josh going to get an opportunity if blue gives away his priority?
That's what I thought surprised Mapamula might have done in that last heat to Luc Lepront. But we see that tactic playing out textbook style in this heat.
Absolutely.
With 4 minutes to go. So the pressure really being put on by Simon Winter onto Josh Mulherby there.
The interesting one is White, Marcello Zeddy with the priority. I mean, this kid could also, he's been left alone now. He's got priority. He can catch any wave in the lineup. And for all you know, he might just be in rhythm, get that one solid wave that hits the sandbank perfectly and is able to fit in a 3-turn combo. And then it doesn't matter what Simon and the Blues doing. He could move from fourth to third. So it really is anyone's game.
So looking at the scores there, Simon Winter has a 7.9, Clayton Turrell has 7.94. It says 0.4 separating the top two.
0.04.
0.04 separating the top two there. Marcello Zeddy with a 4.9. So with 3 minutes remaining, it's now getting a bit tight if it's going to come down to managing to get 2 waves. So most likely, with 3 minutes remaining, probably only 1 wave, right, for each surfer.
Well, if we think about it, if Marcello in the white gets a 6 and he's got a 2.57, that takes him up to an 8.57, which means he's going to take the win, you know. So it is possible in 1 wave still. There is a possibility, and we saw an 8.83 in quarterfinal number 2. We saw a 6-point ride in quarterfinal number 3. So there is potential there. It now, unfortunately, like we know with surfing, our playing field's forever changing, Mike. So it sometimes is, are you in rhythm with the ocean, and are you in the right place at the right time?
We haven't seen Marcello on screen, so he's either sitting way to the right or way to the left. I would imagine that with the type of swell we've got here today, his coaching team and his family sitting up on the bank at the bottom of Surfer's Lane there are probably telling him to sit a little bit to the left there, looking for one of those bigger lefts. That's just a theory, though, because we haven't seen the pullback shot. We don't know where Marcello's sitting. But the real, I suppose you could call it, wildcard scenario here is if Marcello gets a big set, the little 13-year-old in the heat, the youngest that's left in competition, could potentially go through to semi-final stage.
You can see Blue Simon Winter asking for the time. We're down to just under 2 minutes. You can see 2 minutes. Sometimes it can be the shortest 2 minutes in the world. Sometimes it can be the longest 2 minutes. For Josh Mulherby in red, it's probably the shortest right now. Yeah.
And Tash, just looking at Josh Mulherby, so Marcello's probably feeling quite confident there. There you go. He's sitting away from everybody else. He's just waiting for a wave. He can take whatever he wants because he's got priority, right? But now, quite heavy pressure for Josh Mulherby because he's in third priority. He's got, is that Simon Winter there right
so
on him?
So watch this. Blue had second priority. He had to go. Did red sell it a little bit? Let's see. Looks like there's another opportunity out the back, but Simon could now drop his second scoring ride. That was a 2-turn combo. His second scoring ride at 3.3. Is it going to go a bit higher? Because what that'll do is just make a little bit more distance between him and red, Josh Mulherby. We're down to 1 minute remaining. So actually, if we look at white, he was sitting further right, not
so he's
left.
sitting much further out to the right and out to the back, looking for a big score. So he's basically thrown all his cards into hoping that a big right-hand braking set wave comes through.
Yeah, you can see how his head's moving. He's watching. He's watching the water, seeing what's coming. This is the replay of Simon Winter. It's an important ride for him. He fits 2 turns in. For me, 2 very similar turns.
Then our heat leader, that's Clayton Turrell. Clayton looking to try and consolidate that lead and close off the heat by locking it out from the other competitors. Maybe sort of similar to what the rest of his waves were. There weren't any spectacular waves in the last minute there. We can hear the beach announcer in our headphones here, and it looks like Marcello Zede just not able to get onto a wave there. So it looks like he'll close out the heat with a 4th position. Still a good result. Quarterfinals for a 13-year-old in a JQS of this level is a result to be proud of, Tash. Right, thank you for joining us. We will be right back. This is the O'Neill Smith Shapes Ballito Pro Junior.
And welcome back, guys. This is the O'Neill Smith Shapes Ballito Pro Junior, and we are excited to bring you the next heat. This is our quarterfinal heat number 1. The names are up on the board there, and I am sitting here with my co-commentator, Mr. Greg Emsley. We're going to be taking you guys through the next couple heats. So we've moved into the women's quarterfinals from the men's, so changing up the division here. And we are excited to see these 3 surfers get underway. 3 South Africans in the heat, a Japanese surfer. In the red singlet, we're seeing Lily Heaney, the surfer from just down the coast in Port Alfred. And we've got Demi Rowe. She's a local Durban surfer from just down the road in the blue. Mirai Ikeda is the Japanese surfer that's representing in the white. And Remy Fourie in the white singlet. She is all the way from everywhere up the coast in South Africa. So really excited to see these surfers up and going. And welcome back, Greg. It's good to have you back in the booth with me.
Yep, and looking forward to this heat, and check that finish from, that was Remy Fourie. So I think she had a strong wave there. She looked pretty pumped on that finish. Exciting goofy foot surfer. For me, I'm stamping her as the most underrated junior surfer in South Africa. I reckon she surfs exceptionally well, so keep an eye on her. And yeah, it's it's into the quarterfinals of the women. It's moving through the day very quickly here.
Definitely. So Remy's actually representing in the green singlet, and Mirai Ikeda in the white. So another stacked heat. And as you were saying, Remy Fourie, really talented young lady. He's been spending a lot of time in Jeffreys Bay, and really been trying to polish those big backhand turns. So she's going to be looking to try and find some right-handers. Got a strong backhand. But here we go with the young Japanese surfer, Mirai Ikeda. I don't think we've seen her in Ballito yet, but it seems like she's got a lot of talent as well. And just running through a few replays, this is Remy Fourie.
Oh, nice turn there for Remy. I love how she extended that board through the lip and almost off the back and controlled it nicely. And Mariah as well had a nice, good first turn on that first wave. But I think that Remy's turn looked like the bigger turn, the bigger section. I don't see massive scores starting just yet, but girls just working the start of the heat, getting a bit of a foundation. We talk about Remy Fourie a bit, as you mentioned. She actually for many years travelled the coast from caravan park to caravan park with her mom Michelle, and spent a bit of time at Yellow Sands, probably the best caravan park in the world, just outside East London, right on the beach. It's a great break, and so I've spent a bit of time surfing with Remy there. Actually did a bit of coaching with her, and very, very talented, very I'm trying to think what the word is. She's very thankful for the sport of surfing. It's given her so much. Very grateful. So any bit of help she gets, she's super thankful, and a great young surfer.
Yeah, and up and riding, this is our surfer in the white. That's Mirai Ikeda. So the Japanese surfer. Just a little bit of info on Mirai, 17 years old. And she's had a couple decent results. Of course, still a pro junior surfer, but surfing on the QS ranks, the Challenger Series. She had her first place at the Krui Pro Junior a few weeks ago in Indonesia, and then backed it up with a pretty good result at the QS event. There was a QS 6000. She got a 4th place finish. So really talented young lady in the white, Mirai. And I don't think we've seen her in Ballito yet. I think this is the first year she's come down here. But always great to see the big group of Japanese surfers that come back here year upon year.
And what's interesting is more so with the junior women than the junior men. I think it's normally we accept that women mature probably a bit earlier than men. So you see a lot of young, more junior women surfers in the Challenger Series at a younger age than what you see in the men's. And then what happens is we see a pro junior like we're at now, very stacked field of junior women surfers, because it's a good warm up for them before the Challengers. And we can agree that all these 4 quarterfinals are very stacked on the women's side. There's some big names. There's a lot of high profile names. And we're going to have a great day of competition here, both men and women. But I think we're going to see some very big scores coming out of the ladies.
Yeah, for sure. And as you were saying, Greg, a lot of very young junior surfers that are coming up and bursting out onto the scene as global superstars. If you think about Erin Brooks and Caitlin Simmers, I mean, all of them are pretty much, if not still in their teenage years, very young adults, and they've come up these ranks. All of them have come through Ballito. So, yeah, it's nice to see these young ladies that aren't just surfing in the Pro Juniors, but they are taking it to the next level at that Challenger Series. Like Mirai, we'll see her there. It looks like a couple scores have come through. The first score for green was 5.0. So far that's the highest one in the heat. And then Mirai Ikeda has got two scores of 4.33 and a 3.50. So she's currently hanging on to the lead. And then up and riding once again our heat leader, Mirai. We've got surfer in the red, Lily Heaney, and Demi Rowe as well in the blue. And they're also trying to get a nice, good start to this heat as well.
Yeah, a bit of a, well, we look at Mariah. She's got that busy tactic going, and I think that's still, I'm sticking to that tactic for today. You want to hunt this lineup up and down. As we see up and riding, this is Demi. So, unfortunately, not getting the rotation off the top there, so digging that outside rail. But just in our break, Johan spent a bit of time just looking at the ocean, checking the waves. With the dropping tide, there's definitely more opportunities out there. And surf in white, Mariah, just with a couple of great backhand turns off the top. It's opening up quite a bit. The tide's getting lower. There's a couple of right-handers starting to move closer to the rock that I thought looked quite good. A bit risky maybe still with a higher tide, but one or two bowled out nicely. There's almost about 3 peaks in front of the competitor's tent that you could look at sitting. So even under priority, you can move away from your other surfers. There's opportunity all up and down the beach. It's just choosing which peak you're going to sit on and back your decision. And just checking this replay. Nice first snap on the backhand and backs it up. And just looking really good. The only thing for me with these lefts is how they don't have a wow finish. They sort of run into that deep water and have that sort of bent out to sea look about them and go a little bit soft with the easterly swell coming in on, if you're looking at our screen, from left to right. And what that means is on the right handers, that wave actually bends towards you and gives you a nice steep coping, a bit more power coming at the body, and you can really push those first maneuvers. And if you can get a backup, that's where we're seeing the big scores today for me is more on the right handers than the lefts.
Yeah, definitely, Greg. And I think the topography of the area, I'm actually a high school geography teacher, so if you look at the rocky outcrops along the shoreline...
I would never have said so when you said the word topography.
Yeah, maybe my opportunity to throw in a nice, a big word there, you know. But if you look at the beach and if you look at the rocks, Ballito is pretty much it's a beach, but it's an interesting wave because there's a lot of reef, there's a lot of exposed rocks. And that left seems to be running into a section next to those exposed rocks where the sand is hollowed out. So it just runs into that deeper section. The right seems like it's breaking right on the bank in the middle of that little section, and gives the surfers a little bit more of an opportunity to find a stronger finish on that closeout. So I think as the tide drops out, we might see more potential on the left, but the biggest scores have definitely been on those right-handers, as you are saying, Greg.
Are those granite rocks, or are they? What are they? Am I putting you under?
That's a good question. That's a good question. I might have to go back to my textbooks.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, so Johan, very involved, obviously a school teacher, involved with surfing and coaching around the J-Bay area. Actually, he's the teacher of some of our top pro and pro junior surfers as well, so he keeps an eye on them. But very well spoken and awesome to be in the booth with Johan.
Yeah, thanks, Greg. You're warming my heart here. It's good to be here with you. And of course, we're watching surfing. We're just having a good conversation, watching some of the best surfers, junior surfers in the world. So there's no better place to be than Ballito right now, right here. And the sun is shining. We've got some nice little waves and not much wind out there, so it's a beautiful beach day. So it's definitely getting a bit more popular. People are flocking to the beaches of Ballito to watch the pro junior events. But of course, if you can't be here in person, It's great to be able to bring you all of the live broadcasts from an amazing broadcast team. So big thank you to them. And of course, listen to us talk about some of these surfers.
And you talk about the beach days. What's been very cool at the start of the Ballito Pro 25 is the junior events. So what happens is you have families coming to the events. And I've been surfing with quite a few of the families and the parents and the moms and the dads. And they've just been they're here for competition, but they're actually having a holiday at the same time. And it's just been a really cool vibe. And especially, winter time, it feels like summer. Remy for up and riding just gets a little bit extended on that turn, so it doesn't get the board facing the beach on that rotation, so doesn't ride out of it. I always think back to the legendary Graham Hines, South Africa's best ever coach, in my opinion. He helped me, and Hines, he always said something very basic to me about surfing. He always said, every maneuver that you do, you've got to finish with your board facing the beach. You've got to rotate and get that board facing the beach, and then you've got every opportunity of riding out. If your board's not facing all the way to the beach, there's a chance your rail's going to catch and you're going to go down. And you'll see Remy on that last wave, she just didn't get that board facing the beach enough, that rail catching and falling forward. So good bit of tip, a bit of advice from Graham Hines.
Yeah, 100%. Heinzie lives just down the road from where I am, and I think he's still going strong into his mid-90s or possibly into his late 90s. Always just remembered hard off the bottom, hard off the top, all those great sayings that he had as a coach for so many years. So definitely good advice there, Greg.
And I actually spoke to Hansi. I always speak to him, actually. He's a good friend of mine, and I've asked him so much advice on coaching. The two things I've said to him, I got back from a session the one day and I said, Hansi, I feel like I'm going mad. I'm repeating myself. He said straight away, he said, Greg, repetition is the mother of all learning. He says, you got to keep repeating. You got to do the drills. So he's always got an answer for something. And I said, Hansi, can we make some of your coaching things more new school? He says, what do you go? He says, well, you known for hard off the bottom, hard off the top. He says, yes. I said, it's the key to surfing. I said, yes. So I said, what about, can we go hard off the bottom and even harder off the top? Because that's what the surfing is now. It's these big bottom turns. And it used to just be hard off the top, but now it's even extra hard off the top. It's so much more power. The guys are loading up and really pushing those big maneuvers off the top, more than the old school days. So Hansi says, okay, we can go with that. Hard off the bottom and even harder off the top.
Wow, there's some wisdom there. And of course, with that big bottom turn, it just gives you speed, it gives you momentum to just get up into the lip and do whatever you feel like you can do. Just add a bit of variety, a little bit of spice in there. You can throw the fins out, you can do that aerial maneuver, and we're seeing it now in this day and age. It's if you're surfing fast and if you're going hard off the bottom, it just sets you up, it gives you a great foundation to just launch or do whatever you feel like you want to do. Watching this is Remy Ferry.
Make it. So holds on to it, check the claim. So Remy getting into the zone as well. She sometimes can get a bit sleepy in the water. I often speak to her, don't sit and watch the other surfers, get busy. And when she starts getting into this mode, be careful, because she's such a good surfer, and when she wants it and she gets into this mode where she surfs good, she becomes very dangerous. And I reckon keep an eye on her. This is a big turn. She attacked it. You saw the claim. That felt good for Remy. Sets it up. Right up in the lip and over. I tell you what, did well to hold on. I think the judges are going to love that single big maneuver.
Yeah, Remy's been watching the last couple heats and the first ones of the day, and she knows that the judges are looking to reward those surfers for that big maneuver. So she just eyed the section. I like it. It was good timing. She tagged it. She was compressed on her board, rode out cleanly. So we'll see what the judges think of that. So that was the surf in the green, Remy Ferry, of course, local South African girl, and she surfs with a lot of power. I would say that she's definitely got a little bit of power to throw into those turns. I'd say that she's just a little bit more powerful than some of the other surfers, just in terms of the weight that she throws into the turns. So that definitely helps her, specifically when it gets a bit bigger and bolier on those closeout sections.
She's an athlete.
100%.
She's the type of girl that could probably play any sport. She's tall, she's strong, and and yeah, she's just got that athletic build, and that's why she gets the power on those turns.
Yeah, so we'll see what the judges think of that one as it comes in. At the moment, it's still the Japanese surfer, Mirai Ikeda. She's sitting with a 4.33 and a 3.90. Remy Faris sitting with a 5.0, and she's going to lock in another score very soon. And struggling to get into this heat, Greg, are red and blue sitting on very small scores. That's Lily Heaney and Demi Rowe. As far as what I can remember last year, Lily Heaney had a pretty good result at this event. I'm pretty sure she made the semis, I think it was, or the quarters. So she's no stranger to Ballito, is Lily Heaney from the Eastern Cape, just down the road. So we'll see with just about 9 minutes remaining. A little sleepy for those two. They're trying to get back into the heat as well as we wait for the last score for green to lock in.
Yeah, Lily Heaney's an interesting one. Lives down the road from, I suppose, you and me in Port Alfred, and she loves good waves. Lily loves good waves. She's got a mean backhand turn on her, but she's almost like the all or nothing. She'll get a couple of these 2s and 1s, and then next thing she'll throw a 7 or 8. So that's the danger for the other girls in this heat. If Lily finds that wave, she'll suddenly look like a different surfer and get 2 massive turns. You go, whoa, where did that come from? So that is the weapon Lily has. She did qualify last year for the World WSL World Juniors. So she has got that experience under her name. So she's done it before. And keep an eye on her. But yeah, it's a fairly low scoring heat. We do see that last of Remy coming in at a big score.
Yeah, it did come in, and it came in at a 6.67. So that was for that left-hander. She eyed the section. She compressed and completed it with some good power thrown in there. And the judges liking that one, a 6.67. It's one of the better scores this morning so far, and the top score of the heat. So that's Remy Faris in the green. She's sitting with a 6.67, and now she'll try and improve upon that backup of a 5.0. Keep building her scores. Mirai Ikeda, now the Japanese surfer in the white, looking for a 7.34. So Remy has thrown down a statement there with that last wave, and she's not going to make it easy for the other 3 competitors in this heat.
So having a look, not getting onto it, and you just go back to the start of the heat, the first decent score. We talk about those round numbers at the start. Remy starting with a 5-point ride. Beautiful score to start with. She then backs it up with a 6.67. It's a base that's been set. Most of these girls would all wish they had that 5 in the score line. But now with that base set in 6.5 minutes, I wouldn't be surprised if Remy ends up not even counting that 5 in her top 2, bettering that score and not needing it. But it's that base that it's set up for the rest of the heat, giving her that score line and no pressure to really perform.
Yeah, it gives her something to fall back on. It makes her confidence just come up a little bit and puts her a little bit more at ease, as you're saying, Greg, the heat leader in the green. So with 6 minutes remaining, it feels like this heat has just flown by, and there isn't much time remaining, but still plenty to happen here. If you guys have just joined us, welcome to the O'Neill Smith Shapes Ballito Pro Junior. Make sure to go and like us and follow us on social media, Instagram, Facebook, and of course, if you're watching through YouTube, give us a like, a comment, let us know where you're from, and thank you for joining us. I'm sitting here with my co-commentator Greg Emsley. We're watching some surfing there. That was white, Mirai Ikeda. So tell me, Greg, what do you think Mirai's strategy is right now? She's in second, holding on to that second place. The surfers in red and blue are going to try and threaten her. And what's going through her mind right now? Is she trying to get a big score and catapult to the top? Is she just trying to build upon her scores as we watch her complete there?
She definitely wants to solidify the position. She wouldn't have done it there because the judges will deem that last maneuver incomplete. And that's an important note as well. You look at that turn, it was a great maneuver, and you almost want to get... We see Demi up and riding there. You want to sort of come out of that maneuver, make sure you get ahead of the whitewater. And again, I say do one pump in front of it just to show the judges that you have completed that maneuver and you're going to get the score. And had she made that and got ahead of that whitewater one pump, I reckon that would have gone into her top 2 and put more pressure on third and fourth, of course, Lily and Demi. So, yeah, not going to capitalize on that, and coming in at a 1 point where it could have been in the top two scoreline, and just made that requirement a bit more stiffer for third and fourth.
Yeah, definitely. Interesting position to be in second position. So, of course, if you guys aren't aware of how these surf events work, and if you're tuning in for us for the first time watching a surf event, it's the top two surfers that advance through to the next round, and that will be the semi-finals. So at the moment, it's green and white, but red and blue do have an opportunity to bounce into those top two positions to advance. So our surfer in the white, Mirai Akeda from Japan, she's sitting in that second position. So at the moment she's cool, but she's definitely not relaxed. She's anticipating that the other surfers are going to try and hunt down scores and jump back up into second to try and advance. So she is just trying to build. She's trying to work upon those scores, as you're saying, Greg. And of course, Remy Fourie, she's the one that's feeling a little bit more comfortable. She's on top, but anything can happen. It's a surf event. I know that you've been to probably hundreds of events over the last decades, and yeah, incredibly experienced in saying that. And you would know that you've probably seen some stranger things in a surf event.
Oh, every event's different, and every heat's different, and you can never count anyone out. We see Lily on the left. And again, for me, Lily's strength is on the backhand. She needs to be looking for the right. But Morai, probably not happy being in that second position. You can see she's very quick on those turns. She's got a really good closeout maneuver on her, but she would be hoping to find one of those right-handers that give her two-turn combinations. I can picture her getting up quickly, getting a nice quick snap off the top, and then into a closeout turn. She hasn't found one of those waves, but if she does, that will definitely help her situation. But like what I see from Mariah, she's a very fast surfer and throws good spray on those closeout maneuvers as well. So we'll keep an eye on Lily and Demi. Hopefully they can make a bit of a comeback in this heat, but battling to get scores on the board, and time's ticking away very quickly here.
Yeah, so with just over 2 minutes remaining, time is ticking away. Surfer in the red, Liliini looking for a 6.8 to advance through to the next round, the semi-finals, and Demi Rowe looking for a 7.46. So those are pretty decent sized scores in terms of today and the conditions that we have on offer, as we see a little wave running through. So definitely still potential. The tide has started to drop out, and as we saw, surf in the green locked in a pretty decent one. So still some potential to go, just under 2 minutes. At the moment it's green and white that are looking confident to advance through, but still a little bit of time on the clock. So we'll see as the time winds down. This is the quarterfinal heat number 1 of your women. We just actually finished the men's quarterfinals, so we'll run into the semi-finals of the men's after this one, followed by the semi-final of the women, and then of course the finals later. So this is finals then. If you tuned in, yeah, just give us a like, give us a subscribe, and yeah, go and download the WSL app as well to see all the live action and feed as it comes in. If you're watching on YouTube, we are really privileged to be bringing you the action here. Huge thank you again to our broadcast team and crew that have been working behind the scenes. Time is slowly winding down. We got 1 minute to go, and we see white and green in picture. Here we go. It might be a wave here, Greg, for green.
Yep, up and riding. Oh, how's that hammer from Remy Fourie? So quick section, and how quickly did she get up into that section? Timing and placement absolutely spot on. I mean, I'm debating whether that was better than that previous wave that she had, the 667. We'll get the replay shortly, but just the timing and how she read that section was fantastic. I really enjoyed that turn. Lots of spray, lots of power, speed, flow. Just the one maneuver again, but really well placed and perfect positioning.
Yeah, that was another good one, and we saw her lock in that decent one with a turn that was quite similar to that. So I'm sure that we're going to see another pretty decent number locked on the board for Remy Fourie in the green, and the time is really winding down now, and it's going to be an official end to this heat. That is quarterfinal heat number 1, so there should be a score locking in for green. It looks like it has come in at a 4.7, so green is definitely going to take the heat win there, Remy Fourie. And we're going to just bounce into a quick ad. Stick with us, guys. We'll be back shortly. And welcome back, guys. This is the O'Neill Smith Shapes Ballito Pro Junior. It is a beautiful sunny morning here on the north coast of KwaZulu-Natal in the KwaDukuza municipality. And we are getting underway. We're already underway with our next heat, which is our quarterfinal heat number 2. And I'm being joined in the booth with my co-commentator as we see a beautiful look here, Greg, of what we're dealing with today. We got some sunny skies, we got some fun little waves and some conditions. The tide is dropping out. You can see that rocky outcrop there in the middle of the bay being exposed. And we're in for another good heat.
I think conditions are still going to improve. I'm hoping the finals will be the best of the day. We're expecting a southwesterly wind to pick up sort of just on the low tide, 10:30 or so, and that wind will blow from right to left on your screen, and it should clean up the surf. Hopefully it doesn't get too strong. I don't think it will. As we see up and riding, it's Louise Leprant, and we've got 2 sisters out in the water, Louise and Leah, out in this heat, so that's going to be an interesting talking point. Janira Gonzalez Etzeberi, and then another big talking point, I'm sure you're going to touch on this, Johan, Sky Brown in white.
Yeah, so really awesome heat on paper. We got 2 local surfers. It's actually the sisters, Louise Leprant and Leah Leprant. Louise Leprant, the older of the 2, as far as I know, 16 years of age. And then Leah Leprant, the younger sister, 14 years of age. She's been coming up the ranks. Here she goes. She's up and riding. This is Leah Leprant, both the sisters from just down the road in Scottsboro, here in KwaZulu-Natal. And she's going to get 1 turn off the top. So she's been coming up with a lot of confidence, has not just Louise Leprant, but Leah Leprant, the younger sister. And it's going to be interesting to see this matchup between the 2 sisters. A lot of rivalry between the 2 of them, but camaraderie as well. So great to see the sisters in the heat. And then, of course, we've got Yanire Gonzalez Echabari. So she is from Zumaya in the Basque Country, and she's 20 years old. And she's had a couple good results recently, has Yanire. She got 2 second-place finishes, one at the Newcastle Pro Junior, as well as a second-place finish at Morocco Tagazau at the QS level earlier this year. So Yanire, a really young woman that's experienced. She surfs lots of contests. We saw her last year in Ballito, and we're excited to see what she'll bring to this heat. Then, of course, we got Sky Brown, so very talented surfer. But won 2 bronze medals at the Olympics in the skateboard park. So very talented skateboarder, one of the world's best skateboarders, and very talented in terms of her dancing as well. She won the first season of Dancing with the Stars. So very talented young lady in Sky Brown, and of course world-class surfer as well. So on paper, we got a great heat. We're watching some replays now. Really exciting to see this one unfold, Greg.
Yeah, Janeria last year was very impressive. Yeah, she had 2 turn combos. As we see, this is Leah Leprant on her first wave. I like that opening turn for Leah. Would have been nice if she got the combos. But Janeri on her opening wave, this is Louise Leprant, the other sister, quick ride for her. Oh, a nice turn there for Leah. That was incomplete. But I think the first good score is going to come from Janeri. Yep, the 5.83. She had 2 very quick turns in succession and getting rewarded that 5.83. She's got a strong backhand attack. She's a goofy foot surfer. And I think she's going to be one of the girls you're going to write down for possibly a winner here today. She's definitely looking sharp.
Yeah, looking really strong is the Basque surfer, dropping in that 5.83. So currently that's the highest wave of the heat with 20 minutes to go. And the Leprant sisters, they're looking to keep busy as well. They've on a couple waves. Leah Leprant's on 2. Louise Leprant is trying to get her campaign underway as well. And just staying patient out there is our surfer in the white. That's Sky Brown representing Great Britain. So we got a Basque surfer, Great Britain, South Africa. We've got a nice international field here.
Yep, and Janiri will be looking at Louise and Leah, the two sisters, and going, you know what, I've also got a sister in the quarterfinals.
Oh, yeah.
She's coming up in the next heat. She is.
Annette
Yeah.
Gonzalez.
Yeah, so cool to see some sisters pairing up and being in competition together. And let's just check this replay. I loved how committed Leah was on that wave. Unfortunately, didn't ride out of that turn. But yeah, she's almost feels like she's lifting her level against the older junior girls. Yeah, she still surfs under 16 division locally. As you mentioned, 14 years of age, but in that under 16 division. But just watching her through the events, she can win events fairly easily at times. But when I say easily, with easy surfing, where I just see that she's pushing her level a little bit more, and that's what's good for our local surfers, is having to push yourself.
Definitely, as we see a nice drop in there. Oh, that was a nice turn there from Yanire Gonzalez.
And a finish.
Echebari.
That's good. That's one of the better lefts we've seen today. Not many of those lefts have given you that closeout finish. A lot of them taper off. So Janire getting that big first turn. That turn alone was a solid turn, but to get that really fast, lightning finish, it's going to just add more points to that score.
Yeah, that opening one was quite radical. Really enjoyed just how she wrapped that tail around. Watching white, this is the opening wave for Sky Brown, and she just tried to squeeze another turn in there. Unfortunately goes down, but she got one turn out the back, so a couple scores to come in here, Greg. But yeah, going back to green, I'm sure we'll see a replay of that shortly, but really like that opening turn. Finished it off nice and strong. So we are anticipating a couple numbers to drop, one for whites as well, as we see her paddle back out, Sky Brown. We got 17 minutes remaining, so this one is getting more interesting as we go along.
The other talking point here is the ratings and the girls wanting to qualify for the local Africa JQS series to get to the World Juniors, the WSL World Juniors, and now suddenly you've got names like Janire Gonzalez, Echebari, Sky Brown thrown into the mix early on in the quarterfinals, and that's going to cause a little bit of havoc with our ratings and positionings. So it's going to be a real battle. Surfers like Louise Leprant's going to have to really step up. She's got the big moves. She's proven herself before. I think she's the youngest South African surfing champion ever. I think it's between her and Zoe. They might have been both at 14 at the time, Zoe Stein.
Yeah.
So very talented. But if she wants to make it there, she's going to have to get points on the board here. And look at that replay from Janiri. It's just two really nice turns.
Yeah.
And that came in at 5 points. So they actually rewarded the first wave higher. And this is the replay of Sky. And gets the one move and incomplete there. But back to my story. It's a great heat for the two young South Africans to prove themselves. You beat any one of these girls, Janiri or Sky, you're putting your name out there.
Definitely. And talking about those rankings, if you guys are unaware of what this contest entails and the results of this contest entails, so for our local Africa region of the WSL, this is a local qualifying series event to eventually qualify for that World Junior competition at the WSL. So, of course, for our traveling surfers, Yanire Gonzalez, Echebari, and Sky Brown, they're most likely going to be competing on that QS, that Challenger Series. They just want to get their feet stuck into the wax and get a few heats under their belt. For Louise and Leah Leprant, there's a little bit more at line. So they want to obviously get into the water. They want to surf the QS as well, but there's points on the line. So looking at the rankings, you guys can go take a look at all of this on the WSL app. If you go download that app, you can go look at all the leaderboards and rankings. Louise Leprant sitting at number 3rd on the rankings, 1,450 points. So she's right up there, Greg. And then Leah Leprant sitting down in 9th position with 700 points. That's on the local junior qualifying series rankings of the WSL for Africa. So a couple surfers, men and women, are going to be able to, pro junior women and men, going to be able to qualify for that World Juniors. So a lot at stake. It gives these surfers an opportunity to compete with the world's best, to get overseas, to start competing in events all around the world, the local surfers in Africa. So very vital points on the line here for the two Leprant sisters.
And you look at first and second on those ratings, we see a replay there. That was a nice vertical turn, not getting through under that one. First is Emily Jenkinson, second Anastasia Fenter.
Yeah.
And those two surfers will be coming up in quarterfinal 3 and 4, and their heats are absolutely stacked as well. So for all these surfers, there's a battle within a battle, as we mentioned. It's going to be really cool to see how it plays out. But basically, I think what we're saying here is if you're on the local Africa JQS series and you wanting to go to the World Juniors, the WSL World Juniors, you're going to have to beat some very strong names in this field to get there.
Oh yeah, definitely. It's not just local surfers, but you're going to have to get through some of the best junior surfers in the world. Watching that, head surfer in the blue, it's just going to be one turn off the top. So it looked like the last wave for green, Greg dropped in at a 4.0 for that one backhand turn. So trying to build is our Basque surfer in the green, Yanire Gonzalez Echebarri. She's currently in the lead, sitting with the heat total of 10.83, but not, well, behind her we got our surfer in the blue. She's looking for quite a decent score, an 8.5. So Yanire has got to be feeling confident out there. She's got to be feeling cool, calm and collected. She's building, and it's a fight for second at the moment is what we're looking at on our scores.
And up and riding, this is Louise Leprant. So the one turn there, Louise just seems to be battling to find that first opening turn with that, that big outside section. There was a bit of downtime on that wave. But once she gets that, there still is a bit of time. She can be lethal with that backhand, those backhand maneuvers. But she's going to have to start making a move pretty quickly, because surfers like a Sky Brown are going to be coming up with some big scores. And Janire Gonzalez Echebarri just seems to be running away with the lead at the moment.
Yeah, as we see a replay here, this is our surfer in the red, and just lacked a little bit of speed there. The wave didn't give her too much, but she did get a nice little turn off the top to end that one off. And just looking at the list of some of her previous results, Louise Leprant, she got a first place finish at the QS at the SA Open of Surfing. Of course, that was at the QS level. We are in the JQS at the moment. And she got a third place at the Cape Town Surf Pro, third place at the eThekwini Surf Pro. So quite a good run of events for Louise Leprant. And at the junior level, she's still looking to build. She got a third position at the Nelson Mandela Bay Pro Junior earlier this year, and a second position at the eThekwini Pro Junior. So she's actually, according to the schedule here, yet to get a big win in the Pro Juniors. She's done it on the QS level so far this year. So she is going to look for a good result here, is Louise Leprant, but she's got a bit to build on with 11 minutes remaining. Currently only got that score of a 2.37. She's going to lock in another one here. Well, that was the one that locked in, sorry. 2.37 for that last backhand turn for Louise Leprant.
Yeah, just not, there was no score on the outside on that wave. But lots of experience, Louise Leprant. I'll tell you, the Leprants, the family, do not miss an event. They surf every single event, every junior, every pro contest. As we see Leah now up and riding. Two-turn combo. So Leah actually holding on to second here. and that's going to help her situation. So the family, of course, the two sisters out in the water right now, Leah in second, Louise down in fourth, and brother as well, Luke Leprant. Big, strong surfer, Luke. I really like Luke, a good guy, and really like his surfing. There we go. Hold on. No. Oh, did she pop out? That's going to be an interesting talking point. But yeah, the Leprant family, my kids are good friends with them, and spend a bit of time with them at the events and that. Gave them a lift up here from Durban to Ballito. Had a good old chat in the car and a good couple of laughs, and yeah, they're very competitive. But when I say experienced, even though they're young, they surf every event, so they're used to surfing drills, lots of heats. So both these surfers will come fighting back in this one.
Definitely. So, just looking at a replay here, this was green, your heat leader, Yanire Gonzalez Echabari. I like the slow-mo there, Greg, and executed that one nicely. Looking at this replay, this is the two-term combo from blue, Leah Leprant. He's currently our second place surfer. And as you were saying, Greg, they're from just down the road in Scottsboro. They surf a lot of events at every single location around the country pretty much, and starting to get their feet into traveling outside of the country as well. And local break, Scottsboro, which is on the south coast of KZN. And I would say in terms of the conditions that they get in Scottsboro, a lot of the conditions that we get here on the north coast are fairly similar. It's powerful, punchy waves, and often these big bowling right-handers, barreling right-handers. And those two sisters, those two girls are really getting into surfing bigger waves, more powerful waves, and Ballito can offer that. So I think they'll be feeling at home here on the north coast. The Leprant sisters, and it looks like Leah currently sitting in that second position. The last score 357. She's going to go again here. Let's see what she can do here, Greg.
Oh, nice turn. Holds on to it. So she's building those scores, sitting in second place. And I tell you, Janira with that last wave of 717, that was one seriously big hit. And just the way she sort of rode out of that landing, we got to, we pick it up on our live screens, but from the beach you always get a slightly different angle to what we see. And when I saw that, I was watching it on the screen, I thought that's big. But in the distance, I could hear the crowd on the beach all going, making quite a noise. So I was aware that it was going to come in at a big number, because it would have had an even bigger wow factor on the beach than what we saw on the screen. And that did come in exactly that, as 717. Running away with the lead here now. And we've got last of blue came in at a 2.57. But look at this on the screen. Ooh, incomplete on that one.
Yeah, she just got slightly caught there. That was white, Sky Brown. She's been a little quiet so far. She's sitting with a high score of a 2.9, so she's looking to try and get back into the seats as the surf in the white, representing Great Britain. But yeah, as you were saying, Greg, that was a nice, big, strong, powerful turn, and they would have been thinking about the surfer in the green the last heat, Remy Ferry, with that big turn. So they really liked that one. A 717 was what they gave it, and they awarded it. So the judges enjoying that, the timing as well as the power that's thrown into that turn. And Sky Brown, she's just looking to hang on to build those scores. So right now she'd be thinking that she's got some catch-up work to do.
Yeah, she's definitely under a bit of pressure. You can see she's not comfortable with that fourth position. It's not somewhere she's used to being. She's probably a bit surprised that Leah, especially the younger Leprant, is having a good heat here. She's in second place, and we know what Louise can do. Janira is looking fairly safe with those two strong scores at the top. So it's going to be a battle for who can get something really good to hold onto and get into the second place position. I couldn't call it. I think it's all going to be dependent on that wave selection. Who's going to find that open face with something, a little bit of a wow factor in it.
Yeah, well, it's definitely a fight for second. Looking at our second place surfer, Leah Leprant, she's holding on to that second spot. She's looking for a 9.43 to move up into first. So green looking pretty safe sitting on the top there, Greg. And then Louise Leprant only looking for a 2.65 to jump up to second. White Sky Brown requiring a 3.25. Here's a replay from an earlier wave, and that was the one I think they were debating if she made that one or not. I don't think that it was complete. Would have been cool to see another angle. And there was another one there from blue, Leah Laprant. That must have been her last wave. It was a 2.57. And there's Louise Laprant hanging on to another one. So really great that we get these replays. Reminds us of what's happened. A little bit of a heat recap. And with just under 5 minutes to go, we are into the latter stages of this heat. So definitely, as we were saying, it's a bit of a fight for second right now. Louise Laprant only looking for a 2.65. Sky Brown needing a 3.25.
So we see now Louise in first priority as well. So she will have a chance to attack. But just off screen there, we did have first and second with Ride. So have they got better scores in their scoreline? Let's have a look. This is the replay. Leah Laprant in blue, up and riding here. Bit of a soft turn off the top and a snap to finish. So I wouldn't say it's going to be a huge number, but possibly going to replace that 2.57 in her scoreline. I don't think she's going to run away with it. No, there it comes in a 2.43. So yeah, as I mentioned, not too much big scoring potential on that. And of course, Janiri with a wave to come as well. So a spot, a little bit of a gap opening here for red and white to take that second. It's available for them, 3.5 minutes. They're sitting with red in first priority, white in second priority. And have a look here, red paddling, big paddle, time to shine if she wants to get through this one. Sets up the carve. She's going to have to do something impressive on the inside. Snaps up into that second turn. Again, not too much wow factor there. Looking for a 2.65. You know, you could debate it. I don't know. It's going to be there somewhere. I don't see a really strong score. It's not convincing for me.
Yeah, I think it's going to be tight. It's going to be tight, and it's her sister that she's trying to knock back into third position. So it's tricky. I wouldn't want to be the mom sitting on the beach.
Yeah, you're not. It's difficult. Who you're going to cheer for? But yeah, I think if she gets a score, it will be just there. Otherwise, it's going to be tight. And there it is.
It comes in at a 2.9, so she just gets that requirement, and there's a situation change. Louise Laprant pops up to second. Now Leah Laprant down to third. She's looking for a 2.83, so she's looking for a similar score to what her sister just found to jump back up into that second advancing position. White still down in fourth position, looking for a 3.51, and just over 2 minutes remaining. Ooh,
Wow.
we must have missed that one, Greg.
Yeah, there we go. Janiri just going for a massive turn. But having a bit of fun now. I'll tell you the danger for me for the Laprants, and this is both of them right now, is Sky Brown in white sitting in fourth, because she has first priority. And not looking for a big score at all by her standards, at 3.51. If she gets half a chance, she's going to get that number. So we'll keep an eye on that screen. Look, time is against Sky, but that priority is definitely a trump card, although she's obviously now paddled for a wave because that priority has been taken away.
Ooh.
So a mistake from Sky Brown. And she's, obviously made a priority error and now down in fourth priority. And watch how quickly those Laprants will move on to her to block her on the next wave.
Here's a replay from the last wave for Louise Laprant. That was the 2.9 that pushed her up to second. And then, wow, how was that wave from Yanira Gonzalez Echebari? That thing just dropped out completely. Just full commitment. Unfortunately, couldn't make it. So she is sitting pretty at the top of the leaderboard here. She's got a 7.5 that dropped in. Surf in the green, Yanira Gonzalez Echebari. I think we might have missed that wave, but it was definitely in the replay there. A 7.5 and a 7.17. So sitting with two strong scores in her scoreline, and there's just about 40 seconds, so under a minute remaining. Right now, Leah Laprant and Sky Brown, they're going to be hunting, looking for anything that can provide them with an opportunity. And here we go. It looks like Sky Brown might have had a wave here, Greg.
Yeah, we saw that score come in. It wasn't enough, just the 1.13. So it does look at this stage like Louise Laprant with not a good heat by her standards, to be honest. she's going to hold on to that second place. Janire Gonzalez Etzeberi. Write her name down. I think she's one of the
Yeah.
favorites to win this one.
Definitely. Very impressed having those two scores of 7-5, 7-1-7. She is going to take out the heat win here. Yanira Gonzalez Echebari. And looking forward to seeing her in the semis. That will be coming up a little bit later. So just watching our Surf in the Blue come in. So that's an official heat finish for the quarterfinal heat number 2 here at the O'Neill Smith Shapes Ballito Pro Junior. If you guys are just joining us, we hope you guys are having a good day. It's certainly a good day for us. We're watching surfing. We're down at the beach. And we are just going to cut just to a quick ad. We'll be with you guys shortly. Stick with us.
I'll just kill Amna until she comes.
Welcome back to the O'Neill Smith Shapes Ballito Pro Junior on the east coast of South Africa. Out in the water, we have heat 3 of the women's quarterfinal JQS. In this heat, we have in the white singlet, it's Annette Gonzalez Etzeberi. In the red singlet, Emily Jenkinson. In blue is Jasmine Fenter, and in the green singlet we got Kiara Fletcher. I'm Mike Frew. Joining me to talk you through this heat is Tasha Mentasti. Tasha, you've been on the beach for a couple of heats, checking out the conditions, calling scores for surfers. How's it looking out there?
Yeah, it's challenging out there, actually, Mike. It really is a little challenging. There's definitely scoring potential, but you've got to keep hunting and moving. We saw in the previous heat, surfer in green, actually the sister of the lady that's currently in the white singlet, she scored a 7.17, she scored a 5.83, but she got both those scores in 2 totally different places, and also on her forehand and her backhand. So there's definitely potential out there, but you've got to keep hunting and looking for it.
So, third quarter-final, Tash, and
Already.
2 slots up for grabs in the semi-finals. These are 25-minute quarter-final heats. 4 surfers in the heats, and 2 will progress. In this heat, quite a mixed bag in terms of seeds. We've got Emily Jenkinson. She's wearing the red singlet. Emily Jenkinson is number 1 seed on the Africa Junior Qualifying Series. Then we've got Jasmine Fenter in the seat. She's number 6. We also have Kiara Fletcher. Kiara Fletcher is 20th on the rankings. And then we also have an international competitor. It's Annette Gonzalez Etzeberi. Annette is from Basque Country and not one of the South Africans in the heat, obviously. Tash, talk me through how the rankings work, particularly with the juniors, when there's an international in the heat and the other 3 competitors are obviously fighting for qualifying points on the junior series.
Yeah, thanks. It's actually a nice point to highlight. So as a WSL Africa member, what that means is any WSL Africa event as a pro junior, you will earn points if you enter that pro junior event. For someone like Annette, who is a pro junior, but she represents a different region, she can compete in any other regional pro junior around the world. However, she's only there for the prize money. There's no points allocated because the points for this event, because it's an Africa event, are only for Africa members. And I think it's really clever to enter the pro junior because we've got a QS coming up and then the Challenger series. But the reality is you're just doing those reps in the water. You're getting into that rhythm. You're getting into that 25-minute rhythm. You're getting into being able to figure out the different banks on different tides with the winds. There's just so much learning that you can take out from surfing a heat or two.
So the three South Africans out there getting to surf against an international competitor. Emily Jenkinson now up and riding, opening up her account. It's her first wave in heat. It's quarterfinal number 3 of the JQS in the women's. Just a week ago, Emily took out the eThekwini Surf Pro. She was the winner there. She scored an 8.33 in the final. And so she comes into this heat with a lot of momentum and a lot of confidence from the eThekwini Surf Pro, which was held last week, probably 30 kilometers south of here on the Durban beachfront. It was a great event, and Emily taking the win. She is equal first at the moment with Anastasia Venter on the rankings. Anastasia took out the 2025 Nelson Mandela Pro Junior. So we've got the top 2 seeds still in the draw.
Yes.
And if you look at this, we've got the Emily Jenkinson and Anastasia Venter in the draw. So if they both make it through their heats, they could land up against each other in a semi-final. Is that right?
Yeah, correct. Anastasia actually coming up in quarterfinal number 4, so you are right there in that flow of the heat draw. Just something I want to talk about with Emily Jenkinson. I mean, for us locally in South Africa, she's not a new name. However, she did start competing pretty late, so she's had quite a short competitive career, but quite a successful competitive career. And I think when I look at her surfing, what is the point of difference to it all? And she knows how to generate her own speed really well. There's no dead time in Emily surfing. It's bottom to top, like we know with old Graham Hines, the OG. But there's also just that point of difference for me is watching some women surfing locally is she's able to generate and keep and maintain her speed, which we know speed, power, flow, part of the judging criteria. But then as surfers, Mike, we also know we need that speed to be able to get into those bigger turns.
So a level of spark there from Emily Jenkinson. Looking at this, it's a replay of the opening ride for Surfer in White. Actually, that's her second wave, Tash. So overall, the heat is counting down. It's a 25-minute heat, and we have just under 19 minutes remaining. Look at the early heat situation. We've got our international competitor, Annette Gonzalez Echeberry, in the lead, with Emily Jenkinson in second. Wow, look at that turn. That's what you were talking about. A well-executed bottom turn straight up at the lip and rides it out nice and clean, Tash.
Yeah, Mike, you know what it is? She's putting her board on the rail. And when you put your board on the rail and you don't have it flat, when it's on the rail, that water is moving underneath that board, which is actually giving you more speed. And you could just see she leaned into it, she compressed, and then there was that top turn that looked really strong.
This is Jasmine Venter, just a quick in and out. That wave's not going to offer up the scoring potential that she was looking for out there. Just having a look at the draw, Tash, another little interesting storyline that's developing is Janir and Annette Gonzalez Echeberry. They're on opposite sides of the draw, and Janir is through so far. She's through to the semi-finals. At this point of the heat, Annette, her sister Echeberry, is leading this heat. So could potentially have both of those sisters in the final because they're on the opposite sides of the draw. So some interesting sort of scenarios playing out as we get into quarterfinal stage. This is the last wave of Surfer in Red. It's Emily Jenkinson. Look how the fins come out on the bottom turn, showing full commitment on the bottom turn. On a surfboard, if you get that bottom turn right, it sets up the maneuver so well. It takes the speed and it takes the flow into that top turn. She times it well, and scores coming in for Emily. It looks like it's a
4.83.
4.83. So Emily Jenkinson now taking the lead from Annette Gonzalez Echeberry. The overall scores in the heat, if I can update you on the situation, we don't have it there on screen. Emily Jenkinson is in the lead. Annette Echeberry is in second. She needs a 4.34 to take the lead. At this point, Kiara Fletcher has priority, Tash. She needs a 3.03, and Jasmine Venter in fourth, looking for a 3.43. So we've got red and white establishing early dominance in the heat. That's Emily and Annette. while surfers in green and fourth really looking to get going still. Jasmine Fenter's just at a 0.5 and Kira Fletcher also a 0.5.
Yeah, I mean, I can't say it's early days because we're almost halfway through this heat, but both green and blue, Kiera Fletcher and Jasmine Fenter, they're definitely able to produce much higher scores. It's just about getting into that flow, you know, and sometimes when we're young, we look at our competitors, we get a little bit freaked out. When I was these young ladies' ages, we didn't have social media to really freak ourselves out. But I do think that there has influence in that regard sometimes, and you can kind of psych yourself out before even getting in the water. As a coach, I always say to the kids, you know, what can you control and manage? Because you can't control the surfers. What you can control is being present, being very aware of your surroundings, looking for waves, seeing if there's sets coming, and making that choice on your own to catch that wave. But there's no point in getting caught up in worrying about what your other competitors are doing because you've got no control in that regard. It's not an easy thing to switch off like that. However, the guys and girls that are getting it right are the ones that are focusing on what they can control and really just putting in the reps as well to get comfortable out of this break.
So Emily Jenkinson, not intimidated in the least. She's 15 years old. Jasmine Fenter in the seat is also 15. Jasmine is wearing blue. So two 15-year-old surfers. Then Annette Etcheberry is a bit older with a lot more experience, our surfer in the white singlet. Annette is 18 years old. And then we got Kiara Fletcher in the green singlet, our surfer with priority at the moment. Kiara is 17. So Emily and Jasmine, 15 years old, relatively new, as you said, to the junior series at this level and up and riding. That's our most experienced competitor in the heat. It's Annette Gonzalez Etcheberry, using that experience well on that bumpy onshore wave and getting 3 turns. That is definitely going to go into her top 2 Tash because she's carrying a 0.93 as one of her top 2 scores at the moment.
Yeah, and I think, Mike, you know, that other point of difference is the experience of surfing a lot of heats and more contests as you are a bit older, you know. Practice makes perfect. And even if you practice and you lose a lot of the times, you're still getting that practice in. I also say to the kids a lot of the time that there's a lot more losses than wins, so you need to get used to losing. But what you need to do, take a lesson from the loss and let it go. To hold on to that the whole time is unnecessary.
13 minutes remaining. We've got our situation back on the screen. So if you have a look there, that's our heat leaderboard. 13 minutes remaining. We've got Emily Jenkinson in the lead, surfer in red. Score has just dropped in for that last wave of Annette Gonzalez Etcheberry. It's a 4.83 Tash. That takes Annette into the lead now. So the leaderboard shifting around a little bit between Emily and Annette. Annette in the lead now, a 4.83 and a 3. Emily Jenkinson in second with a 4.83 and a 2.5. Those two surfers are the only ones with a score of real significance. Both of them have a 4.83. Bit of work now to be done by surfer in blue, Jasmine Fenter, and then the surfer in green, Kiera Fletcher. They've got a 2.1 and a 1.33 as their highest score. Bit of work to do there with 12 and a half minutes remaining. We've got ladies in the water here with a lot of experience in terms of wins as well. Emily leading, or Emily's in second now. She got knocked down to second after that last wave of Annette. But Annette's the 2024 Morocco Pro Junior winner. So she's won in Morocco. She brings the winning form here so far to this heat. And then we've also got Emily, who took out the eThekwini Surf Pro recently.
Yeah, and Mike, I think the difference is Morocco, a lot of Europeans. I mean, those pro juniors are massive. I think the boys are like a round of 128.
Wow.
The girls are a round of 64.
That's a lot.
We're coming in with a round of 20, sometimes 24. So there's a lot more competition in that regard. But it's fantastic for our girls to have these ladies coming early to Ballito and actually entering this pro junior. And I think that it's going to help our South African contingent. It really is, just to be in the water with them.
So 11 and a half minutes remaining. We've got Annette Gonzalez Etcheberry in the lead from Emily Jenkinson. Emily Jenkinson has priority. Tash Emily's surfing quite a smart heat. She's got a 4.83 and a 2.5 in second at the moment and holding priority with 11 minutes to go. Comfortable position to be in at this stage. The pressure is on young Jasmine Fenter and Kira Fletcher in third and fourth. That's our surfers in blue and the green singlets in screen at the moment. So they have a bit of work to do now in the last 11 minutes of the heat if they would want to advance through to semi-final stage of competition.
Yeah, you know, Mike, I mean, it's not like they've made an error, really. They actually just haven't, when surfing on a wave, they actually just haven't had a good quality wave to work with just yet. And that's been the point of difference. It is quite quick out there. We've still got a low tide.
Low tide's at
10:20.
10:22.
So 15 minutes till low tide. But what that's doing is sometimes shutting down the section quite quickly, or like we've seen there, it goes into a bit of deep water and it just kind of dissipates underneath your feet.
Here's a wave that's lining up for our heat leader. She opts not to take her priority on that one. So there's that saying, multiple, how does it go, Tash? Multiple peaks.
Multiple random peaks.
Multiple random peaks. I think that perfectly describes this morning because it's not a particular takeoff spot. So multiple random peaks, a leftover of the onshore wind that we had over the last 2 days. Low tide, as you were saying just now, at 22 minutes past 10. So it'll be smack bang in the middle of the next heat. This is the lowest that the tide will get today, and then the tide will start filling in all the way through till about 4:30 this afternoon. Super contestable waves out there. We've certainly seen a lot of waves ridden. One thing I noticed when I was on the beach during our break just now is that the sand is very shallow on the bank out there, and you don't see it from this angle on the camera, but you're duck diving a lot of waves to paddle out there, and I saw some of the youngsters get quite caught on the inside on that super shallow bank. So even though it's not very big, it is super consistent. And if you find yourself on the inside, it's taking a minute or two to paddle out at least. Emily Jenkinson now up and riding, Tash.
Yeah, she's found a little bit more wall to work with. You can see how her tail releases quite quickly. There was a little bit too much extension in her body, but she still completed it. The judges are definitely going to compare it to the previous heat. I think it was a 7.33. From Annette's sister. And yeah, I wanted to say, Mike, I have been absolutely grated by the sand after getting drilled out here in Ballito at Willard Beach. It doesn't look big, but there is power in this break, and especially with that easterly, it kind of pushes straight onto that shallow sandbank. So yeah, might not be big in size, but definitely has a lot of oomph in it.
So we see Emily Jenkinson after that wave paddling out. See how the water just washes her back. Look, she's actually going backwards now. It's so shallow there that it's probably about chest deep where she is right now, but it does have a lot of wash on that inside section. And so if you do get caught by the sets, it washes you across.
You can see how quickly she's moving.
You've got to kind of get towards the rocks where the rip is and then get out. Having a look at the overall heat situation, Tash, the heat seems to have gone by so quickly. Emily Jenkinson is now back in the lead with a 4.53 on her last wave. That's the one with the nice tail drift. She went up for the turn and released the fins at one point on the wave, and the whole board just drifted round. So a 4.83 and a 4.53 puts Emily back in the lead, and Annette Gonzalez Echebarry in second. What that does now, after that last wave of red, Tash, is quite a lot of, even more pressure now on Jasmine Fenter and Kira Fletcher. They've been in third and fourth since about sort of the 15-minute mark. But Jasmine manages to find the wave there. She may have, if she'd been able to capitalize on that closeout section, maybe get a turn up, she would have been in the game, but just timed the takeoff into the turn a little bit late.
Yeah, she was lacking speed. You could see she was trying. She could see that section coming at her quickly. She just didn't have the speed and momentum that she needed to go into that good closeout maneuver. It's interesting. We've got live action. So this is Kira Fletcher, but once again, also lacking speed. So almost forcing that turn off the top. It wasn't, it wasn't a driving through turn. It was almost a pivot because I've just got a quickly check turn, and that's not going to be scored well at all. But the one thing, here we've got the Dolphins. So
that's the Dolphins. They're visiting us. This is actually
every morning.
The tourism kind of name for this area is the Dolphin Coast of KwaZulu-Natal. And those dolphins come through a couple of times a day. You often see them in the morning going one way. You see them in the afternoon coming back the other way. Big pods of dolphins. Can be up to 300 dolphins in a big pod like that. Very common sight at this time of the year, midwinter on the Quarterfinal coastline. Quarterfinal, the presenting sponsor of this event. They've been having it here for many years. And the dolphins, those guys there, providing a big attraction for a lot of the tourists that come down to the Dolphin Coast of KZN.
Yeah, how lucky are we? So blessed.
You know what's so cool is when they come through when we're surfing, Tash, you'll know the best thing to do, it really makes your morning, you get off your board and you dive down as deep as your leash will allow you. Yes. And often you can actually swim among the dolphins like that, and it's just so cool hearing the squeaks and the sounds and the communication of the dolphins. And even if you don't have a good wave in your session, a swim with the dolphins makes your day. And it puts you on a buzz for the rest of the day, which is so rad.
Yeah, it's just stoked, you know. And people sometimes never get to witness this in their entire lives. So we really are very lucky to be surfers. I've always said that. I'm so happy to be a surfer. But I just want to say one thing. What I noticed with Emily Jenkinson, I was doing beach commentary. And in Heat 1, she went for a quick free surf, not long, 10 minutes. Came back and changed her fins. Interesting. And then we're seeing that release the whole time. It was almost like her third ride, the 4.53 that she scored. I thought it was quite extended with her body, but it's almost like she didn't expect her fins to release as quickly and easily as they did. But she definitely made a fin change before going into this quarterfinal number 3.
So for those of you watching online and following the surfers in the water, we don't have the scores on screen, but I can tell you that Emily Jenkinson in red is in the lead. Surfer in white, Annette Gonzalez Echaberry is in second, and she has priority. Chasing down the positions in third and fourth, Jasmine Fenter is in third. She's looking for a 5.73. That's our surfer in blue. And then surfer in green, Kara Fletcher, is in fourth, needing a 6.5. So red, Emily Jenkinson is in the lead, with Annette Gonzalez in white in second. Blue is looking for a 5.73. And our surfer in green looking for 6.5. We've got 4 minutes remaining, getting to the real sort of last sharp end of the heat. 3.5 minutes. There may be time, if you're very quick, to get 2 waves, if you're Jasmine Fenter or Kara Fletcher. But most likely with this amount of time, it's going to come down to 1 wave for each of those surfers to try and get into the advancing positions in the heat, Tash.
Yeah, and not just that. Blue is sitting with third priority, green with fourth priority. Okay, so both those girls third and fourth respectively. So they're really on the back foot with things. You can see here, priority is for Annette. She gets that first turn off the top. That's all that wave had on offer. But wanting to hold the position. So knowing I'm in second, and also probably hearing that Blue needs a 5.73, she's not going to let her go. So having to play that card, that priority card, with 3 minutes on the clock, and I thought it was a clever thing to do. You know, Jazzy Fenter, she might be the youngest of the Fenters, but she's been surfing with everyone for so long, and if that young lady finds a good wall to work with, she can do some damage.
This is Annette Echaberry. I really like how she controlled the board after the turn. And she had full control there, even adjusted it slightly on the way down. And with scores still to come in for the judges, this could potentially put her in the lead. A nice slow down version. Watch how the bottom turn again sets up that lovely top turn. So the reason the board flared out a little bit like that is just 2 of her fins actually popped out the back of the wave. The fins on the surfboard are there to help it retain control. And what happens is, as the fins come out the back of the wave, the board releases and becomes almost like a skateboard on the coping.
Yes.
And you saw a little bit of that in that top turn. So
But she had a lot of control.
she sure
we
did.
talk about that,
She
but there
sure
was so
did.
much control.
And her score comes in at a 4.67, so it puts her in the lead. So Emily Jenkinson now down to second, and Annette Echaberry is in the lead. So Annette's regaining the lead from Emily. Tash, the results of that now, it's really put pressure on surfers in blue and green. Their requirements has edged up ever more. Jasmine Fenter now looking for a 7.26 and Kara Fletcher an 8.03.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy. We're seeing that's Kara Fletcher now. That was wave number 6 for her, and that's definitely not going to be the 8.03. She's looking for an excellent score, and we actually haven't seen an excellent score in the women's division. We've seen it in the Pro Junior quarterfinals for the men, and it's going to be a big ask for these ladies with just 1 minute on the clock. It's interesting. Red, Emily Jenkinson holding priority. I want to see, Emily's so cool, calm, and collected. I don't often see the aggression in her. I want to see if she's sitting on blue and if she's going to hold that position and really try block blue off a wave, because blue has second priority. Jasmine Fenter sitting in fourth position now. My apologies, because last of green, Kira Fletcher, was a counter for her. It dropped into her top 2. This is little Jazzy Fenter now up and riding.
We've got 30 seconds remaining, so as we get to the last couple of seconds to close off the heat, an important score to come in for last of blue there. She required something close to the excellent range, Tash, in order to move into the advancing positions and get out of fourth place. Jasmine Fenter's scores drop in. It's a 187, not going to be enough for advancing. We're down to 10 seconds, so it looks like the heat will play out as it's positioned on screen. We close out the heat. That is quarterfinal number 3 of the women's division of the JQS at the O'Neill Smith Shapes Ballito Pro Junior. That was an exciting heat, some good surfing, and stay tuned watching online. We'll be back with the O'Neill Smith Shapes Ballito Pro Junior. Welcome back. It's the Ballito Smith Shapes Pro Junior here at Ballito on the north coast of KwaZulu-Natal in South Africa. In the water right now, we've got Heat 4. It's the quarter-final stage of the Pro Juniors. In the ladies, in red is Anastasia Fenter. In blue, Gabriella Herbst. Wearing the white singlet is Kiara Gold, and wearing green is Sophia Medina. I'm Mike Frew. In the booth with me for this heat, I've got Tash Mentasti. Tash, when I saw this on paper, I was kind of hoping that I'd get this heat. I've really been looking forward to it because we've got very interesting names in this heat.
Yeah, really, we say interesting, but exciting names.
Yes.
And yeah, it's great to have some of the international competitors come and enter the Pro Junior before the QS that we have and before the CS. So I'm too looking forward to witnessing what they can produce. I must say, Anastasia Fenter, definitely going to give them a run for their money if she gets the right type of waves. But live action right now, this is Sophia Medina. No introduction needed, as we know, the younger sister of Gabriel. But she's been coming to Ballito for a long time, Mike, and she really enjoys coming to Ballito. She enjoys just the temperature, the people, and also being able to surf a variety of waves along this beautiful Dolphin Coast.
We saw Sophia Medina get through quite a few heats in the Challenger Series event here in Ballito last year. Sophia is 20 years old, so this is her last year as a junior at the Pro Junior level. But looking at some of her highlights, she's had big highlights over her young junior career. She was the 2022 Pan American Surf Games winner. And along with Luana Silva, Sophia Medina actually got a wild card into the WCT Saquarema event last year. So young Sophia Medina knows what it's like to surf at the very highest level, the World Championship Tour. And then contrasted on the other side of this heat, wearing the red singlet, we've got Anastasia Venter. Anastasia Venter currently ranked number 1 on the Africa Women's JQS. And she took out the 2025 Nelson Mandela Pro, the junior win there. So we've got two very, very highly ranked surfers in red and in the green singlet there. And then in the middle of the heat, or in the other two positions, we've got Gabriella Herbst. She's an O'Neill team rider. Her best result is the eThekwini Surf Pro in 2024. She got an equal 5th there in the QS 1000 event. And then we've got young Kiara Gould in the seats as well. She's only 14 years old, Tash. And she is the youngest ever winner of a WSL event, the Nissan Supergirl Surf Pro. She came second in that WQS when she was just 13 years old. She's 14 now, so
Yep.
it was last year.
It was last year, and that Supergirl Pro, I mean, it's a woman-only event that's been going for years and years and years. It's some of the best that are able to compete there. And so it says a lot about her surfing, and I think also just the maturity of her surfing. Like you say, she's 14. She just almost just turned 14, and she really does surf with a lot of maturity for someone so young. Look, I think the difference is, me personally, I haven't watched a lot of her surfing. It's nice to see her down in Ballito, but live action now, this is Sophia Medina. Just strong surfing, you know, textbook almost. There's the two-turn combo, lots of control, was able to time it right where she pivoted off the lip. And it comes with experience, Mike, and not experience of winning a lot of heats. It comes from experience of losing a lot of heats. But she keeps coming back, which is a beautiful thing.
Sophia Medina has put in a lot of time here at Ballito. She surfed the junior events. She's 1 year, she surfed the Rookie Rippers. She has also surfed in the Challenger Series event, so she knows this break well. And that was actually her third wave of the heat. Lovely top turn, flares the tail out. The second maneuver for me, she hit the lip perfectly timed and got the tail out. Check this. Flares it round, throws a bit of spray in the air, and the judges reward her with a 6.33. So Sophia got a 0.5 on her first wave, a throwaway, a 0.87 on her second, which she wouldn't want to bank that one either. And then she follows it up with a third wave with a 6.33. So very busy. She got straight back out there. She knows what it's like to surf a heat in onshore Ballito here, and locks in a 6.33 to put her in the lead in the heat with 19 minutes remaining. The other two surfers that have had waves, Kiara Gould, she's at a 3.33, which will factor into her top two at this point. A decent opener, something to build the rest of a heat on. And then Anastasia Venter, just a quick in and out there, a 0.2. Tash, this is Anastasia up and riding.
Yeah, up and riding. Oh, another short wave for her, unfortunately. Choosing to go on her backhand on the left. Something I would have been interested to see is, where did Sophia catch that wave? Because it just seemed to have opened up a little bit more. Look, she had a lot of speed, and you could see even that first turn, she got the turn and she had to pivot and change her angle a little bit to get in that second closing turn. So just really quality and quick reactions, like muscle reaction. But I'm interested to see if she had sat super left where she is now, or did she move further south to the right?
We're waiting an opening ride from young Gabriella Herbst. She hasn't had an opening wave in the heat just yet, but on the board we've already got a score heading towards the better end of the scale, a 6.33 from Sophia Medina, and it's way better than what the rest of the girls have got in the heat so far. This is last wave of Surf in Red, Anastasia Venter. She did time that top turn a little bit wrong, but it all sort of started in the bottom turn, really. That bottom turn so critical to get that right to set up the maneuver.
Yeah, I think what we've got to remember, Mike, is almost low tide. Literally, it's just gone, 10:22, okay? What that's going to mean is we're going to see a shift and a change. Kiara Gould, she makes it look easy. So I'm not going to say that was an error at all, but definitely was able to get all three fins out. A little bit of a chop hop there, really. But just showing that she's got a box of tricks, a little bag of tricks to show the judges and to show the beach and the public.
You know what, Tash, if we are able at some point to see a replay of that in slow motion, I think she got the board out the water. Not high, there wasn't a lot of amplitude, but I'd certainly call that an aerial. Here we go. So she lines it up. She's got her eye on the section. Nice bottom turn.
Oh, she does. You're right.
And just rotates it out. So a nice little flared out frontside air. Gets the board right out the water. Not super high. She almost pivoted the board on the rail, but it was certainly out. Lands with some control. So let's see what the judges thought of that. A 3.33 on her opener. She could certainly threaten the lead now, held by Sophia Medina with that right, Tash. That was exciting. I like it.
Yeah, and very intentional. You
Yeah.
could see it wasn't just like, oh, surprise. She set up for that. She looked at that section, and that's what she was going for.
I think she knew she was going to pop something there in terms of a little bit of an air. It reminded me a little bit of that air we saw of Surprise Mapamulo earlier in the day. You know, we broke that air down. It didn't get a very high score. And looking at what the judges were looking for, it was really the amplitude. So although Surprise got in the air with that rotation, it wasn't scored, you know, into the excellent range, because I think they were looking for a little bit more height and speed and power in that. If you break down Kiera's one, it was impressive because she got in the air, but it really just the aerial came about because of the extension of the re-entry. So let's look at how the scores drop in. It's a 4.83, so she improves on her first wave. It's a 4.83. It's not the highest wave of the heat. Sophia Medina still has that one, but it's quite close now between first and second, Tash.
Oof, that was a sad one for Red. Anastasia Fenta, I mean, she had priority. We are not even halfway through the heat. She's not sitting in a good position right now, and she's just given her priority away with that committed paddle. So she needs to reset, really. Let's watch the youngster here, Kiera Gould. So gets the first. That tail is releasing really easily. That board looks nice. So much flow, quick reaction time, and she's definitely wanting to get rid of the 3.33 for wave number 1. I like her surfing, Mike.
Wow,
It's
I can't
exciting.
believe she's 14 years old, so she's new to the JQS, the Junior Qualifying Series. This is the O'Neill Smith Shapes Ballito Pro Junior. And what's the minimum age that you can enter these events, Tash?
So 13, but just watching this replay here, bottom turn into top turn, kind of had to reset a little bit, but saw that oncoming section and completed it, and that's what the judges are awarding. So let's see if she drops a 3.33. But Mike, just to go back to your question, the minimum age is 13, and then even as a 13-year-old, we still need to receive confirmation from your parent or guardian to say that you're aware that your youngster is competing. And the main reason being, can you imagine Kiera Gould coming up against someone who's 19, maybe even turning 20. Well, it's actually right here. She's coming up against Sophia Medina, you know. If we talk about the boys as well, Marcello Zeddy coming up against someone like Connor Schleipen. There's quite a big gap in that age division in that regard. But yeah, we do have a minimum age of 13, and we do need parental approval.
So there's a six-year age gap in our surfers in first and second on your screen at the moment. So we got one of our youngest competitors, Kiera Gould. She's in the lead because her last wave, the one with the 3 turns that you like, Tash, it scores a 6. And then her backup wave, the one with the little aerial maneuver, that's a 4.83. So Kiera Gould in the lead with a 6 and a 4.83. Sophia Medina has the highest single wave of the heat, a 6.33. She's going to look to improve on that 2.77 to keep the threat away from surfers in red and in blue. Anastasia Fenta, she's the highest ranked South African in this heat. She requires an 8.3, Tash.
Oh, well, look, she both those scores on her board, on her scorecard, are not counters at all. So, yes, she needs an 8.43, but there's actually enough time to find 2 average scores, 2 5s, and you're back in the game.
And then Gabriella Herbst, we await the opening up of the account for our surfer in blue. This is our current heat leader, Kiera Gould.
Just lovely.
She really surfs with a lot of flair, great transitions between her turns, and in almost every maneuver, she manages to get the tail out, which it gives it that lovely drifting effect, and it almost puts an exclamation mark on the maneuver as she flows into the next one. And a great, confident heat surfed so far by Kiera Gould.
Yeah, and just no dead time, Mike. Her board looks exceptional. I mean, I'd love to go and look at it and see what it's all about, but there's just no dead time. She's not slowing down. She's maintaining her speed through every maneuver. There's a variety of maneuvers. She's keeping busy as well. She's not sitting and waiting.
Kiara Gould, her score's dropping in. It looks like she could extend her lead here quite significantly, Tash. Her wave drops in at a 5. So that extends her lead. Sophia Medina on a 6.33 and a 2.77. Sophia would require a 5.47 or better to take back the lead. Anastasia Fenter is in third, requires an 8.3.
Can you just see how washy it is on screen right now? So we've hit the full low tide mark. The ocean is going to have to swing around, and we're going to see water filtering back onto that sandbar a little bit later. But there's a lot of movement out there. There really is. So, you know, sometimes, especially if you're on the back foot, you're going to feel a bit lost. And kind of just questioning, doubting yourself a little bit, especially when you're starting to see white all over the place. I mean, she hasn't stopped.
So we looking at the heat. Anastasia Fenter is in third, looking for an 8.3. Looking at the priority out there, Tash. Anastasia Fenter had priority. Prior to that, we've just saw on screen. Then we saw Sophia Medina and Kiara Gould. We haven't seen a feature in the heat yet. Surfer in the blue singlet, Gabriella Herbst. I question whether she's actually out there, because when priority has shifted to blue, we've seen it actually hasn't come up on the board. So not sure if our surfer in blue is out there or not.
Shame. I'm thinking, I wonder if she's writing an exam.
So
We've had a lot of exams with these pro juniors.
you know, we had Josh Malherbe. He got through a heat earlier. He had a clutch win right at the end.
Yes.
He wrote a 4-hour exam yesterday. I'm staying with Paul Canning, and his son Matt has written an exam every day this week. So a lot of the surfers having to juggle schoolwork and surfing the Rookie Rippers and the JQS here this week.
It's a lot for teenagers. It's a lot for the grommies, and it's probably a lot for the parents as well. And then these kids are coming and performing in this time frame. So sure, big ups to all the competitors and pro juniors here, and I hope exams have gone well.
So the way it's kind of worked out is earlier in the year, the WCT events are established. From there, the Challenger Series and QS dates are locked in. And then from there, Surfing South Africa establishes their dates. And this year just so happens that these events do finish in the last week of school. The schools break up this week Friday, and then they're into a 3-week July holiday. And yeah, like as you say, they are having to balance a little bit of schoolwork and athletic performance in the same week.
Yeah, you know what the thing is, especially with the Ballito Pro, you were saying it's a 15-day beach festival. It's the biggest beach festival on the African continent. It's also one of the oldest professional surfing events in the world, compared to competing with bowls. But I think we're into our 59th year or 57th year with this event. It's grown over years, 56th year, my apologies, but it has grown. It's grown from a men's-only event in 1969 with Gunston 500 earning 500 Rand into a 15-day biggest beach festival in Africa. And, you know, the one big thing is, like you were saying, Mike, it's championship tour dates and calendar set first, okay? That's like our elite, it's our F1, really, if you want to look at it like that. Then it's Challenger Series, those dates are set. And then from the Challenger, we work off these events, but the problem was we couldn't do it after the Challenger dates. We had to push it before. And yeah, unfortunately, this year not working out as well as it could have, maybe for the parents and for the competitors and the stress levels with exams and tests. But they've done a great job, and I do know that organizers on the ground, they do take into consideration if kids have exams, and they try the best of their ability to make sure that the schedule works to be able to support everyone.
To accommodate them.
Yeah.
Let's have a look at what's happening out in the water there, Tash. There's 7.5 minutes remaining of this 25-minute heat. Kiara Gould is in the lead, a 6 and a 5.8. In second is Sophia Medina, up and riding now. So Sophia looking to get a score of a 5.47 or better to try and get back into the lead. And then the pressure on this young lady at the moment, it's Anastasia Fenter. So Anastasia riding out of that one. Tash, that is certainly going to be her best wave of the heat so far because she had a 1.1 and a 0.8. So it's taken her around 20 minutes to really find her feet out there, and she finally does on that wave. So there's a little bit of a better building block now to put onto the leaderboard for her and to try and establish a something to build off to attack that second place held down by Sophia.
Yeah, you know what, time is starting to wind down though, and if I had to compare wave number 2 of Kiara Gold, the 4.83, and compare it to Red's last ride, I don't know if it's going to even get into that average range. Almost a little bit mistimed, like yes, complete turn, but just mistimed a little bit with that lip. And I'm looking forward to seeing what the judges put down for last of Red, just to really get an idea of where we're at. 6 minutes remaining. We are clearly into the back end of quarterfinal number 4, moving straight into semis. This day is moving quickly, Mike. And there you go. We're starting to see scores drop in. You are going to see it on your screen very shortly at 3.23.
So good breakdown there, Tash. You called it quite well in comparing it to that second wave of Kiara Gold. It was a 3.23. Importantly, though, Anastasia is in the game here. There's 5.5 minutes remaining with the number of waves coming through and looking at how many waves the surfers are catching in the heats. Theoretically, she could still catch 2 waves. Her requirement is now a 5.88. So she was in that 7-point range, the high 7s. It's now 5.88, which is much more manageable as we go into the last 5 minutes. Our surfer in red, Anastasia Venter, she's the only South African in the heat. We've got Kiara Gold and Sophia Medina, our international competitors, holding down 1 and 2. So Anastasia will have a lot of support on the beach, a lot of people tuning in from around the country to support Anastasia and hoping that she can get
on the beach.
hoping that she can get that 5.88 with just 5 minutes remaining.
Yeah,
bit of work to do.
But you know what? We had Medina and Green in screen, and she's now paddled off. Okay, so she's going to go sit on red for sure.
For sure.
Medina, no stranger. Oh, maybe I'm wrong. But Medina, no stranger to these setups, also having a very experienced brother as a multiple world champ. You've seen heats, you've seen how to work heats, and I know that Sophia Medina, in her cool, calm, casual demeanor, is she's definitely determined out in the water, and she wants to win.
4 minutes on the clock, the pressure on Anastasia Venter. But you know what? There's a reason that she's number 1 on the series. She's won events like this before. Those wins, like you say, Tash, come with many losses. And she's a smart competitor.
She's not going to give up.
She won't give up, and she'll have that pressure from Sophia. But they're in second and third priority. A comfortable position to be in this heat is what our surfer in white is in. She has priority. She's in the lead. She can take any wave she wants, and she can really just work the next 3.5 minutes to lock down that score. Right, there's a paddle. So Anastasia Venter actually manages to get that wave under priority, but critically she falls off. So she's not going to get the opportunity on that wave to beat this lady and take away that second place at this stage. And Sophia Medina goes confidently into that turn. So Anastasia coming unstuck. She was very clever to get that wave. She managed to get it away from Sophia under priority, which is difficult.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, just not able to capitalize on that wave face. Came a little unstuck, and could be a little bit of pressure. I wouldn't call it desperation, but certainly the pressure is now on. You know you've got to get a score. That creates a little bit of anxiety. It creates a little bit more nerves, and as a result, sometimes it can result in falling off the board or not surfing to your full potential, because it's kind of playing in your head right now. You need that big score. You want to get into the semi-finals of this competition. It's a major event for the juniors. So Anastasia Venter will have another chance. She's in second priority, and if you have a look there, Kiara Gold is nowhere near her.
Yeah.
So if a wave does come through Tash, Anastasia will certainly have the opportunity. Sophia Medina's score dropping in. We're still waiting for this. This is the first wave of Anastasia Venter.
Yeah, you know what? Nice setup. It was looking good. There was the lip, and you're right. She pushed it too hard. She actually almost just went a little bit too hard when she should have just held back a little bit. Watch the difference. She pushes, but turns just before the lip.
Keeps it in control.
Yeah, there's more control. I wanted to say quickly before this heat ends, it's an important result for Anastasia because top 2 women and top 2 men of this Pro Junior rankings for Africa get to represent Africa at the WSL World Junior Champs later on, December 24 or January 25. And this is stop number 3 of 3. So,
She's leading at the moment. She's equal first with Emily Jenkinson. So
we did lose Lily Heaney, which was sitting in 4th, but Lulu Lepront sitting in 3rd rankings at the moment has advanced to semi. So it's going to be interesting. We have live rankings, so we'll be able to see what's going on if you log into the WSL app or worldsurfleague.com.
we've got 1 minute remaining. Kiara Gold surfing a really confident heat. The youngest competitor in the heat at only 14 years of age, has an 11.0 total. She holds the lead over Sophia Medina. Sophia Medina's last wave, that one that she just got straight after the one of Anastasia Fenter, scores a 5, so it improves her situation. So that 5 now makes the requirements a little bit harder for Anastasia Fenter. Tash, Anastasia Fenter's requirement goes up to an 8.1. The turning point for her, I think, where if you had to analyze it, if she does lose and say, where did she lose the heat? It'll come down to that one turn, potentially.
Yeah, definitely. That's a definite factor. For me, it's also starting late. We've only really seen Anastasia get going, and we can't even say get going. Her highest score at 3.23. That's not what she's about. There's a lot more to Anastasia Fenter. Very talented young lady.
Have a look at the screen. There's 10 seconds remaining. Is Anastasia going to get one last opportunity? There was 7 seconds remaining, Tash. Yeah, we go. She's paddling really hard. Oh, she doesn't get on it. So it doesn't look like Anastasia is going to be able to make it out of this heat. And she slaps the water in frustration. Unfortunately going down, but great surfing there from Kiara Gold and Sophia Medina, using their international experience to take the win there. Stay tuned. The O'Neill Smith Shapes Ballito Pro Junior will be right back.
And welcome back, guys. This is the O'Neill Smith Shapes Ballito Pro Junior. And we are really excited. We are moving into our semi-finals of our Pro Junior men. I'm being joined in the booth here with Greg Emsley. And we have got another stacked heat on the list. So introducing these surfers out in the lineup. Greg, we've got Connor Slipen, number 1 on our WSL Regional Africa Junior rankings in the blue. Ben Esterhuizen, number 2 on that same rankings. We have also got Logan Tilsley and Luke Tima. So that tees us up for another great heat. Welcome if you guys have just joined us. We are tuning in from sunny Ballito in South Africa on the north coast of KwaZulu-Natal. And we are really excited for the heat coming up next.
Talk about heat. It is hot out there. It's hard to believe it's the winter months here along the Dolphin Coast. Really warm. We've actually got what we call a berg wind. It's a hot wind that comes off the Drakensberg Mountains. You can see it's got a northwesterly direction to it. So it's almost offshore, cross-shore. It's cleaning up our ocean, but that is the wind that precedes the southwesterly wind. So we'll see this offshore coming, and then eventually the wind will swing around to the southwester. But certainly cleaning up the ocean. It looks good. It's a great day out there, nice and warm, up and riding. This is Slipen on that first wave.
Oh, here we go, Connor Slipen, and that is a completed maneuver there to end off. So 2 nice looking turns on the backhand. That wave had a little bit more size. It had a bit more of a crunchy end section, and he tags it to finish off. So He locked in a very small 0.77, and that's his second scoring wave. Greg, he has been carrying lots of momentum through the season. He's already got a couple wins on the QS, a couple wins on the JQS. He's representing on the Challenger Series, and he's looking confident to potentially advance through to the finals. That was a pretty decent looking wave to start off.
Yep, well, it's the first well-ridden wave in the heat, you could say. So you'll probably look at a nice round number to come in, and that's the Connor I know, gets a start, gets busy. So I wouldn't be surprised if it's a good old round, sort of 5 or something, and that will be a decent start for him. Interestingly enough, just having a look at this lineup, Connor, he's quite a light surfer. He's only about 67 kgs, but for how light he is, he rides a surfboard that's about 25 litres, which is actually quite a bit of foam for a lighter surfer, and straight up and riding again. You can see there's a bit of thickness in that board. Only a 5.7, but it's got a bit of literage, so he does power it around, and it's a rounded pin, good wave surfboard model. So it's interesting that he's taken to that board. It's the K3. Looking at this replay, I love that second extended turn. I reckon that's a good combination. Just thinking about that score, maybe even coming higher than a 5. Let's see where they go with it. But judges will watch their scale, considering it is the semi-finals. Getting back to that board, the K3 Takora model that Connor is riding, it's, because he's light enough, he can ride a good wave board. He doesn't need to get a small wave board. And, really working it nicely. What I like about it, when he does get those turns and the speed, they really are good rail turns. So looking good for Connor.
Yeah, 100%. It looks like he's really just connected to his equipment. He's looking confident on those K3 boards, as you were saying, Greg. And we are still waiting for that number to drop in for first of blue, Connor Slipen. Of course, he is from Cape Town, so South African surfer just down the road, and one of his local breaks is Landudno. And very, very similar, just a very crunchy end section there. And it definitely helps in conditions like this. Of course, this is warmer water, so he'll be feeling even more relaxed to the colder waters of Landudno. As we see that score drop, and it comes in at a 5.17. So that was the opening score for blue, Connor Slipen, the Cape Town surfer. And he's just taking another look, and he's going to look to operate under priority. And often surfers with the caliber of Connor Slipen have got a lot of advantages when they are under priority. But let's just cast our attention. And that was blue, Luke Tima.
What? Luke Tima on that last one. That was 2 heavy combinations. We saw him in the quarterfinals do a similar combo to that, getting into the excellent range. Are we going to see him go straight into the excellent? And contrast to what we see from Connor, 2 different surfers. Luke Tima is close on 80 kgs. He's a big boy. He's actually sporting a knee brace. I did notice on his warm-up, he was hunting those, looking at those right-handers, and we see up and riding, that is Logan Tilsley. But Luke Tima, he's a very interesting setup down here. He's got every bit of equipment. He's riding a Takoro at the moment. His shape is Takoro. But in his quiver down here, he's opted for a squash tail. He's got the large JS fins. His backup board, he's got 2 backup boards. One of them's also a thruster, but with a rounded pin, also with the large JS fins. And then he's got a 5.7 quad Takoro, so a carbon fiber. So he's got something which looks like it's the quad for if the waves really get small, say maybe for the finals or something, he's ready for that. So he's got 3 very different boards for these conditions. So he's pretty set up for the day.
Yeah, 100%. The 19-year-old surfer from the North Shore of Oahu. And we're going to anticipate that score to come in for Luke Tima, the Hawaiian surfer, one of the international surfers in the field here at the O'Neill Smith Shapes Ballito Pro Junior. And of course, we're going to see him late in the QS and the Challenger Series as well. We've got some live action here. This is Connor Slipen. Nice opening turn. Some textbook stuff there. And slash in the pocket. He's going to look for a big finish, Greg.
Oh, I love that wave all day long. I talk about one of Connor's strengths, progressive, innovative surfing. But that last wave was point break surfing. That first bottom turn, leaning over that rail, deep on that bottom turn. And we'll take note on the replay how vertical he got, because he got exceptionally vertical on that first turn. Oh, lovely turn from Ben Esterhazy, and comboing it up as well. And that's a good ride for Ben. But I think Connor's last wave and Luke Teemer's first wave, I think they are talking points. They are going to be scores that are right up there in the excellent range. Very well put together waves. To me, they're showing the field what top junior surfing looks like.
Definitely, the judges have got their work cut out for them. So we're going to wait for a score for the surf in the white. That was Luke Teemer, and he's possibly eyeing this one now. And we've definitely seen an improvement in the conditions, that's for sure. Looking at that one, he's just going to climb the foam. And this one is going to potentially stand up through the inside on that lower tide. Little wrap in the pocket. And he's not going to find the finishing section, but we've got some good scores that are going to come in very soon. We saw Ben Esterhazy with a nice, big, beautiful backhand turn as well, and he's been rewarded for turns like that in the past. And then, of course, that well-surfed wave, as you were saying, Greg, for Connor Slipen. So I'm excited to see as these scores drop in on our screens. With 16 minutes remaining, we see a paddle from Blue.
Yep, Connor's going to look to go to the air, and he rides out of it. So this is what I like from Connor, when he puts some scores on the board early and gets a chance to really open up. But basically showing the judges, what do you want from me? Do you want rail surfing, tight vertical maneuvers in the pocket? Do you want airs? Tell me what you want. I'm giving it all to you. Give me the scores and I'll surf to your criteria.
Well, it's difficult to not agree with him on surfing like that. So 2 waves to lock in for Blue, Connor Slipen. I just love how he mixed it up. Like you were saying, there was more point break-esque, some nice carves on that last wave with a strong finish, and then the progression, nice and tail high, spun it around, air reverse, completed that maneuver, and then another slash on the inside. So Connor Slipen is carrying some good momentum into the semi-final heat number 1, and we will have some scores dropping in shortly on our screens with 15 minutes remaining.
I'm interested to see where we're going with those scores, and I'm sure the listeners are too. As we see, this is Tilsley. He's battled to get a start, yeah? Oh, big goofy footer, 78 kgs as well. Just 15 years old.
Wow.
So he's still gonna pack a punch for many a year. But back to those opening of Luke Teemer in white and that well put together wave of Connor. For me, those 2 waves are the talking points. Where are we going with it? I think Luke Teemer, I wouldn't be surprised if it's the highest wave of the heat. I can see why, because it was 2 very strong combos. But personally, as a judge, just because of being old school, I love how Connor put that other wave together, how he drove over the rail, and just the flow and the timing was perfect. But I just think the intensity of White's wave will put it a bit higher. But both scores are going to be at excellent or very close to it.
Yeah, here we go. Just the replay for Connor Slipen. That was that tail high reverse, some progression there. And that is a difficult maneuver to land and complete. And he just throws another statement on the inside. And the last score for White does come in. The Hawaiian surfer Luke Teemer at 8.17. So up into the excellent range, Greg. Last of Blue, or second to last of Blue, is 6.83. So a pretty good number there for Blue. Looking at this replay for our Hawaiian surfer in the white.
Yeah, so, Luke would have felt very good on that first wave. He knows he's getting a good score. So this wave to me was just surf it, back it up, put a second score on the board, put pressure on the competitors. He would have felt he's probably close to excellent on that first one, and backing it up very quickly.
Definitely. So trying to just get something else on the board to back up that 8.17. An excellent ride. That's the highest score of the heat so far. The Hawaiian surfer from the North Shore of Oahu, 19 years old. He's one of the more experienced surfers on the list here, along with Connor Slipen. And then, of course, the 2 younger surfers in the red, Ben Esterhazy. Don't count him out. He locked in a 5.93. And backed it up with a 2.67. So red is in third. And then our surfer in the green, Logan Tilsley. Greg, we saw what he did in the last heat. He dropped an excellent number in one of the previous ones. So he's definitely got what it takes as well. He's been impressing me. We got 12 minutes remaining in the heat. And that last score for white did drop in. It was a 4.67. That's a 4.67 for last for white. Meanwhile, we'll get another replay of that, hopefully. That was the surfer in the red, Ben Esterhazy, looking to improve upon his scores.
Yeah, Ben just incomplete on that last wave. Ben did well on his third wave, getting the 5.93. He's just touching on that good score from Connor Schleipen, where he got a 6.83. So just behind him, but at least within grasp. He's not letting the two surfers in white and blue run away with it. But Logan Tilsley, looking forward to him getting going. Bit of a slow start for him here. He's been impressive in this event, and I'd like to see him get those opportunities with those big backhand turns he has. Logan, as I mentioned, a strong boy, 78 kgs, and sure, he can pack a punch in those turns.
Yeah, resembles more of a rugby player, but he just throws those big hooks in place when he gets given the right wave. So I agree with you there, Greg. Exciting to see what he possibly has with 11 minutes remaining. Watching this, he's going to look for that ramp. Big launch.
Oh! Ooh. Just losing it on that landing. Hard work was done.
And another one.
There we go. So that was a tail high reverse from Luke Thiemer.
Man, he didn't have much speed going to that, but somehow just managed to spin it around and make it. So some good balance and core strength being shown there from the Hawaiian surfer in the white. And he's currently sitting in second, even with that 817. There was that other number that dropped in for blue. Connor Schleipen was a 613. So blue sitting with two scores, a 683 and a 613. Two pretty solid scores there. But with the likes of white, he's only looking for a 4.79. And that score from the aerial is going to come in shortly. So I'm not sure. Will it be enough? He didn't really go into it having lots of speed, but I liked the control that he had over the finish. And he definitely showed a lot of core strength to pull that one around.
Also, did he get a turn before that? We only saw the end of that wave. I'm not sure if he did manage anything before that. If he comboed it up, that would be a different talking point on the score. But definitely looking relaxed and calm is Luke Thiemer. He's feeling confident out here. This is a good builder for him, this event, as he heads towards the QS tomorrow, of course, and then into the Challenger.
Definitely. And if you guys are just tuning in, this is a nice long week. It's the biggest surf festival in Africa. So we got the next 11 days or so that will be on the beach here at Willard Beach in Ballito. So just a replay, and just huck the fins out into the flats of the wave. Just manage to spin it around. Nice slow-mo replay there given to us. So that score is about to come in, and it's going to be tight, Greg. He's looking for a 4.79. It comes through to 5.37. So situation change there. Surf in the white, Luke Thiemer, the Hawaiian surfer, moves up into first with a heat total of a 13.54. And our surfer in the blue, Connor Schleipen, drops down to second. So now Connor's looking for a 6.72 to jump back up into first. And he's up that requirement for Ben Esterhazy in the red. Red now looking for a 7.03, and green still stuck in that combination of a 12.96. So controlling the heat right now, the two experienced surfers. Luke Thiemer in the white, Connor Schleipen in the blue, are the two older surfers and most experienced. And they are showing the younger guys how to do it at the moment with 8 minutes remaining.
8 minutes, crazy. This heat's flown by. It just feels like so action-packed in the start. There's been loads of waves. If you look at your screen, Connor Schleipen on 8 waves. We've got Ben Esterhazy on 5 waves. So, yeah, lots of surfing happening. We just saw Connor quickly on a wave there again. Bit of a left-hander there, but really enjoying how nice and offshore these waves are looking. The faces are cleaning up. We see, look here, up and riding. Oh, that's a heavy hit. He rides out. Logan Tilsley, so it has worked for him, those big hammers. I tell you, I reckon from the beach view, the judge's view, that's almost straight in front of them. That's going to look impressive. You can hear a bit of noise, background noise coming from our beach. They sounded like they enjoyed that turn. Will Logan Tilsley be back in this one? I believe he will.
Ooh, yeah, that was a beautiful turn. As
Look
you can
how
see,
steep this section is as well.
check out that spray.
Wow.
Compresses, lands it, and that was a heavy hitter there, Greg.
That's definitely going to fetch him a number that's going to put him with a shot at attacking those first two advancing positions. So waiting for that, but committed surfing, that timing, placement, and the judges have been rewarding that, those heavy turns with a big spray, rotating the board, and then also the free fall out of the lip. It all makes it a bit more dramatic, a bit of that, what we call the wow factor.
Definitely. We saw it in the women's division, the pro junior women's division earlier. Surfers like Remy Fari and Yanire Gonzalez Echebari getting those scores just with those big one-turn maneuvers. And I have no doubt that that's going to help his situation, get him out of that combination of a 12.96. And there's still time. It's only your top two scores that count. So the top two that will help you advance through to that next round. So that might just be a keeper for green. And this is just a replay.
This is Connor going for the rotation. Oh, that's a nice reverse. Doesn't ride out. So the question I'm asking, what is the biggest turn of this heat so far? For me, it's surfer and green. One single maneuver, but the biggest turn of the heat. As we see live action, up and riding, tail high reverse, and gets the landing. So Luke Tima looking very happy with that. And tell us what we're seeing on the scoreline.
Yeah, Greg, that score did come in for green at a 7.5. So that is a really good one in his scoreline for Logan Tilsley. We saw what he could do, and we were waiting for that. And he had a big one. I would definitely want to say one of the biggest, if not the biggest, turns of the heat at a 7.50 for that one big up right in the lip maneuver, power, compression, and he rode out of it clean. So that's going to help him in his scoreline. We saw a wave there from Luke Tima. He did another air reverse. Yesterday, here's a replay. He did one similar to this, maybe on a bit of a bigger section. So this also nice and lofty, getting some good air there, spins it around, eyes the landing, sticks it. So that it might help his scoreline. His low score was 6.30, so I'm not sure what the judges are thinking on that. It could potentially be up there or just under. We'll see what they think. He is currently in the lead, the Hawaiian surfer Luke Tima, and he's just building upon those scores. And it did come in at a 6.30 for that air reverse. So that does go into his top two. So that does mean Connor Slipen's in second, looking for a 7.65. And Ben Esterhazy now looking for a 7.03. But Logan Tilsley only looking for a 5.46 to jump up to second. So is he going to throw a spanner in the works here, Greg?
He certainly plans to. And we see a rider up there. Interesting to note that last wave of Luke Tima coming in at a 6.3 for that air rotation. I mentioned that he's wearing a knee brace. That knee brace actually looked like it was coming loose on that turn. You saw some straps hanging off it and it looked a little bit uncomfortable. So he's going to obviously need to go and check that out. But yeah, certainly not affecting his surfing. Still managing with all that going on to get some solid air reverses and looking comfortable out there.
Yo, that's some good analysis there, Greg. Seeing that. That's why I need you here in the booth with me.
He's actually talking to, I think he's talking to Logan there. I'm pretty sure I saw him sort of tightening it up again, having a good chat. These are also tactics, though, that, he probably feels he's in advancing and he's chatting to Logan. It's a good way to put the guy chasing a score off a little bit, not think about the time. And next thing you know, there's only a minute left and you've lost focus. So maybe putting a bit of pressure on the youngster, Logan Tilsley. And Logan's sort of seeing this chap from Hawaii. Oh, that's a cool guy to chat to. Oh, let me have a good word. Oh, where are you from? Oh, da, da, da. Next thing you know, 30 seconds remaining, and you're still needing a score.
Yeah, with just under 3 minutes remaining, he's going to have to cast his attention on the waves here. Is Logan Tilsley. He's currently sitting in that second priority. What that means is he is second to choose a wave or possibly paddle for that wave. At the moment, it is red. Ben Esther is in priority. So he's got first choice to the way that rolls through the lineup, has red, but green in second priority. Red is looking for a 7.03 to advance. Green looking for a 5.46. So enough chat. You can see Greg, he's moved off a little bit to the right. He's now hunting for that wave. And maybe a wise choice there from Logan Tilsley with 2 minutes remaining.
Yep, he's just probably said to Luke, you seem like a nice enough chap. But I'm a bit busy with something at the moment. We'll chat later.
Said, cheers, I'll see you in the North Shore winter.
As long as you give me a wave at Pipe, we can chat some more.
Yeah. So just under 2 minutes remaining in this one, the semi-final heat number 1. So if you guys are just tuning in, welcome. This is the O'Neill Smith Shapes Ballito Pro Junior. Huge thank you to our presenting sponsors here at the event. Of course, O'Neill and Smith Shapes, Geordie Smith, as well as his father, Graham Smith. Now one of the biggest surf brands in the world, biggest board shaping brands in the world, Smith Shapes. So we appreciate all of their support for the local surf scene and the contest scene. And just a little bit of a recap on this one. We've really seen some good surfing here from Luke Thiemer and Connor Slipen, our surfers in first and second. But Greg, up and riding, this is an important wave for green.
Yep, Tilsley up and he's down, so pressure just getting to him. I just felt that wave didn't open up enough at the start, so he sort of had to do that set-up turn and arrived a bit late at the finishing maneuver. It looks like Ben Esterhazy also used his priority there, also incomplete. So watch the move now from white and blue. They'll quickly move on to their competitors here, make sure that they don't have any opportunities. Connor Schleipen now riding this one, he'll bring it to the beach. Oh, goes for the reverse on the backhand. Doesn't ride out, but in a solid position is Connor Schleipen. And, you know, he's just built enough pressure on both Tilsley and Esterhazy to let them make a few mistakes, because they still do require fairly decent scores to get through.
Yeah, and this one winds down with just a few seconds on the clock. Connor Slipen in the blue, going to head in, and he's currently looking safe in that second position. Not sure if there was any opportunity. It doesn't look like it, but great camaraderie there. Now it's the two friends. They spent some time talking. So Luke Thiemer in the white is going to advance through with Connor Slipen in the blue. And we are going to be right back with you guys. Please stick with us shortly. And welcome back, guys. This is your O'Neill Smith Shapes Ballito Pro Junior, and we are bringing semi-final heat number 2 to your screens. Thank you for tuning in from all over the globe, and we are very blessed to be here on site in Ballito, beautiful Kwadukuza area of KwaZulu-Natal, the north coast. And we've got some beautiful balmy conditions today, 26 degrees Celsius, and it is the middle of winter. And we are going to see some replays coming soon. And straight into this one, the next heat, this is our surfer in the white. That's Josh Mulherby from your neck of the woods, well, from just up the coastline in Coffee Bay, Greg. And watching surfer in the green, Clay Terrell, he went down. So we got another good heat on our hands. Josh Mulherby in the white, Clay Terrell in the green, Levi Epinitos in the red, and Surprise Mapumulo in the blue. Here we go, Greg.
Yeah, so Josh Mulherby getting a very quick start here. Solid first wave for him, just the single maneuver, but putting points on the board early just to build a bit of a heat, coming in at 3 points for that first wave. And we see on your screen Clay Terrell, a couple of mistakes early on. I've just noticed Clay, you know, trying to build, he's a very competitive member, is Clay Terrell. He likes to put the pressure on the surfers. I've just noticed the last couple of contests he hasn't been quite sure of his strategies in that, although surfing very well. So hopefully he can get that rhythm back. And then Yasmin Tukoza Mapamula, surprise, nice and strong. Oh, big turn for him. Doesn't hold on, almost over-amping on that last turn. If he could just held it, he would have put probably the best of the openers on that wave. So mistake for surprise, and that will leave, excuse the pun, that will leave Levi out the back with that first priority. So it's a very competitive local heat. All these surfers have surfed against each other numerous times, and all of them are exceptionally good competitors. So they're going to be moving like mad out here.
Yeah, I was watching that last one from Surprise Mapumulo, a local surfer from the Durban area, and he always carries so much energy. He's got a big personality, and every now and again he throws these big turns that match that personality of him. And here we go. This is Levi Epinitos.
Oh, and he doesn't hold on.
Ooh, look at that spit.
He was heading towards a big number there, and just that last wave, look how shallow it is there. Look how much sand chewing up. It's very shallow there. We've just gone off the low tide probably 40 minutes ago, so it's on that low tide, nice and shallow. Levi Epinitos is from the Melkbos area around Cape Town. We've got, as you mentioned, Josh Malherbe, Coffee Bay, middle of the Wild Coast. Beautiful area. If you ever on a tour around South Africa, you've got to visit the Wild Coast, that Coffee Bay area. His dad, David Malherbe, great coach, used to be my coach as well when I was younger, and Mom Belinda. And they own the Coffee Shack, a backpackers, absolutely beautiful.
Sure.
So go and visit that spot, fantastic down there. And check this from Levi. I love that first setup turn. It was all going Levi's way. If he had made this, we would have been talking excellent scores. That I can guarantee you. But heavy landing and didn't make it. But had he made it, the judges would have gone, well, degree of difficulty, we're going big here.
Yeah, literally the ocean just dropped out right in front of his board. And it was pretty much square right there. He needed to airdrop all the way to the bottom. And it was literally coming right over him. It was almost barreling over him as he was trying to land that maneuver. So unfortunately went down. That would have been very impressive to see that. And I'm sure there would have been quite a few points on the board there if he had happened to pull that off. So just looking at a couple of the opening scores. The first score for red was a 3.5. And then the first score for blue being a 2.50. First of white's a 3.0. And just a couple small scores for green. So these surfers trying to get started nice and early in the heat, as you mentioned, Greg. Local South African boys. It's an all South African heat. And these guys are really used to competing against one another. So they've got a lot of bragging rights as well as points that are on offer. And they've all got their friends on the beach. They're cheering them on. And they're used to this type of competition. So they'll be looking for a good result to get through to the finals. And if you guys are just tuning in, this is finals day of the O'Neill Smith Shapes Ballito Pro Junior. So we are really excited to be crowning champions today. Semi-finals are being surfed right now. So stick around, hang out with us for the next couple hours. Greg Emsey and I are going to be hanging out and talking about the surfing and talking you through these heats. And we are super excited to be bringing you the live action from sunny Ballito. So 19 minutes remaining, Greg. A little bit of a slower start. A couple smaller scores are dropping in. And we still got a lot more surfing to do.
Yeah, a lot more surfing. And, I'm just looking at the screen and looking at these surfers out in the water. We look at Connor Schleipen into the finals. He's the only surfer that's made all the finals. Of course, Ben Esterhuis has been in the finals, but he's now lost. We look at the last final, which was the eThekwini Surf Pro Junior. We had Connor Schleipen, Ben Esterhuis, we had Luke Lepront, David Emsley in the final. We're now going to see some other names. Is it going to be Epinitos, Malherbe, Mapamulo, Clay Turrell? And the point that I'm coming to, over the last few years, you had the names Luke Thompson, Dan Emsley, one or two names, Luke van Wyk, 1 or 2, 3 or 4, it would be pretty much the same finals all the time. Of late, there's 10 or 15 junior surfers that any of them could be in the finals. And I think that is a good building block for South African junior surfing, that they're at a point where they can all, if they want it, they're going to have to push harder than the next one in all their events. And I think we're going to see a real burst of junior talent in the next 2 to 3 years because of this bigger competitive field, more surfers out there that are fighting it. You're not just getting to a semi or even a quarter. You can quite comfortably lose in a round one because the surfers, there's so much talent out there. So it's an interesting note that I'm seeing.
Definitely a new generation of surfers. And talking about new generation, can he hang on? Ooh, that was a pretty neat looking straight air. He kind of just got caught in the lip. And it's always nice seeing the aerials, and in particular that straight air, quite a underrated air, I would say. So unfortunately went down there was Josh Malherbe, but that could have helped him a little bit in his scoreline. But we just had a little angle there of some of the rocks here at Ballito. So if you're tuning in and you haven't been down here before, I wouldn't say it's exactly a point break. I wouldn't say it's exactly a beach break, Greg. But these rocky outcrops, the sand fills in. It provides these opportunities for these nice long walls, as we see Surprise Mapumulo, and these big sections. So it's really gotten shallow out there, and there's a lot of potential to try and get some good scores, specifically on the low tide. But Ballito, it can be a tricky wave to surf. When it's firing, it's like that point break, firing from one side of the rocky outcrop to the next. But at the moment, they're trying to hunt, trying to find that right section, that right peak. There's lefts, there's rights. It's definitely a section that's tricky to surf, but they're making some good work of that. So everybody's just enjoying themselves out there. We're having a good day on the beach. And back to the surfing.
Yep, there we go. Josh Malherbe going a lot faster than the dude out the back. Oh, how's that turn for Josh? So Josh is almost like a bit of a Connor Schleipen type surfer, a bit lighter. So he's got to push a bit harder, get the progression. But loved that last turn. That's, I think, going to probably be the best of the heat so far. He got the combos and did well to really push and get that spray off that last maneuver. So we are really finding good wave selection out here. Josh Malherbe, we also saw a surprise Mapumulo with one good single maneuver too. And that came in, I think that last wave was a 3.6, yes, from Surprise. And last of Josh coming in there.
Yeah, it's a 5.0 for Josh Malherbe. So that currently is the highest wave of the heat so far for young Josh Malherbe in the white singlet. At a 5-point ride, and as you were saying, Greg, Surprise Mapumulo dropping in a 3.60. So these guys are building. Watching Levi Epinitas, you can see how it drops out from under his board on the low tide, and he gets a couple turns. He was looking for that final finish maneuver, but he couldn't. 5.10, last of red, Levi Epinitas. He moves up to second position. So currently holding on to the lead is Josh Malherbe in the white. Heat total of 8 points, and then Levi Epinitas in second, looking for a 3.91 to move to first. Here we go. This is the section you're talking about, Greg.
Yep, look how heavy it is. So he's going to keep firing away because he's going uncontested down there. And Surprise, extended turn again for him. So he looks pretty happy. But yeah, Levi, he's going to keep looking for those ones. If he can get a wave like that first wave that was incomplete, and right out of that turn, it's going to be a big score. So that's what I think he's hunting.
Definitely. It's crunching quite nicely on that bank on the far left-hand side there for Epinitas. And then, of course, we saw Surprise Ntokozo Mapumulo on a wave there as well. So 12 minutes remaining. Still a lot of surfing to happen. If you guys are just tuning in, welcome to the O'Neill Smith Shapes Ballito Pro Junior. So this is day 2 of competition. And of course, this is part of the bigger Ballito Pro Festival. We'll be running into our qualifying series event from tomorrow, and then we'll move into our Challenger Series event going into next week. So we are really excited to be here. This is the biggest surf festival in Africa, and we are so stoked to bring you guys all of the live action as it rolls in from your screens. Make sure to go and download the WSL app to see all the live scores as they come in. And just to pan well, the view of the beautiful beach that we are looking at. And as you can see, the rocky outcrops on the right-hand side of your screens. A little bit of a beach break, but can be a point break at times as surfers here in Ballito, and offering our surfers a good canvas and some good potential to find some good scores here. Up and riding, Greg. This looks like it's going to be a big section.
Oh, surprise, going for the rotation. So he did see just one mover on offer there. So going for that big turn. Incomplete, unfortunately. But nobody running away with this one. Josh Malherbe sits with the 5-point ride, the best of the heat. We saw Clay Turrell with those 2-turn combos coming in at a 4.6. So he's only needing a 3-point ride to get up into the top 2, even though he's down in 4th. And he has a couple of replays. This was the 5-point ride. Snaps to start, but the score was all loaded into that turn right there. Committed final maneuver. And this is Levi Epinitos on that wide bank. Look how shallow it is. And that wave, if it allowed one more maneuver, it could have been right up there. And this is Josh Malherbe again, up and riding. Nice bowly wave. Tight on that snap. So he'll still, in my opinion, need to improve that score line. And Clay Turrell, look at the spray coming off that board. Looking really sharp. The only downfall for Clay on that one was the wave size. A bit of a smaller wave, still getting a 4.6. And I like this turn from Ntokoza Mapamulo. Looking good. Again, surprise. Unfortunately, just getting the one maneuver in. If he can find the combos, he's going to get the bigger scores. Up and riding, live action here.
Here we go. Beautiful off the top. Can he stick it? It's going to be one turn for Levi Epinitos. He's currently sitting in second position. He's looking for a 3.91 to move up into the lead. Here we go. Josh Malherbe. Ooh. Hangs on to it, Greg.
So that's going to be an interesting score, because you talk about degree of difficulty. So not a lot of spray coming off that turn from Josh Malherbe, but it was a heavy section, and you got to say the degree of difficulty was there. He had to sort of come down under the lip, somehow gets his board in front of the wave and rotates it towards the beach. And this is Clay Turrell now. So getting busy in this heat, whips that tail around nicely. So judges will have to compare those 3 scores, red, white, and of course that last of green, Clay Turrell, all getting something spectacular out of those scores, well, out of those waves.
Yeah, and there's plenty of action. Just taking a look there, red. So we're waiting for scores to come in for white, red, and for green. And you know what? It's looking very close on the scoreboard at the moment. So anything can still happen here. Red is in second, looking for a 3.91 to move to first. Blue's in third, looking for a 4.01. And then green, we're waiting for his score. He's only looking for a 3.0. Here we go with blue.
Whoa, that's a big turn. I love the claim as well. But he's just showing the judges, you won one big maneuver. Here we go. So I tell you what, I can't wait for these scores to drop. I think we're going to end up with a very competitive score line here. Still quite a bit of time, 7.5 minutes to go.
It's really difficult to say who's going to take it right now.
Well, you think about the single maneuvers. We had Levi Epinitos with one really strong turn. We've seen Surprise Mapamula with a strong turn. Josh Malherbe with a strong turn. Clay Turrell with a combination of turns. So judges will talk about all of this. But last of red coming in.
So last of red is 6.0 for Levi Epinitos. And that catapults him into the lead. But we are waiting for a couple more scores. Watching the replay here. That's Josh Malherbe on that big end section. Compresses nicely. Throws the little claim. He looks stoked. A few more replays here. Up and riding. This was Clay Turrell. And that score is going to drop in shortly. So we'll see what the judges think. Last of green at 3.93. And then this one, Greg. Surprise.
Sure. So where are they going with that score? That's what's going to be interesting. That Surprise Mapamulo. Are they going to say that's somewhere in the range of Epinitos's one turn? I think it's got to be. They got to be talking about it, right?
Definitely. Comparing those ones, we saw that big backhand turn for Epinitas in the red, and they're looking at Surprise's wave, and I'm sure that there's some analysis going on there. So still a score to drop in for blue. Last the green came into 3.93. So red is currently in the lead, but we do have a score dropping in for blue. Surprise Mapumulo. Here he goes. Oh, surprise. He's got lots of flair, Greg. And second to last of blue does drop in at a 5.77. That's a 5.77. So the situation, red in the lead, white is in second, blue jumps up to third. So unfortunately that score, not enough to put him up to that advancing second position. But it's lowered his requirement drastically. He's only looking for a 3.73 is Surprise Mapumulo. And then Clay Terrell now looking for a 4.91. So red in the lead, white in second, but still incredibly tight out there with just over 5 minutes remaining in the semi-final heat number 2.
I'll tell you right now that red and white won't feel comfortable. They've surfed against both of these surfers numerous times. I wouldn't be surprised if they don't split up. Red will take one of the surfers, possibly green. There he goes. He's going to sit on green. Josh Malherbe will go to Surprise, and he'll sit on Surprise. They're sitting with first and second priority. Let's see. Looks like it. I would say that would be the strategy. Although Levi Epinitos is leaving a little bit of a gap there.
Yeah, with under 5 minutes to go and such tight scores, priority is really going to come into play now. It's red holding that priority, and he's catching up there. He's eyeing green, Clay Terrell. He knows,
he's moving back onto him.
He knows green is looking for a score.
Hopefully we'll pan to the other side of the beach and watch what's happening with Josh Malherbe and to cause a surprise. And funny enough, these guys are all big mates. I know my kids have been staying with the Malherbes, and I know Surprise is at the house all the time. They're all big mates, and there he goes. That's not going to be the score.
Yeah, Surprise Mapumulo, talented young Durban surfer. He's been coming up through the ranks, and now a pro junior surfer. He's finished his high school, and he's out of the junior ranks, and he's now into the pro junior ranks as Surprise Mapumulo. But we know him well. We've seen him for many years, for quite a few years, surfer in the blue. And as you were saying, all friends. They're all enjoying surfing down here, but very competitive. They do not want to be losing this heat, and it's still very tight out there. Surf in the blue, Surprise looking for a 3.73 to advance. And our surfer in the green, Clay Terrell, looking for a 4.91. We've got 3.5 minutes remaining. And it's been cool to see these surfers rise to the occasion. They're both, they're all trying to qualify for that final. And of course, this is finals day of the O'Neill Smith Shapes Ballito Pro Junior. So we're excited to see what happens in the next 3 minutes, Greg. Priority still sitting with red. Second priority with white. And it does look like red is moving back towards green, Clay Terrell. And he's going to probably try and sit on him because he needs that score of 4.91 to advance.
3 minutes is a long time in surfing. But you've got to be patient. Here goes Surprise Mapumulo. One maneuver, but I don't think those frothy waves, you know, with not much scoring potential are going to be a 3.73. He needs to have a bit of patience. You know, you can't force a score. You've got to have a decent lip line and a good clean wall to get that number. So he'll need a reset. But all these waves that you catch in between eats up your time.
Definitely.
And yeah, you can't force it.
Yeah, he's on 9 waves, is Surprise Mapumulo. And with 25-minute heats, he's averaging every couple of minutes he's on a wave. So Surprise is fighting to try and get into that top advancing spot. But we only have 2 minutes remaining, so we'll see what the ocean can throw at us. In the end of the day, it's in the hands of the ocean right now to deliver some waves for the surfers that need scores to advance. One of those is Surfer in the Green, Clay Terrell. He is the surfer from the south coast of KwaZulu-Natal. And he's a very talented young surfer, is Clay. Hasn't had too many results on the WSL Pro Junior just yet, but he's won a SA champ, I think at the under 16 level in the juniors, as Clay Terrell. So very competent and talented surfer as well on the green. Let's see if the ocean gives something for green. And of course, blue still paddling around, trying to find some waves out there with just over a minute to go.
I'll tell you what, surfing green Clay Terrell is sandwiched in between red and white, who have higher priority than him. So they will basically turn him into a piece of salami, and you've got a piece of lettuce and tomato and then 2 slices of bread on either side.
Sounds like an Italian deli.
But yeah, very difficult to find a wave in these last couple of seconds. There goes into cause a surprise. Oh, up and into that last section. I just think that wave's a touch small. He's going to claim it anyway. Give me the score, will you?
30 seconds remaining. He's looking for a 3.73, and he's trying to just get anything out of that score. Watching our surfer in the red, Levi Epinitos. He's our current heat leader. He's going to make his way in with 20 seconds remaining. Surprise was just, he was asking for it. He needs that score, and he was going to try and do anything possible to try and get that score, Greg. We've got 10 seconds remaining, so we do have a score dropping in for blue and a score to drop in for red. Here's one last one for whites as well.
So Josh Malherbe up on that. He looks pretty happy with that last wave as well. He would have definitely blocked Clay Terrell on that, making sure he doesn't get an opportunity. And last of surprise was a 3-point ride. I didn't think it would be enough. So it does look like it will be Levi Epinitos and Josh Malherbe into the finals here.
Yeah, we're excited to be progressing through this heats, and up next we'll see our women's semis. So we're really excited to see semi-final heat number 1 and 2 up next for our women. So stay tuned, guys. This is your O'Neill Smith Shapes Ballito Pro Junior, and we will be right back.
Welcome back. It's the Ballito Smith Shapes Pro Junior here in the KwaZulu region on the east coast of South Africa. I'm Mike Frew. In the studio I've got with me Tash Mentasti to take you through the ladies semi-finals. Tash, we're at the sharp end of the draw now. The surfing's been red hot through the morning, and we're down to the ladies semi-finalists.
Yeah, can you believe it? Business end of the event. For me, this day has gone so quickly, but there's been some exciting surfing, Mike, and semi-finals, some new names for us from a pro junior point of view in Ballito. And up and riding, Lulu Lepront. I mean, we've got some big names here from a South African point of view, but then new names for us to look at from an international point of view.
Absolutely, Tash. Looking at the surfers and introducing the surfers to you in the seats. In the red singlet, we have Remy Fourie. In white, it's Jania Gonzalez Echeberry. In the blue singlets, it's Marai Ikeda. And in the green singlet, it is Louise Lepront. A loaded heat here, Tash. All of these ladies, exceptional talent. They naturally are on form through this event. They find themselves in the semi-finals. And having a look at that, Tash, you and I were on the commentary about an hour ago. It looks so much cleaner out there. We're expecting a southwesterly wind to come through a bit later, but The wind has actually gone offshore. It's blowing northwesterly breeze at the moment, a prefrontal system, and it's certainly cleaned up the waves for a beautiful finish for the juniors here today.
Yeah, it's great. It's fantastic. I always say, for us to really be able to see who the champions are, you want a good canvas to work off, and we've been able to have the Mother Nature on our side and that wind switch. But Mike, I just wanted to say, you know, Louise Leprant in the water as a South African, we know very well. Janier Echebari, also a very experienced competitor. For me, Mariah Akita is someone who's unknown on my radar. And then Remy Farie, in South Africa, we know who she is. But the reality is she's probably the most inexperienced competitor in this heat, just based on the amount of events she's actually surfed.
Yeah, for sure. If you compare Surf in Blue, Mariah, Louise Leprant in green, or Janier Echebari, Remy probably surfed a quarter of the amount of heats that those ladies have on an international level. Remy from Melkbos in the Cape Town area. Just looking at the competitor in the blue singlet, worth keeping an eye on in the seats, that's Mariah Ikeda. She has actually got a win in the Pro Juniors this year so far. She won the Krui Pro Junior, and then no stranger to these type of wins as well as our surfer in green, Louise Leprant, local from the south coast here in the the KZN region of South Africa. So an immense amount of junior talent out there between these four surfers. Tash, I'm really looking forward to the seat and seeing what the ladies have got in store for us.
Yeah, I just think it's so great to see so much talent coming out from around the world. For me, just even looking at the WSL Challenger Series, it doesn't matter which CS event you're looking at, a lot of the girls are still pro juniors, which shows us what the future of women's surfing is going to be doing. I mean, we do already see it with the likes of Sierra Kerr, Erin Brooks, but this is the next future, the next generation coming through. So it's great to have these girls coming to Ballito a bit earlier, putting some time in the water, but also just showcasing their skills and putting the South Africans under a bit of pressure.
This is our surfer in white. It's Janier Gonzalez Echebari. She's actually got a solid result as well. She came second in the Pro Tagazout Bay event in Morocco. And you were saying that event has so many competitors in. You were saying in the juniors here, we have a field of maybe 20 or so in the ladies and about 40 in the men. In that event, it goes almost into the hundreds in terms of competitors. So Janier Gonzalez Echebari knows what it's like to work your way from round one right through to these final stages of competition. And paddling into this one, Louise Leprant.
Yeah, so Lulu Leprant on her backhand, very strong on her backhand. That wave, a little bit smaller, didn't have a lot of scoring potential, so she did what she had to do for what was given to her. But still very early days in this heat. You can see the girls just trying to find their feet a little bit. And we're still waiting to see if Mariah Akita and Remy Farie get a score on the board. So far, just those small scores. Lulu Leprant started with a 0.83, second scoring right at 1.83. This is definitely going to change as this heat progresses, the semi-final. But walking away with some prize money, which is great for the Africa members. It's all about the points, like we were talking about a little while ago. This is the third and final stop on the Africa Regional Pro Junior Series. So your performance out here will definitely cement your final rankings on the Africa Pro Junior Series. This is the replay. I enjoy these two turns, just unable to ride out of it. It's in that normal section, Mike, that we know about it. Almost the water bounces back at you.
That was a turn there from our surfing the green singlet, Louise Leprant. By her standards, that would be particularly average,
Yes.
as was that previous wave from surfing white, Janier Gonzalez Echebari. So actually, really has been a big change in the conditions. It's so much cleaner out there, and giving these surfers a great opportunity to showcase their maneuvers for the judges.
Yeah, just a little bit more water on the sandbank as well. We had full low tide at 10:22 a.m. South African time. It is now 11:48 a.m. So we've got an hour and a bit of water already pushing onto that sandbank. And definitely better conditions than what we saw earlier. The swell has stuck around, which is great. It offers more scoring potential. It's just, are these girls going to keep moving and keep hunting, or are they going to sit and wait? That's the question, really.
What we were saying in that earlier, multiple random peaks.
Yeah.
Multiple random peaks is what we got today. So there's not a very clear defined takeoff spot in one area or what you get like on a point break. Here it's all over the beach. And, like you said just now, you really have to go up and down, work in between the sets to find those peaks. And the surfer that is able to find a set wave, importantly, that doesn't close out too quickly, it should hopefully give them an opportunity to do 2 turns, is most likely going to come out of here with the highest scores.
Yeah, I mean, look, we've got a couple of decades underneath us from competing with surfing, and it's not necessarily the biggest wave that's going to give you the big scores anymore. It is about the criticalness of those turns, where you place those turns, and if it was done with speed, power, and flow. We've been seeing throughout the day a 1-turn wave, you're getting an average score, something between a 4 and a 5. If you can fit in a 2-turn combo, you're going into that good scale, which is anything from 6 points and above. And I think that's what's going to be the takeaway with who advances through to the finals here of the O'Neill Smith Shapes Ballito Pro Junior. So we're going to be crowning champions and new champions this year in 2025, which is quite exciting.
Having a look at the leaderboard on the top left of your screen, that's the next to the WSL logo, that tells you 15 minutes and 27 seconds left in the heat. Next to that is the surfer's best 2 scores. Remy Fourie has a 4.17. Janea Gonzalez Eteberry, she's got a 2.83 and a 0.7, and that ranks them. Red is first, white in second, green is in third, and blue in fourth. And then that number next to that, the number that's highlighted there, the 3, the P, and the 2, that indicates the priority that has for the surfers. In terms of priority, if you want to break it down for anyone watching online, what priority means, Tash?
Yeah, so it's something that came into play quite late on in competitive surfing for us in the Africa region from 2017 only. And, I actually remember surfing a WSL heat, a QS event in 2017, and I couldn't quite get my head around it in the beginning. And we were also on a multiple random beach break, but watching this live action, so this was White utilizing a priority. What that means is she has got first choice of any wave out in the water, whether she's on the inside or the outside. She holds that first priority. And because we've got a multiple random beach break, it's a little bit easier to find scores under priority. But if we were looking at a right-hand point break, if White was on the shoulder with first priority and say like Red was on the inside closest to the takeoff zone, White could still drop in on Red without being scored an interference because of the priority system that's come into play.
Okay, great explanation there, Tash. And I never realized it was only in 2017. It feels like priority's been around for a very long time. But it's, as you said, something new that's been introduced to allow surfers to potentially, if you're in position, you're not going to get hustled out of it.
Yeah, I do believe it's the fairest thing that's come into the sport.
We have a replay coming up, and this is our surfer in red. Lovely airdrop into that section, and just the one maneuver there for Remy Fourie. That's the 417. Behind her, it's surfer in the blue singlet, Mariah Ikeda. While behind her, this is Janea Eteberry. Just a quick in and out. So quite a few short waves there, not very big scores posted. The highest score of the heat so far, Tash, it is Remy Fourie with the 417.
Yeah, and Remy surfs, she's actually just so good with the foundational maneuvers and surfing that she does. She's really powerful. She's actually doing a lot of triathlons as well, so on the bike, in the water, doing the runs, very fit young lady. And now currently being in J Bay quite a bit, so really honing her backhand. So you can see 4.17 for 1 turn, and that's a keeper right now for Remy Fourie in the red.
She had another wave, and the scores still need to come in for that second wave of Remy. And if you look on the screen there, she just needed a 109. So we'll wait for that score to drop in. highly likely that she's going to move out of that third spot there once that score drops in from the judges. And there you go. Remy Fourie, it drops in at a 4.67, her highest and the single highest wave of the heat so far. It takes Remy from third up into the lead. So Remy Fourie taking the lead. Her scores a 4.67 and a 4.17. It makes up an 8.84 on screen. And Remy Fourie leading in semi-final stage of competition here. Semi-final heat number 1 of these junior ladies in the Pro Junior. Paddling into this one, it is Mirai Ikeda.
Oh, I like that little layback.
We switch to Louise Laprante in green. She pulls that layback off. A lot of scores coming in, so tons of waves being ridden here, Tash. It's a busy heat. It's a 25-minute heat. We've had almost 15 minutes. Time goes so fast in the heats. And at this stage, Remy Fourie out in the lead. We have a score. Louise Laprante's last score comes in at a 2.2. It counts for her. She's in second. And we have a score outstanding for our surfer in white. So that leaderboard could change with 11 minutes remaining.
Yeah, and still none of these girls have really had a score of substance just yet. Here's a nice wave. Great first turn off the top by Janier. Just wraps it round. So there's the variety and completes that third turn. And that's what the judges are looking for.
I really like that wave. That was a lovely first turn. In the critical section of the wave, threw up a bit of spray in the air. Nice flare. The spicy wave gets 3 turns in. And I think we could see a big shake up there in the leaderboard after that one. The rankings in this heat, Jania Etabari was in third prior to that. And I would imagine we could see that white little square on the side of your screen move up 2 places potentially. Score comes in for Jania Etabari.
We're still waiting.
Looks like we got
actually waiting
2.
for one more, yeah.
So the previous wave was a 3.5. We're waiting for one more. Could potentially be the best wave of the heat so far.
Yeah, the 3.5, the second to last wave, it was just one turn. It was that forehand and a kind of lip line. She had to redirect her board a little bit. I do believe that this is going to go into the good range just because it's 3 turns, which is what we haven't seen so far.
So this wave, the score comes in, it's a 6.17. Tash, for those 3 maneuvers, well controlled, good transition between the moves, a bit of variety shown as well. A 6.17. And that takes Jania Etabari up into the lead in the heat. So she has 6.17 and a 3.5. So Remy Fourie now just knocked down 1 position to second. Louise Laprante is in third. Louise is in shot there. Louise is in third looking for 5.07. And then Mirai Ikeda is in fourth looking for a 7.84. So Tash, that was a really nice wave, best wave of the heat. It's a 6.17. It goes into the 6s for our surfer in the white singlet. What a beautiful on-screen shot there, pulled back of the lineup here at Ballito, part of the Quarterfinal region, the Dolphin Coast of KZN. This event, the Ballito Pro, is made up of multiple events. There's actually 4 events that make up the Ballito Pro. It's the O'Neill Smith Shapes Rookie Rippers. That's for the young juniors from under 12 all the way through to the under 18. We then have this event, which is the O'Neill Smith Shapes Ballito Pro Junior. We then go into a QS 2000, the FloJo's event, and then into the big one, the Challenger Series event. It's 15 days of surfing. It's a major tourist attraction here in KZN for the Quarterfinal region.
It's 15 days of beach fun in the middle of winter. With so much activity and entertainment on the cards. I mean, yes, our focus is the surfing, and that's the main podium or sites, but there is a lot going on in and around Ballito, which is great. So, you know, we cannot thank the sponsors, Quarterfinal Municipality, our title sponsor, O'Neill, as well as all our support partners for this event, Smith Shapes, who's been supporting junior surfing in South Africa for a long time. But yeah, we've got some great experiences lined up, really, and some cool stuff happening in and around Ballito over the next 10 days.
On screen, if you're following with us, I'll give you an update. Jania Etabari is in the lead. Remy Fourie is in second. Louise Laprante is in third. She's looking for a 5.07. And Mirai Ikeda is in fourth, needing a 7.84. So there you see the scores. That's the leaderboard with 7 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. Janeer Gonzalez, Etzaberry in the lead with a 6.17, the best wave of the heat, and a 3.5. Remy Fourie in second, needs a 5.01 if she's going to take that lead away. Louise Lepront in third at the moment, Tash. She's looking for a 5.07. And then Mariah Ikeda. She's had a couple big results this year on the international stage and finds herself with a little bit of work to do with just under 7 minutes remaining.
Yeah, she really hasn't got started, Mike. We actually saw earlier she paddled and missed 2 waves when she held priority, which then threw her back to the end of the priority system. And I think that's just missed opportunities, especially with these girls. You know, Lulu Lepront, extreme competitor. She's very determined, very focused, and she doesn't want to let anything go. Then you've got the experience from Janeer Echabari, who has competed not just within the Europe region, which is very talented and has a lot of competition, but then also being able to compete in other bigger events as well and get opportunity. Remy Fourie, actually, first year as a WSL member, she's only surfed 1 event. It was the Nelson Mandela Bay Pro Junior in April, and she earned an equal 5th. So in semis, she got a 3rd in the semis. She's sitting in the semis again now. It would have been great to see her in the second stop, and chose to surf J Bay, cooking J Bay, instead of coming to KZN. But it's fantastic to see these young ladies in the water, and I've just been looking at the Africa rankings. At the moment, it's an important one for Lulu Lepront. She's sitting at 3rd on the Africa rankings. Top 2 women get to represent Africa at the WSL World Junior Championships that will be held in either December 25 or January 2026. Let's watch this.
So Remy Fourie, lovely floater there, air drops down. She actually came down with the lip, but her body was actually not positioned over the board. It was a little bit to the side, and so naturally, as she came down off that wave,
Yeah, she was
unstuck.
just out. Yeah, so true. It's nice how we can see it in the slower replays, you know, and literally probably by a degree of an angle that was she just off, but because of that momentum and flow, and the speed, she wasn't able to ride out of it.
That was Mariah Ikeda's last wave. She just wasn't able to hang on to that one. We're down to 4.5 minutes remaining. Our surfer in white still holding on to the lead. Janeer Etzaberry, Remy Fourie is in second. Louise Lepront in third, looking for a 5.07. And Mariah Ikeda in fourth, looking for a 7.84. So, Tash, in terms of the South Africans, what are the live rankings looking like? You say the top 2 will potentially go to Worlds.
Yes.
What is the scenario for Louise Lepront?
Well, as it stands, she's sitting 3rd in the rankings. This is the young lady in the green singlet now. Tie first at the moment, Anastasia Fenter and Emily Jenkinson holding down the same amount of points, 1,650 points. We saw Anastasia, unfortunately, get eliminated in quarterfinal number 4, so she's out the picture. Emily Jenkinson, though, who's currently tied for first, she's coming up in the next semi. So that's going to be really interesting, and she has a very high probability of actually locking in one of those top 2 spots. Like I was saying, though, Lulu Lepront, she is sitting at 3rd on the rankings, but because Anastasia's dropped down and there's only 200 points separating them, we could see Lulu jump into those top 2 positions on the Africa Pro Junior Women's rankings. And we saw a big score from White, so she actually hasn't had it away for a while. That was the 6.17. So nothing's changed with 3 minutes on the clock. Priority is with our current heat leader in the white singlet. That's the young lady there representing the Basque country, Janeer Gonzalez Extabari. And in second position, but with 4th priority, is Red's Remy Fourie. There's the young lady on the left of your screen. The important one here, surfer in green, Louise Lepront, sitting in 3rd, so that's not an advancing position. There's under 3 minutes remaining, and she's looking for a 5.07. We've actually seen in this heat and the previous heat, she wasn't able to find those scores. So a little bit out of rhythm maybe, and just a little bit off for Lulu Lepront. I know that her focus is definitely going to be the Challenger Series. She is representing Africa on the CS this year, and wanting to put some reps in Archia. But needing to find a found a way to try for 2 turns, and definitely 1 turn. I don't know if she's going to get that score required.
So who did you say was third in the rankings, or second and third?
So it's Ty first, and then third is Louise Leprant.
Louise Leprant. So if in the next heat Emily Jenkinson goes through that semi and Louise gets knocked here, that would put Emily up in the lead and Louise potentially ahead of
Anastasia, correct.
Okay.
Because
It's a lot at stake.
Yeah, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th on the rankings are all out. So it's all about this heat.
2 minutes to go on screen. Heat situation. Janelle Gonzalez Etterberry leads from Remy Fourie. Louise Leprant will be looking to try and find something in the last 90 seconds. She needs a 5:01 or better to try and take that second place away from Remy. Makai Ikeda will be looking for a 7.84. Look at your screen there. Let's see where Remy Fourie is and Louise Leprant and see if the priority comes into play at all. Those are the competitors actually paddling in from the channel for the next heat. So on screen, on the left-hand side, that's Remy Fourie. In the middle there is Louise Leprant. So Louise has priority, and we've got Remy just sitting kind of close to her there, Tash, with 1 minute to go.
Yeah, I don't see Remy as just with her nature to sit on top of someone. But like I said, she's also the most inexperienced, so maybe still learning about it a little bit. But then if it was the opposite way around with Louise in the situation, she would be right on top of Red, like Velcro, right next to her, not letting her move at all. Remy Fourie in the red, giving a little bit of space. And I think also just watching Lulu and what she's done, Remy looks up to her. But this is an important ride here for Louise Leprant. Unable to hold on to it. So with 30 seconds, that's not going to change the situation. It does shift priority to Red. My question is, are we going to see Red move and try track green?
With 20 seconds to go, I'm not sure if Louise Leprant's going to be able to get back out in time. 15 seconds. So Tash, this could be how it plays out with 10 seconds to go in this heat. Janelle Gonzalez Etterberry and Remy Fourie looking like they are most likely through to the finals as the heat gets counted down. Big result for Remy.
Yes.
Most probably her best result so far. You said she got a result at one of the events in the Eastern Cape, and this is already a better result than that.
Yeah, first Pro Junior, she got a semi-final finish, and now moving into the finals. So yeah, best result.
So thank you for joining us online for that semi-final. We'll be back with semi-final number 2. Stay tuned for the O'Neill Smith Shapes Ballito Pro Junior here in Quarterfinal. Welcome back to the O'Neill Smith Shapes Ballito Pro Junior in the Quarterfinal region here of the KZN coastline in South Africa. This is semi-finals, heat number 2. In this heat, in red, we got Annette Gonzalez Etterberry. In blue, Emily Jenkinson. In the white singlet, Sophia Medina. And wearing the green singlet is Kiara Gould. Another heat filled with young ladies on great form. They've served through a couple rounds of competition and now find themselves in semi-final number 2, 1 heat away from a final spot.
Yeah.
I think we had a ride in the break while we were showing some ads there, so let's see if we got a replay of that ride. It looks like our surfer in the green singlet is Sophia Medina. Sophia opening up her accounts in semi-final number 2, Tash. Really nice looking second turn there.
Yeah, the second turn was the money turn there. She scored a 4.67, so almost like just a transition turn to keep her speed for that first maneuver, and then went into that second turn really strong. What I liked to see was when we had all the names on the screen and seeing what international flavor we've got here at a Pro Junior. Because the Ballito Pro is a combined festival with multiple events under the umbrella, we are seeing, and it's quite a proud moment for us as Africa, we have the most international competitors at this Pro Junior globally. There's no other Pro Junior in the world for us as a WSL event where we see so many different nationalities represented. So it's great. It's great not just for the event, it's great for Ballito, it's great for the region. And I think it's fantastic for our local surfers as well to be able to measure up and see where are we really on a global stage and what more do we need to do to be able to elevate ourselves and get to that level.
Tash, I was speaking to Aidan Mason-Camp on the beach this week, and he was saying how great it is for the juniors, but as well as the competitors in the QS 2000, the FloJo's event, to have an opportunity to surf a heat or two before the Challenger Series. And he said, you know, for a South African, when you fly to Australia, like earlier in the year when they went over for the Challenger Series, you paddle out, you get the free surfs, there's hundreds of people in the water, it's difficult to get a wave. And then there's a lot of pressure because your first time where you really have to line up to yourself is your first heat in the Challenger Series. And there's just so much pressure, you know. And what the Ballito Pro allows, if you're a junior, you score even more because you can potentially surf the Rookie Rippers, the Pro Junior, the QS 2000, and then if you're in the Challenger Series, it's your fourth event in a week. And we see a lot of the internationals entering, and it's great to see so much different surfers in these events leading up to the big Challenger next week.
Yeah, it's so funny that you say that because I get mixed responses in that regard. There's also sometimes guys saying, we can't surf in the area because there's events taking place before the CS. But the reality is that, like you said, there would be 100 people in the water, and are you going to find those waves that you really need to put the time into? I do believe that we've done the right thing by adding a QS. And when I got involved in April 2023, my first big event in this role was Ballito. And we had a Pro Junior, and then we had the CS. And we just saw our local crew really not be able to excel, and the reality is there was no practice, there was no time before the event. And then also coming up to the second tier, I mean, it's some top 80 of the best men in the world, top 48 women in the world, to not have practice and then go up against some really strong competitors. I just feel that it wasn't fair. So my team and I, behind the scenes, there was a lot of discussions, especially as well with Quatakuza and the organizer, to see how can we make a change and make a positive change to benefit not just South Africa but benefit the region, and also grow and expand the event.
We've had the first 5 minutes of the heat, 20 minutes left in the heat. So far, just the one wave of real significance from Sophia Medina, a 4.67. Add that to her second score of a 2. She's got a 6.67. She's in the lead in the heat. Just talking about, you know, you were saying that you've had mixed response, Tash. I'd imagine if at an event, say, like J-Bay, which is a classic point break, right? If you didn't have the opportunity to practice on that point break, you might be at a disadvantage having to just go in a heat and you've never surfed there before, you know. But here at Ballito, where we're surfing at the moment, this is one of just 5 little bays in this area. This is called Surfers Beach. It's at Willard Beach. On the right-hand side is another beach very similar. To the left-hand side of this is another beach as well, with another 4 or 5 all the way down. So the surfers actually have opportunity to surf all over here at waves that are very, very similar to what you see on screen. And so it does do, you know, there's plenty of time to get opportunity to practice in these kind of waves.
Yeah, you've got options. That's nice.
Whereas if it had been at a point break, then that would be quite valid, I guess, because you would have you need to practice on the point break. Up and riding, this is Annette Gonzalez Echeberry. She will be looking to join her sister in the final of the Pro Junior Woman. This is semi-final number 2. Her sister, Janae Gonzalez Echeberry, won the semi-final number 1. We must actually have a look at the stats, Tash, and see how many times these 2 young ladies have actually surfed against each other. Last week, when we were at the eThekwini Surf Pro, there was an opportunity to maybe have Connor Slipen and Luke Slipen in the final together. And when I asked Connor in one of the beach interviews, I said, hey, there's a chance here you guys are on the either side of the draw. You could maybe land up in the final together. He said, you know, we've only ever, right through their junior career, surfed like twice against each other. So I wonder how many times Janae and Annette have managed to surf against each other. It could be an interesting stat if they both make the final.
Yeah, I'm
But,
interested.
Nice little turn there for Annette. That's going to be her best wave of this heat so far. We're down to 17.5 minutes. And Annette Gonzalez Echeverry, her score comes in at a 4.83. That positions her in second in the heat behind Sophia Medina. So with 17 minutes remaining, there you see top left of your screen, Sophia Medina in the lead in the heat with Annette Gonzalez Echeverry in second. Pressure on Emily Jenkinson a little bit now. There's lots of time left, but she needs a 4.27. And Kiera Gould, we haven't spoken much about Kiera in the heat so far.
She hasn't had a wave.
She hasn't had a wave, but she certainly has been one of the form surfers of this event so far. And a lot of talk about her surfing and the quality and her results in the past among everybody on the beach. She's been very exciting to watch, but we await her opening ride. She has priority, Tash.
Yeah, so for me, just comparing and evaluating right now, the top two girls sitting on the top at the moment, Medina and Echeverry, they've been catching lots of waves. Blue and white sitting quite a bit. Could that come from experience? For sure. I mean, the two top girls right now have got many heats under their belt compared to blue and white, so that could be one of the factors. Also, maybe a bit of nerves, semi-finals, international like flavor of athletes out in the water, maybe a little bit thrown out by that. And yeah, or maybe just a little bit of out of rhythm. I don't think priority's been a big factor at all in this regard just yet, but I would like to see Kiera Gould as well as Emily Jenkinson find some ways, because both those girls do surf with maturity. It's wonderful to watch when they put it all together.
So Emily Jenkinson wearing the blue singlet there, she's 15 years old. She won the eThekwini Surf Pro last week. She scored an 8.33 in the final. Interestingly, during this event, she's chosen not to sit on the competitors' deck. She's not there with the rest of the competitors. She's actually based down on the beach near the water's edge with her mom. They've got everything set out there, and her boards and equipment all on the beach. And she's chosen to sort of sit away from everyone and get in the zone there with her mom. And then Kiera Gould is only 14. So Emily 15, Kiera Gould is 14. So two of the younger competitors in this heat in particular, and they find themselves in third and fourth at the moment.
Yeah, and here's Emily Jenkinson, so trying to get that carve off the top, catches her inside rail, unfortunately. Look, we're not even halfway through the heat though, so things can for sure change, and she just needs to put two turns together on one wave and she's going to be back in the mix. I mean, even without a score, really, only looking for an average ride. So do not count these young ladies out. They've just got to find the wave, and hopefully it's a wave of substance where they can perform multiple maneuvers. And I mean, coming off a win for Emily Jenkinson, she's definitely gone in with a bit of confidence. I also liked how you noticed that she wasn't part of the athletes area, just trying to stay focused, not get distracted. And my goodness, you can get distracted. It's a game zone up there. Those kids are being spoiled. I remember when I was a Grom, we didn't have anything like that, you know. So yeah, the sport has evolved a lot, and these young, aspiring professional surfers are pretty much professional already.
Right, here we go. This is the first wave for Kiera Gould, utilizing her priority, taking off lovely bottom turn to top turn, combination of maneuvers to open up her account. She uses her priority. Waited almost 12 minutes for that wave. Directly behind her, this is Sophia Medina. So Sophia is 20 years old. In the seat, we've also got Kiera Gould, who's 14. A big spread of ages. We've got real youngsters and very experienced competitors in the seat by contrast. And at the moment, Sophia Medina using that experience to good effect. She's way out in the lead. She would have served hundreds of these types of heats before. Young Kiera Gould traveled halfway across the world to this event. She carries her form into semi-finals, but of course, the semis are always such a tough heat to surf. I always found the semis were like the worst in terms of nerves, because you're one heat away for the final. There's so much at stake, and you don't want to lose in the semis. And sometimes that can get the better of you, as opposed to just the normal heats that you're making it through.
Yeah, you know what, you can't look at it as I'm in the semi or I'm in the quarter. It's just another heat. What I need to do, I need to find the two best waves in the water, and I need to make sure that I start strong and finish strong. I always call it the monkey brain. We get so caught up in our head sometimes that that's the disadvantage, really. And you need to be able to block it all out and focus on what have I got control over. I've got control of assessing the water and looking for the two best waves that are going to give me the best potential to be able to score.
Scores still coming in for last of Sophia Medina in the green singlets and last of white, Kiara Gold.
Look,
Kiara just had that one big turn.
but it was vertical.
It
was
sure
critical.
was. It sure was. And then Sophia also similarly had the one turn on her wave. So let's
A
wait
little bit
for
more
those.
lateral, if I
Let's
had to
wait for
compare.
those.
Yeah. Look, I think, personally, I think white's going to come out stronger than green, in my opinion. It does.
Sophia Medina's wave comes in at a 5.83, and exactly like you were saying, you like the critical nature of that, how the board went a lot more vertical on the wave. Kiara Gold scores a 7. So the results of that, Annette Gonzalez Echebarri is now knocked down to 3rd, with Emily Jenkinson in 4th. So the overall heat situation, Sophia Medina leading with a 5.83 and a 4.67. Kiara Gold with just one wave, a 7. It's the best score of the heat. She's in 2nd. Annette Gonzalez Echebarri in 3rd, looking for a 2.18. And Emily Jenkinson looking for a 5.94. So not a massive spread of scores separating these surfers. But importantly, that surfer in white on the left-hand side of your screens only had one wave, a 7, and it's by quite a long way the best wave of the heat.
Yeah, and it's just one counter so far. She needs to stand up, and there's going to be a change in what the requirement is. And here she is, Kiara Gold, the 14-year-old phenom. Just really enjoy her surfing. Just unable to ride out of that. You know, she's in that horrible zone where the water pushes back. You can see how much movement there is. If she had completed that turn anywhere else, she would have ridden out of it. It's this one section that's not easy to play with. I still think that is going to put a little bit more pressure on 3rd and 4th place surfer.
So Kiara Gold's second wave comes in at a 1.73.
Okay, so they deemed it incomplete.
It would have been way higher if she'd ridden that out. And you can see just near the end of trying to hang on to that little washing machine unstable section of the wave, she sort of shook her head a little bit and went, come on. She'll be straight back out there, look for another one of those. But very, very close between the three surfers. So we've had a couple of waves come through. And Echebarri, her last wave was a 4.2 Tash. She's knocked Kiara Gold back down to 3rd. Take it away.
Okay, so this is Emily. That was the wrap that was looking good, but unfortunately incomplete. This is going to be the 7-point ride. Just watch how she sets up. Big bottom turn. Critical. Vert. Releases the fins. So much control and rides out of it with speed as well. So that's well rewarded. Sophia Medina. Quick reaction. That's really important. You could see she had to go a little bit more lateral. And then Annette, this is the 4-point ride, the 4.2. I like that critical slice. She had to do it quickly, otherwise that wave was going to push her down. And surfer in white, Kiara Gold, just wave number 2 for the youngster. Wow.
That was the 1.73. So had she ridden out of that,
She might have even got higher than the first wave, the 7-point ride.
9 minutes remaining on the clock to determine the second two semi-finalists, or finalists rather, in the Pro Junior Women's. We already have Jenea Gonzalez Echebarri and Remy Fourie preparing for the final. And out of the 4 surfers in the water, they got just under 9 minutes remaining to determine the other 2 surfers to progress through the heat draw into the final of the O'Neill Smith Shapes Ballito Pro Junior. It's a beautiful day. It's a winter's day here on the Quarterfinal coastline. It's balmy, 25 degrees.
Yeah, it's warm outside.
We got offshore winds, clean water. We had dolphins this morning. This is why the Quarterfinal region is renowned for its tourism and why people flock here in the holidays.
Yeah, I always say at this time of year, you know, we're in winter in the southern hemisphere, but this is the best place to be right now.
A couple of people have flown up from Cape Town. There's actually some O'Neill staff that have come for the week for the events that came up this morning from Cape Town. And unbelievably, they they said there's been a lot of flooding in places like Rondebosch and Ottery where they couldn't even drive on the roads. It was like the water was up to the car windows.
Yeah, they got 120 milliliters of water yesterday.
Wow, that's a
during
lot
the
of rain.
downpour,
So
yeah.
we are going to see a bit of that this evening in KZN, but we won't have that kind of rain. But what that does, the southerly winds bring the swells, and it'll change the swell direction, which is better positioned for a point break like Surfers or Willard Beach out here. So we've got these full-on multiple random peaks, and that should clean up as the event goes on. This is a nice-looking wave, Tash. It's Surf in Blue from Emily Jenkinson.
Yeah, definitely her best wave of the semi-final so far. I know I sound so critical, but the reality is I'm looking at the nose of the board, okay. 2 turns, cool, but quite lateral. If we had to compare it to White, she was going 12 o'clock, even though it was 1 turn only. So if I have to look at it, okay, Blue got a 2-turn combo in, White only 1 turn, but the reality is how critical was it?
So the ISA coach coming out in you, Tash. Look at the board. So what you were saying is the board only went up to about 9 or 10 o'clock there. If you compare it to a clock, you want it to go up to that 12 o'clock. If you look at the face of a clock, there's a turn, a quick in and out there from Kiara Gold. But what you're saying about Emily Jenkinson, Tash, is that she surfed quite laterally. You wanted to see a deep bottom turn, the board almost going from the 6 o'clock position straight up to 12,
Correct.
back down again on both turns. That was like kind of 7 to 9.
Yeah, and there's the score, 4.33, even though there was more maneuvers done on the wave. If we compare it to White's, it really is not always about how many maneuvers you put in. It's about how you pivot your board and where you're placing it. So here's the replay. This must be, is it wave number 3?
I think that was her last wave, because as you were analysing Emily's there, I was thinking exactly what you're saying about that lateral and vertical nature of the board. And Kiara actually went into that one nice and steep, but the wave kind of backed off as she went into that turn. We're down to 5.5 minutes remaining.
Sure, very quickly.
A lot of pressure here, because they one step away from making the final, getting onto the podium later this afternoon, and the awards presentations and everything. At the moment, Sophia Medina's in the lead. Annette Gonzalez Echeverry, she'll want to join her sister in that final. Kiara Gold, though, she'll be looking for a 2.03. Tash, that's really close.
Yeah, 4th priority, so not bothering anyone. She just knows I want to get rid of my second scoring ride. It's a 1.73. I only need a 2. I mean, that should be easy. That really should. But now it's when time starts putting pressure on these young ladies, and it's about managing those high-pressure situations. So she's only looking for a very small score.
So Kiara Gold's wave comes in at a 2.77. And even though it's just a 2.77, she needed a 2.03. She goes into...
But check who answers
second.
back.
Right, this is Annette Gonzalez Echeverry. It's important. She lands this turn. Ooh, bit of a messy landing, Tash. Not sure if that would be considered a ride out.
You know what, it's always going to go back to a comparison, Mike. It really, really is. So, okay, that was ridden out, but without control. And also those 2 turns, when we compare it to other surfers and other heats in the semi-finals, I don't think she's going to get the score. She's looking for a 4.95. I don't think that's close to a 5. And it does. It comes in at a 2.6. So she's got to go back. She's now not in a priority situation. So it means she's at 4th priority with 4 minutes on the clock. And, that must be a horrible feeling. Like, so close, right there. I'm going to share a final with my sister. But you know what? It's never over until that siren goes. And I'm not going to count her out just yet. There's a lot of talent there. I definitely am going to try and, if I was her, go wide, go away from my competitors, try and find that score somewhere else and almost manufacture a score if possible.
Well, you can't count out any of the ladies in the seat. We've got Sophia Medina in the lead with Kiara Gould in second. Annette Gonzalez Echeverry in third, needs a 4.95. And then Emily Jenkinson in blue in the 4th place position at this point. Emily is looking for a 5.45. So not particularly high scores, very much mid-range scores required from surfers in the red and blue. This is Sophia Medina, Tash.
Yeah, so she utilized her priority, big section, almost pushed it too much and went down. So, you know what, even White, Kiara Gold, she only needs a 3.5 to take the lead. And it's Sophia wanting to try hold it down. You could see how she was sitting on the inside there of Kiara. For me, the focus is now. Third priority, red. Second priority, white. Watch your screen. White is going to start following her. It's like having a irritating little sister who keeps copying you the whole time, you know. But it puts lots of pressure on red because she doesn't have first choice of wave. She's got third choice of ride. White actually has a higher priority. So with 2 minutes 20, how do you get away from your competitor? And then also try to stay in the zone on where the main peak is. There's nothing easy about the situation right now.
So they've heard from the beach commentator what the requirements are. Kiara Gold needs a 3.5 to get into the lead, but she's trying to hold Annette Etzebari off any kind of wave.
Yes.
Because Annette only needs a 4.95. So the battle for that second place is between those two competitors. However, an outsider could come in and take that second, and that's Emily Jenkinson.
Oh,
She's
yes.
not in frame. She has priority, and she needs a 5.45.
Yeah, it's not impossible.
Let's see what plays out here. There you go. They're really jockeying for position on that left there. The right's coming through. Waves really improving here. This is looking so much better than it did this morning. This morning had that weird like onshore northeast look to it. It was quite bumpy and lumpy and all over the show. But beautiful clean conditions. I really like how this is lining up for the finals, Tash. And
I want to know what happened on that left because we saw red and
so there's two scores outstanding on our
paddle.
screen.
White had higher priority though, so I just want to. I'm interested to see what happened there.
So it looks like red, a score for red's dropping in. It doesn't look like it's going to be much.
Okay, so with 1 minute on the clock, we are going to try and take a look at what happened when we saw red and white paddling. There's the replay.
So
okay.
white had priority.
Correct. Ooh. The question that's going to be is, did red hinder the scoring potential of white? Okay, and there's my example to show that even though white was on the shoulder, because she had a higher priority, she was able to drop in on red. So personally, just looking at that, and that's my personal opinion, I don't see it as a hindrance. I really don't.
We see Emily Jenkinson coming in. She's going to play no further role. We didn't see her last wave, Tash. There is a score out to us by the judges with 15 seconds remaining. And the wave, the leaderboard could potentially play out as you see it on screen. Emily won't get another wave. Wait and see. There is a score still to drop in for Emily. You can hear the siren on the beach. And early scores dropping in. It doesn't look like it's going to be enough for Emily Jenkinson. So most likely, the outcome of the heats is going to be Sophia Medina taking the win from Kiara Gold. Annette Gonzalez Echebarri doesn't get the final with her sister. And then in fourth place, a great surfed event there for Emily Jenkinson.
Oh, they did give the interference.
Okay, so the interference was called, Tash.
Wow.
We're just waiting for the analysis to happen and the scores to get updated on the system. But it does look like that interference was called. So Emily Jenkinson moves up to third with Annette Gonzalez Echebarri in fourth. Stay tuned. Wow. Drama there at the end of that heat, Tash. Stay tuned. It's the O'Neill Smith Shapes Ballito Pro Junior on the Quarterfinal coastline here in South Africa.
tuning in, this is your O'Neill Smith Shapes Ballito Pro Junior, and we are so excited to bring you our men's final. We've got 2 more heats for the day, the men's final followed by the women's Pro Junior final up next, and we are straight into action. I'm being joined in the booth here with my co-commentator Greg Emsley. It's been a pleasure taking you through these heats, and whoa, Greg, in the last 45 minutes or so, we've seen the conditions change a bit. The wind has started to push up the face, and we are for a stacked final, introducing these surfers out in the lineup. In the red, we've got the Hawaiian Luke Tima. In the blue, we've got the very talented Connor Slipen. We've also got Levi Epinitos and Josh Mulherby joining them in the final, and I am super excited to be looking at this one with you, Greg.
Yep, as you can see on the screen, wind's picked up from the right to the left. That's the southwesterly. In fact, it's just picked up now. We've had a northwesterly, probably overstaying its welcome. We love the northwesterly, but this southwesterly was actually predicted to be coming through a bit earlier. So we were lucky enough to hold on to that northwesterly. As we see up and riding, Levi Epinitos. Oh, that was a heavy landing from Levi. But now this will get a bit tricky. This is a cross-shore wind. It's going to make the conditions look a little bit different. It will have a different texture on the ocean. The surfers will need to adjust to it. It's not that straight offshore wind. Opportunities, well, on the right, it's going to clean the face up and allow for big sprays off the top if you get the turns right. On the left, it should offer some air potential on the left into the wind. Josh Mulherby whacks a beautiful crack up off the turn. So Josh is looking really mature out there at the moment, considering he's a smaller stature, throwing lots of big spray on that turn.
Yeah, I was impressed with that. Good timing for the lip, and I've seen a lot of maturity in his surfing over the last year or so. He's been out here for quite a few years, Josh Mulherby, but we cast our attention to red. Ooh, his front foot just going unstuck there. That's Luke Tima, and he is the Hawaiian representative. Ooh, it looks like he might be calling for a caddy potentially, or could it potentially be, I'm not sure. He's going to try and hop under that wave.
Yeah, he looks like he's all right. Interesting, I was talking about his quiver earlier. He's got 3 different types of boards. This one that he is on, I believe, is the Swallowtail Takoro. He's got the JS larges in. He had a rounded pin Takoro with also with the JS fins in, as we just see. Sure, he had a bit of a heavy landing. He is wearing that knee brace too. Hopefully he hasn't done any tweaking of that knee. Hopefully it's just a buckle of the board or maybe equipment change. But maybe with that southwesterly coming up, it's got a bit more of a point breaky feel, and he wants to put that rounded pin to the test. I don't know. Let's see what happens out here.
Yeah, 100%. Some good-looking conditions still flowing through here at Willard Beach in Ballito. And there's just a couple small scores coming in. Just a 1.0 for first of white. There is a couple scores dropping in. One for blue, Connor Slipen, and one for green, Josh Mulherby. Yeah, we analysed that last one there, Greg. Josh Mulherby going up into the lips. I'm excited to see what the judges think of that turn. And then blue, Connor Slipen also dropping in a wave. So if you guys are just joining us, welcome. This is your final of your Pro Junior here at the O'Neill Smith Shapes Ballito Pro Junior. And we're seeing scores lock in. Last of blue, a 4.5. So the first score for blue, Connor Slipen, 4.5. That one comes in. And first of green, a 5.83. That's a 5.83 for first of green, Josh Mulherby. So the judges enjoying that one from Josh, rewarding him with a 5.83. And then another number comes in, a 4.83 for last of red. And it does look like he's back out there to the right-hand side of our screen. So he's looking good. Not sure if he did change the equipment there. But Luke Tima dropping in a 4.83 in the red. Watching this.
Up and riding, and that's what I've talked about. Look at the spray now. If you turn just in the right spot on these right-handers and get that spray into the air, the wind's going to assist it and actually take it further up into the air and make it look bigger for the judges. So placement and positioning on those turns, you could almost, you got to turn hard, but almost make the turns look more dynamic if you put that board in the right place. So for me, that's going to be the go-to. Those turns on the right-handers, as we saw from Luke on that last wave. Otherwise, into the lefts, getting critical, and this is what we saw last year in our Ballito Pro Final. We saw Ian Gouveia going on these lefts into that wind and punting those huge airs. So lots of opportunities out here now in the final with this wind up.
As you said, that definitely similar, reminiscing last year's Ballito Pro Final. The conditions right now and up and riding. This is our surfer in the red, Luke Tima, and that's a nice completion there. So a couple turns and he's just looking to lay a solid foundation. He's the Hawaiian surfer. Of course, he is going to be competing in the upcoming events, the Quarterfinal series as well as the China series. Just looking to really get some heats under his belt, and he's going to lock another score in. He's sitting with a 4.83, and he is just looking to build. So currently, all four of our surfers sitting with scores on the board. The highest of which a 5.83 from Josh Malherbe. That was one nice big backhand turn, but surfer in the red will be locking in another score. I'm not sure if it's going to be up there with green. There's actually two scores coming in, Greg, so we'll see what the judges think of second to last and last of red, Luke Tima. And these surfers have been surfing really well to make it through to the finals. Of course, valuable points online specifically for the African representative surfers. We do have 17 minutes remaining, so here we go, up and riding once again, Greg.
Yep, this is Luke Tima, and that was a lovely turn, nice and strong. So the comparisons will be made with Josh Malherbe's opener, the big backhand turn, and now surfer. As we see the tube ride, that is Josh Malherbe not coming out of that one. So a couple of interesting scores to come through. Josh Malherbe looking for the tube. He's trying to figure out where he is at the moment because he's a bit of a nomad. Lives in the Wild Coast Coffee Bay at the Coffee Shack Backpackers. The parents own that. So surfs breaks in front of his house. Bomvu Beach, Coffee Bay Beach Break, Coffee Bay Point. Got a couple of point breaks around there. They've also got a family home at another point break in the Wild Coast. I won't name it because there will be some angry folk that quietly keep it quiet, but probably top 3 point breaks in the country when it's on. So they spend a bit of time there. And he's also got a home at Nahoon Beach in East London. So he surfs Nahoon Beach Break, which looks a lot like this when the wind's up.
Yeah.
Nahoon Reef as well. Of course, a big reef break that gets very solid. Yeah. So he's used to changing conditions, and that might just give him an advantage out here.
For sure. And it looks like our surfer in the white is going to paddle for this one. This is Levi Panitos. So his second scoring wave. Oh, and he's going to go down. There has been a couple scores that have dropped in. There's one more to drop in for red. So red drops in a 4.07 for his third scoring wave. A 5.33. But last of red, so far, it's the highest wave of the heat. It's a 6.67 for Luke Tima in the red. So the Hawaiian surfer, we were saying, he's building, and he's got 2 decent scores on the board with 15 minutes to go. Unfortunately, Levi Panitos was looking for completion there, and he couldn't find it, but still plenty of time on the clock.
So you see the best score of the heat, the 6.67, the second best, the 5.83 from Josh Malherbe. And I did say to you, judges will look at those 2 scores, the 2 single big turns on the backhand on the left, and I thought it's exactly right. Josh Malherbe, his wave was maybe a touch bigger, and it was just a really solid turn, straight up, straight down. And then Luke Tima, a solid turn, but he got a little bit of a kick in the tail, just pushing it a bit harder, the board coming back under his feet. As we see the replay, look at that. And I think that's where the difference was with the judging. Just that extra rotation, that extra push of the tail, and that put it just under a point higher than Josh's wave.
Yeah, it was a good-looking wave there on the left for red. And he is our current heat leader, a 12-point heat total for the Hawaiian surfer from the North Shore of Oahu. 19 years old, competing in the Pro Junior division. We'll see him in the Challenger Series into next week. And of course, young Josh Malherbe, he's been impressing us with some big turns over the last couple of days.
So looking at this final, we've got 3 South Africans in this final. Last year, the best result from a South African was a 9th place finish. So we only had 2 South Africans actually making it into the quarterfinals last year, and that was the man in the water, Connor Schleipen. We also saw Rory Dace in that quarterfinals. Otherwise, the semifinals and finals were all internationals.
Wow.
So good signs here for the South African junior contingent. 3 finalists. Can we get a winner? Luke Thiemer says no,
Yeah.
but we've got 3 South Africans saying yes, we can.
Yeah, he's definitely not going to make it easy on these 3 local boys. And watching Connor Sleipen, if there's anybody that can take it, it's Connor Sleipen. He's a surfer with flair, but unfortunately he's going to go down on that frontside rotation. Bit of a smaller wave, and I feel like Connor just needs to wait for that bigger wave, be patient, and just make sure that he makes a good one. So he's going to try and get back out into the lineup. Currently his highest score of 4.50 in 3rd position, and he'll be looking for a score of 7.5 to jump up the leaderboard. And of course Levi Panitos in that combination of a 12.0. And wow, looking at this clock, and it's already 12 minutes remaining, so time is ticking down in the final, but anything can happen with 12 minutes to go.
Just looking at the body language of Connor Schleipen on that last wave, he almost felt like he wanted to do an air rotation. And you wonder, with that strong offshore, you did have the option for that, especially the tail high air reverse, pushing forward of the wave. But as soon as this strong southwesterly came through, that was taken away on the right-handers, because basically once you get up in the air on those rights, that wind's going to blow your board away from you, from under your feet. So straight away the surfers that adjusted early on are going to have the advantage here. But Connor, I just hope he's not in that mindset that he wants that, but it's not going to give him those opportunities.
Yeah, you definitely have to mix it up, specifically with a stronger wind blowing up the face. Just taking a look there, so in the blue, Connor Sleipen. And of course, we've got 2 heats left for the day. It's this one and one more, the women's final coming up next. So if you guys have been tuned in and been staying with us, thank you so much. Make sure to go and download the WSL app. If you're watching on YouTube, give us a like, subscribe to the WSL YouTube channel, and go and like us and follow us on social media as well to see all of the live action updates. We've got a media crew and a team that's working hard down here on the beach to produce some amazing content, photos, videos, and of course a broadcast team that are bringing you all the live results, not just the scores, but all the video analysis, replays. So we're blessed to be here and watching this one up and riding.
Yep, there goes Connor, and that's what I spoke about. He's in that mindset. It's going to be tricky. It's not impossible, but you're going to battle with the height, number one, because of this wind. And judges always look at height. They look at the rotation, the speed of the rotation, how inverted you are, and you just get a little bit limited with the wind. Obviously, going the other way, left into the wind, you'll get a lot more options for all of that height, rotation, and of course inversion.
Yeah, so he just eyes the section. He had maybe a touch too little speed on that one as well, but just getting away from him. So the wind definitely making it a bit more tricky. But presenting some other opportunities for big turns. And just a little bit of a wider angle view. You can see those white horses out the back, so the wind has really started to push in the last hour or so. Pretty much went from no wind at all, and that wind now pushing out the back.
I'll tell you the other thing though, Connor Schleipen, he does have a mean backhand air rotation. So has he moved now across? Is that going to be the plan? How much time does he have? Not much.
Maybe using that wind to his advantage on the backhand. We've only got 9 minutes remaining in this one, and currently it's the Hawaiian surfer Luke Thiemer who is sitting with a 6.67 and a 5.33. He is currently in the lead. Green, Josh Malherbe is looking for a 6.18. We know that that's in his caliber, and he's gotten scores higher than that over the last couple of days. On a Slipen in third position for a 7-5, so he needs something a bit more substantial. And then Levi Epinitas, he's been pretty quiet, Greg. He's sitting on 2 scores, and he's in a combination of 12.0. Watching some action here.
So Josh Mulherby going right. We see Connor Slipen going left. Nice turn for Josh. Gets the combo. So that was solid. I like how he really committed to the first turn. You can often end up rushing that first maneuver, eyeing out the closeout, but he took his time and pushed through that first turn and comboed up the second. So Josh is going to be attacking that first place position, needing a strong score, 6.18. Sure, we've got to look at that replay, hopefully analyze it. Let's have a look here. So Josh Mulherby up and straight up over that section, drifts the tail and gets the whack. Got to say, it's got to be right there somewhere.
Yeah, definitely, Greg. I liked his control over those maneuvers. Carried some good speed through there, and it was just clean surfing there from Josh Mulherby in the green. So we anticipate a score to drop. It's an important one. Would be a huge win for young Josh Mulherby in the Pro Juniors.
And a big paddle, yeah. This is Levi Epinitas. And sets up, just staying a bit horizontal on those ones. Not quite looking like the sections he's wanting.
Yeah.
So Levi will need to reset. Battling to get any score to hold on to here at the moment. Levi Epinitas. And that one comes in at a 2.7. But the important score we're looking at is last of green.
Oof, it's an important one to drop in with 7 minutes remaining. Watching a replay here. This is the 2.7, and as you said, Greg, just a little bit flat, and unfortunately couldn't really get up into the lip of that one. So a couple of quick turns, it's not really going to help him at a 2.7, and we're anticipating that wave of green to drop in shortly. You can see he's waving. He's anticipating it himself. Josh Mulherby, currently in third position, looking for a 6.18 to take the lead over the Hawaiian in the red. The scores are slowly but surely dropping in. Will it be enough? It's going to be up there.
I think what we're going to see is the size of the wave. They'll compare it to those 2 turns on those lefts, which were probably bigger turns. The only difference is Josh had the combination of the 2 turns.
Yeah, so it does come in at a 5.67, so just under the requirements of 5.67. That's the last of green. And Surfer in the red still in the lead. Green now moves up to second, Josh Mulherby. So Josh Mulherby still looking for a 6.18 to move up to first. Connor Slipen drops down to third, looking for that 7.5. So pretty much only the positioning has changed. The requirements haven't quite changed. And then Epinitas in the white looking for a 9.30. We've only got 5.5 minutes remaining, so time has winded down in this final, and you can see that wind has really started to pump now. But we are in for a good final 5 minutes here. We're going to be crowning champions pretty soon. Hope you guys have been enjoying the action with us. And priority with red, and he doesn't quite pull the trigger there.
Sure. So a bit of cat and mouse there. Luke Tima is just keeping a close eye on Josh Mulherby. He's identified Josh as the threat here in this final. He's almost leaving the other guys. You can see now his coach has actually probably told him, stick on this youngster. And we see Josh having a look here. What's he going to do? Will he go for the air rotation? No, he was looking. Could see him eyeing that section. And that might not be a bad idea, the go-to. All or nothing, big backhand air rotation. That will fetch a score, in my opinion. And if he gets any opportunity, he needs to go 100% for that maneuver.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, Luke Tima, currently our heat leader, he has got priority as well. And it's going to be interesting to see what Luke does. He's in the lead with a heat total of a 12.0. Josh Mulherby just behind him. So is he going to go on the defensive mode? Is he going to sit a little bit on Josh, or is he going to still attack to try and improve his scores?
Whoa.
That was a big float there from what looked like to be blue.
Yeah, Connor Schleipen with a big re-entry into float over a solid section. We'll see where that score goes. Could it put him into some sort of position to chase the win here?
Yeah, and he locks it in. It's a 4.37, so that's a 4.37 for last of blue, Connor Schleipen. So Connor is still looking for a 7.50, so it doesn't really make a difference to his situation. He still needs a 7.5. And with 3.5 minutes remaining, just looking at that replay, Greg, it was quite a hefty one. It was just one maneuver, and it was a 4.37. So good work there, but unfortunately, it's just going to be one turn. As we look through a couple of replays here, this looked like surfer in the red. 3 minutes remaining, so just a little bit of a heat recap unfolding before our eyes. And looking out, it looked like surfer in the red might have caught a wave there. I don't see him in picture.
Yeah, I think he held on to that priority, made sure that he held off the other surfers. And up and riding on this replay, that is Luke Tima. Yeah, looking for that little rotation, not too much on there. So Josh Malherbe has first priority now, chasing a 6.18, 2:20 on the clock. Will he get one more opportunity here for a South African win? Or will Luke Tima hold on to that lead?
Very possible. The ball is now in Josh Malherbe's courts. If that wave comes, he's going to have to make it work. He's in first priority.
He's having a look here. This could be a good left-hander. Josh Malherbe up, drives off the bottom, snaps off the top. Section ahead, can he go big? Drives up into a massive turn. He rides out. That was pretty sick. And right at the end here, Josh Malherbe with a proper combo. Wow. I reckon that's the score personally. He read that very well and nailed that last turn properly.
Wow, yeah, that was some great timing there. He opened it up with that little turn, but all the money, all the meat and potatoes were on that last big bash. He waited for it, went up into the lip, rode out successfully, compressed nice and down on that board, and he rode out. So that is going to be very interesting. With just over a minute to go, can he take it out of the grasp of Luke Tima? Here we go with the replay, Greg.
Yeah, check at this. So cracks that first turn, really pushes it, and then eyes this section. Look at it. You got everything. It's up and straight over. I'm calling it that. That is the score all day. It's got to be. I mean, that is committed surfing. Josh was stoked. You know, you compare it to his last wave, that right, the 5, 6, 7, there's easier point on top of that, in my opinion. But I've been wrong before.
But it's in the judges' hands. I'm just happy that I'm sitting and watching the surfing. I don't have to judge that one.
Well, I don't mind. It's fun either way, you know. It's you know, it's my opinion. I really liked it. It's going to be close, but wow, it was, you know, committed. He needs a
6.18.
Wow. I don't know.
20 seconds remaining. It's going to be tight. Josh Malherbe looking for a score. Blue also up and riding.
It's looking like it's coming in under.
It might just come in under, potentially.
So let's see where that comes in.
Either way, it's a really close, tight one here, and it comes in at a 5.47. A 5.47 for last of green. So it is going to be Luke Tima. He is going to be crowned the champion here at the O'Neill Smith Shapes Ballito Pro Junior. Guys, stay tuned. Stay with us. We'll be back as soon as possible. welcome back to the O'Neill Smith Shapes Ballito Pro Junior. And we are straight into the next one. We just watched a really exciting final in the Pro Junior men. Luke Tima, the Hawaiian, taking out the win ahead of Josh Malherbe, Connor Slipen in third position, and Levi Epinitas in fourth position. And I'm sitting here, Johan Frey, with my co-commentator Greg Emsley, and we've been taking you guys through these heats. So we are really excited to get underway with the Pro Junior Women's Final. Greg, it's been amazing to be in the booth with you. How have you been enjoying the action today?
Oh, absolutely loving it. It's been some great junior surfing. The guys are ripping. It's good to see the different approaches. And well done, Luke Tima, taking the win in the last one. I thought Josh was going to get that score, but Luke Tima has been the standout performer of the day. He's put on some massive performances, multiple excellent rides, and he's a strong lad. He must be about 80 kgs and with some really big turns.
Yeah, 100%, Greg. It was really cool to watch that final, and we are super excited for the women's final that is coming up next, the Pro Junior Women. You can see Remy Fari, Yanire Gonzalez Echebari, Kiara Gold, and Sophia Medina. So we're back to action. It's been awesome taking you guys through these heats, and we've got a 25-minute final here with the Pro Junior Women, and you can see that wind has started to pick up in the last heat as well. And our ladies are out there and ready to go with 22 minutes remaining on the clock. So we've got 3 international surfers here, Greg. 1 local surfer, Remy Fari in the blue. We've got Yanire Gonzalez Echebari. She is the Basque surfer in the red. We've got Kiara Gold as well as Sophia Medina. That's Medina in the white. She's been to Ballito for quite a few years. She knows it really well. And Yanire Gonzalez Echebari now up and riding. The Basque surfer, I've been really impressed with her. I know you have too, Greg. And she's just going to lock in an opening little hit off the top there.
Yep, and we saw her sister Annette in the semi-finals as well, getting an interference, not making it through. She was in the Annette was in the finals last year, getting second to Laura Ropp. So yeah, interesting now that her sister's turn to be in the final, and advantage to Janira at the start. That was a lovely first turn for her, and this is Remy Fari up and riding. Oh, lovely turn for Remy too. So conditions are changing, mindsets are changing. It seems to be becoming the battle of the one big maneuver out there.
Yeah, I just remember a couple of rounds ago, Remy Fari getting a turn similar to that, and the judges liking it. It's just one nice big turn on her forehand, the goofy foot surfer, and a super talented surfer, well traveled around South Africa, and I've got no doubt that we'll see her surfing progress a lot over the next couple of years. We already have seen her surfing progress. We're just going to watch a quick replay here for red, and that was nice and critical up into the lip. Here we go, replay for blue as well. Remy tags it.
So both surfers sort of showing the degree of difficulty on those turns. So we'll get a split on those scores and see who got the better of that exchange. So Janiri's wave was maybe a touch cleaner on the face, and let her sort of get that quick rotation, where Remy's wave had a little bit more bump and a bit more foam, and it was a bit more tricky. So she did well to hit that heavier section and get the landing. So 2 talking points there. Do we go for the slightly cleaner, quicker rotation, or the sort of heavier, bumpy section?
Yeah, that's a good point, Greg. Here we go. And that is white just getting bucked off the board there. That was Sophia Medina. And those scores slowly but surely coming in. It does look like last of red, a 4.5. So just edging out the surfer in the blue, Remy Fari, that one dropping in at a 4.17. So the judges just liking that smooth, clean approach from Echebari, and they're giving her a 4.5. Not a bad score for blue, 4.17 for a single maneuver. Here we go with action from red.
Set up for the first turn, nice snap into the second, and gets a finish, no. So looking at those 2 turns, I think the 1 turn combo is still better. It was a bit more dynamic. That was sort of a flowy wave, but she needed to get the finish to sort of fetch a decent number. Looking at these lips and those single big maneuvers, that last of Sophia Medina, you know, it's a heavy, bouncy sort of close-out section on this wave. And you'll note, if you don't attack that rotation and get in front of the lip for your landing, you can't go with the lip because it bounces you back. And she had a heavy bounce on that one. And here we go. Whoa, Remy Fourie. I thought she was going to attack that section. She's used to the big point break walls of spots like Nahoon Reef, Jeffreys Bay. So she's been really setting up some big turns. I've been seeing on the socials, etc. A couple of massive turns for her. And in fact, we had our South African Surfing Championships a couple of months ago at Port Alfred, and there was a day that was 6 foot, and she had 2 waves that were 9 point something in one particular heat, and there were a couple of 10-point rides thrown in amongst that, just absolutely on a tear. So when she gets going, she's dangerous. I mentioned earlier, for me, she's one of the most underrated surfers in South Africa. She can really put on a good performance when she's amped for it.
Yeah, 100%. And I like the what you said earlier about her, Greg. Very athletic, just going up into that lip, and she just really throws everything she's got into it. So I'm confident that there'll be some opportunities. Here's an opportunity for her.
I mean, look at that, how she spun that tail. If she got into that landing, that would have been a seriously good turn. But I love her approach. At least she's swinging for the hills, right?
Oh yes, oh yes. She's used to those big closeout sections at places like Jeffreys Bay and Port Alfred. So unfortunately going down, but she's going big, and we're excited to see what she can do. So with 17 minutes remaining, it's currently Yanire Gonzalez Echabari that's currently sitting in the lead with a 5.17. Last of red came through to 5.17, and a 4.50 as her backup. Blue Remy Fourie is in second. A score for white has come in at 3.43. So Sophia Medina, the Brazilian surfer, is in third position. Here we go. This is a replay.
Yeah, so this one ended up being the best score. So just checking those 2 turns, incomplete on the third. You know, I suppose they threw a lot of spray. I still preferred the first one, the 4.5. I thought that single turn was solid. But if you really look into it, the second turn on that last wave threw lots of spray. To the judges' eyes, it would have looked nice and committed. She did get the 2 turns before falling on the third. And watch this. Ooh, that was a heavy section. Remy Fourie getting smoked. I liked the next wave of Remy that she didn't complete it, but I loved how she pushed the tail.
Yeah.
If she could get a wave like that and complete it, it will definitely be a solid score.
Yeah, Willard Beach is no joke. Some big closeout sections, and there she goes again. Yeah, I mean, Greg, you've surfed all over the world, and I've heard a lot of surfers say that the conditions and the power that a wave like this has is quite something on a bigger day here at Willard Beach. I'm not sure if you can agree with me there.
Oh, absolutely. The surf is incredible. I mean, we just got to look at the landmark year of 2011 with John and Geordie, Julian Wilson. It was every bit of 10 to 12 foot stand-up barrels. I mean, it was just incredibly powerful. I surfed that morning. I actually don't think I got out the back, but absolutely smoked. I mean, you were on the shore break, and the power of those whitewaters that day that were hitting you. It was very difficult to get out without a ski. There was jet ski assist, but the power here, even at 3 to 4 foot, is immense.
Yeah, so we saw that just with a couple of the waves there from Blue Remy Fourie. Lots of punch in these waves, and it does look like we do have some potential over the next couple of days. Of course, this is your Ballito Pro Junior. So next up, we'll be moving into the QS 2000 for the next few days. And of course, part of the bigger surf festival, the main attraction is the Ballito Pro. And we'll be moving into that next week, the Challenger Series. So we are really excited to be with you guys for the next few days. There's no better place to be than right here in sunny Ballito, Kwadukuza. And this is our surfer in the white, Sophia Medina. So what's she going to be thinking right now, Greg? Whoa, watch out. The wind is blowing.
She's going to be thinking duck.
She's in third position. She's sitting with a 3.43. and she's looking for a 6.24, and I'm sure she's just going to have to wait for a good wave and just hope that she can complete that maneuver, try her best, and try and catapult into the lead. She might paddle here.
Yep. Up and riding on this one. Quick ride for her. Yeah, she needs to, I think she wants to first of all get rid of the 3-4-3, get into the 4s or the 5s, get closer to that, the requirement, and make that a bit less. Look at 2 waves. It's not a massive heat total for Janere, 5.17 and a 4.5. So, 13 minutes on the clock, plenty of time for 2 good waves. Big turn off the back for Itzabari.
Yeah, she completes that one, and she's looking to improve upon a low score of a 4.50. So definitely the 2 young ladies that have been keeping busy. Remy Fourie sitting on 6 waves. Janire Gonzalez Echebari, I think she's going to lock in a 5th scoring wave as it comes in at 3.67. Sophia Medina sitting on 5 waves. But so far, surfer in the green, we haven't seen much of her. Kiara Gold, she is representing French Polynesia, Tahiti, and only 15 years of age. She has been showing a lot of promise, a lot of potential, but she's just looking for an opportunity out there with just over 12 minutes remaining.
Yeah, Kiara, I watched her carefully, and I was really impressed with how she surfed, how quick those turns were, and I was thinking, okay, she's definitely one of the standouts here. She's going to be one to watch. So let's see if she can find some open face in this final. She's obviously a young surfer, but very quick on those closeout turns, dynamic. So she's just got to find the right waves to show the world what a good surfer she is. Live action.
Here we go. Whoa. Sophia Medina, she hangs on to that one, and she's got some experience. I think about 20 years of age right now, in 2025. So she's been coming back a couple of years as Sophia Medina, and she's gotten some good results here as well in Ballito. She knows the place, and she's in another final. And this might be an opportunity here for green, up and riding.
Drives off the bottom, up into the lip. If she had made that turn, it would have could well have been the best score of the heat, because that was right under that lip. That was a committed maneuver.
Yeah, critical. It was a near completion, but unfortunately going down. So she's going back to the drawing board, is the surfer in the green, the young lady surfing for Tahiti, French Polynesia. And it's quite a big, long trip all the way to Ballito.
It's long. It's as long as you can get.
Oof.
You can choose any map, any direction, any stopover you want. There's no short way of doing it. I've done that trip many times. You can go left or go right when you hit or Tumba. It's going to be all the way around the other side of the world.
East or west. The time is going to be about the same.
Yep, absolutely. 12-hour time difference. Yeah, it's a long way. You can go LA or you can go Sydney. Off you go.
Oh, there we go. Well, traveling from pretty much around the whole world, we're going to see her just take a little look again. That was Kiara Gold, and she's still a young surfer and showing lots of talent. She's been coming up the ranks, and still a little bit unknown to us, but yeah, lots of talent coming out of that area, and yeah, definitely at the forefront. Kiara Gold from French Polynesia. The score did come in for Sophia Medina, 3.17. So Sophia Medina moves up to second. She's actually now in second, and Remy Fourie drops down to third. So a little bit of a situation, a little update. Janere Gonzalez Echebari is looking confident in the lead, but she's not sitting in a massive lead. Surfer in the white, Sophia Medina now looking for a 6.24, with blue Remy Fourie requiring a 5.50. Green requiring that excellent score of an 8.70. So still an opportunity specifically for white and for blue to jump up that leaderboard. We've got 9 minutes remaining, but at the moment it's been some very consistent surfing from the Basque surfer Janere Gonzalez Echebari, 20 years old, out of the Basque country, and I think this is their second year, her and her younger sister, the second trip to Ballito, so they must like it here.
And their mom, they cruise around smiling, They seem to be having a really good time. And you see the sort of families that come back year after year, they get their routines. Sophia Medina, it's like clockwork. The routine, her and Charlie, her dad, comes down. I watch them in the morning, same routine for a couple of years now. I have a little chat to him about the boards, this and that. He's not a man of many words, but I get a little bit out of him here and there. But same routines, and they carry on as we see this quick replay from Sophia. And but yeah, I mean, Ballito, what a place to be. Great accommodation all of the way along the coast here, the Dolphin Coast. And this replay of Janire, lovely big backhand turn there. This is Remy Fourie. So Remy just looking for that opportunity, that one big section. And that was a lovely turn from Sophia. And this is Young Gould. Oh, if that turn was complete, would have been a good number.
Oh, yeah, for sure. But still opportunities with 7.5 minutes remaining. As you were saying, Greg, the beautiful Dolphin Coast. And a big thank you to the KwaDukuza municipality for helping host this event. It's always great to be up here in KwaZulu-Natal. It's a lot warmer than from where we're from in the Eastern Cape, a bit further south. I think this one's about 29 degrees south of the equator. So a little bit more tropical, subtropical. And if you're down a little bit further, 3 or 4 degrees further than this, it makes a big difference. So it's a bit colder, a bit wetter in the southern parts of the country, whereas up here we're in the northern part of the coastline, and some nice balmy conditions in winter. So as you were saying, a great place to be. And this is a nice long surf festival. So guys, we're still going to be here for the next 10 days or so. So please tune in for the QS 2000 that's coming up from tomorrow, as well as the Ballito Pro, the Challenger Series from next week. We're going to have the live broadcast going for pretty much the whole event, and we are super excited to be here. Lots of festivities, lots of things happening, and obviously our attention is going to be on the surfing, and it's going to be really awesome to be here for the next week and a half or so. But back to the surfing, we got 6 minutes remaining, and currently white looking for a 624, blues hunting a wave as well, 550, and then green looking for that 8.70. Priority is with blue, Remy Fourie, and she only needs a 5.50, Greg.
And yeah, she goes.
There she goes.
Smaller wave though. A little bit of a waste of that priority. Yeah, it's getting a little bit tough out there. You know, I'm just looking at these goals and some of the decision making. I don't reckon they probably know their situation. That wind is so strong out on the lineup that you know, through the beach announcer, you're probably battling to hear the speakers, and yeah, so they probably don't quite know who's in the lead. They might have an idea, or they feel good, but maybe not 100% sure, because that wind's really strong right now. So it's always interesting to watch the tactics of the different surfers and where they move. But even looking back at the beach there, Janira, she doesn't look 100% sure that she's in the lead.
That's a good point. This wind has picked up quite a lot, and not making it easy out there. So the morning we had pretty much wind still conditions, and the tide dropped out. The tide started to push now again, and the wind has really picked up. So definitely making it a little bit more challenging in this specific heat. And we've got just under 5 minutes remaining now in this final. So this is the final heat of the day. It's been a great day of competition so far here at the O'Neill Smith Shapes Ballito Pro Junior. So Pro Junior, that meaning surfers 20 years and under. And not just giving our big professionals a chance to compete here, but every single age group. We came through the rookie rippers from under 12 all the way up to the under 18s, and of course these being the Pro Juniors. And of course later in the week we're going to be moving on to our qualifying series and the Challenger. And you can see our heat leader there in view. That is Yanira Gonzalez Echebari. She is the Basque surfer.
Yeah, I'm just sort of watching on screen. She's moving towards Sophia Medina and actually now taking a wave off Sophia. So either herself or the coach is seeing Sophia as the bigger threat right now than Remy Fourie. But if you look at the requirement, Remy Fourie surfer in blue looking for a 5.5, but Sophia Medina needing a 6.24. So
That's a good point.
interesting situation that she's sort of left Remy on her own, and she's looking back at the beach either to listen to scores or she's getting directions on which surfer to sort of be on, or she's not sure. But yeah, Remy Farie is although she's in third, she needs the lowest requirement to take over that first place.
Yeah, definitely a danger woman out there in the blue singlet. But up and riding, it's going to be red. She's going to go down. And Remy Farie out of picture at the moment. She's sitting a bit further down the beach. And green, white, and red grouped together. So with just under 3 minutes remaining, it's in the hands of the ocean right now. Will there be enough waves? Up and riding. This is white.
Oh, nice turn for Sophia. I loved how she pushed the tail. But you've got to remember those first turns and the opening scores. Seems like the waves have settled a little bit. There haven't been sets that feel quite as big as the start of the heat. It's almost like this wind's blown the ocean a touch smaller. So yeah, it's just looking really tricky out there. And even Janire, she hasn't been able to capitalize on that lead. She's sort of been stuck on that 9.67 total. A little bit of a dangerous position to be. I mean, she's held on to it well. You would have felt, 10 minutes ago it's not enough. You need to build on it. But, there hasn't been many opportunities for the other surfers.
Yeah, definitely not. It's a bit more tricky, even comparing to our men's final 25 minutes ago. The wind was a little bit more offshore, and it just looks a little bit more challenging now out there. But nonetheless, these are some of the best junior surfers in the world, and you got to make it happen. You got to make it happen in any conditions. So still hanging on to that lead is Gonzalez Echebari. First priority with green. Second priority is with red. It looks like Remy Farie might have paddled for a wave, so she gets that fourth priority. But we do have just over a minute on the clock. You can see the girls all grouped together.
And you've probably got, over 100 meters of playing field here that you can sort of move up and down. So these girls all on top of each other right now in a very short space. No one's sort of breaking away, opening up that playing field. They're all very sort of clustered.
Ooh, taking a look. And it's going to go away from all of our ladies, so just under a minute remaining. And at the moment, it's Yanira Gonzalez Echebari, but the ocean's got to give something for our surfers in the blue, the white, and the green to stand a chance.
Green at the very back and then blue in front.
Will they rival the Basque surfer in the red? There's only 30 seconds remaining. Up and riding. Oof. And that one, a little bit of a slow one. She's going to stick with it, and that's green. And I don't think that that's going to be the score she's looking for. With 20 seconds remaining, will there be an opportunity for blue or white?
Time's ticking away, so I think not. And just got really tricky at the end. Engineering will just close this one down.
Yeah, well surfed heat from our surfer in the red, Yanira Gonzalez Echebari in picture. She is the Basque surfer, 20 years of age, and she is going to take out the win here at the O'Neill Smith Shapes Ballito Pro Junior. And congratulations to her. She's in picture.
She's put on a good performance. She started off strong, and she's really been on form. The semi-final, having some great scores. It was a tough final. She held on well. Became a bit of a scrum at the end there when the conditions really broke up. I'm still not sure she knows that she's won.
I'm not sure either.
But she'll be very pleasantly surprised quite soon when she sees her team coming onto the beach towards her. They wouldn't be going towards her for nothing, right?
Exactly. So she's going to know pretty soon, if she doesn't know, that she's taken out the win. She's our female champion here, and the crew going to carry her down the beach. And just taking a beautiful look at Willard Beach down here in Ballito. It's the beautiful scenes and the last heat of the day unfolding. That was a good one to watch. Greg, our Basque surfer, taking out the win.
Imagine you don't know, but you think you've actually haven't had the best heat and you haven't won, and suddenly you see your team running towards you to pick you up. That would be quite a cool feeling, right?
Oh yeah, oh yeah. So she's definitely going to get carried up the beach. And it looks like she
She's
knows.
got a smile on her face now. She's
Here we
pretty
go.
stoked.
So great camaraderie between all the ladies. You can just see some hugs and some well wishes all around here between the Pro Junior women. So O'Neill Smith Shapes Ballito Pro Junior. Stick with us. We'll see you soon.
"56 years of South African surfing legacy has brought us to today. A full-throttle celebration of sport, music, youth culture, and lifestyle. A place where challengers come to play, set against the vibrant coastline of KwaZulu-Natal, deep in the heart of Quarterfinal, the longest-running professional surfing event in the world and a cornerstone of global surf culture. Get ready for an unforgettable festival of sea, sound, and waves. This is where champions are made. From world-class surfing to local flavors and global sounds, the beach comes alive with action-packed activations. This is not just a surf contest. It's the biggest beach festival in Southern Africa. A festival like no other. A melting pot of lifestyle, culture, and endless entertainment. The O'Neill Smith Shapes Ballito Pro Junior is back in 2025. The fiercest young talent from across the globe take on the iconic waves of Willard Beach in a high-stakes battle for JQS glory. The 2025 edition of the Ballito Bowl Skate Jam, presented by O'Neill and Red Bull, invites you to just show up, drop in, and throw down. With 30,000 Rand in prize money on the line across the Groms and Open divisions, a sea of South Africa's top skate talent is set to make waves, all to the rhythm of the best beats, energy, and skate culture the event has to offer. This July, the shores of Kwadukuza come alive as the Ballito Pro 2025 presents the ultimate beachside music experience, the Free Beach Concerts, powered by Corona. Over 3 electrifying nights, Salt Rock Main Beach transforms into a vibrant stage. SA's best DJs and rock and roll sensations as 10,000 partygoers experienced in the heartbeat of South African music. Salt Rock Beach also hosts the Infinite Playlist sessions celebrating South Africa's surf and music scene. The action continues with the Ballito Open, presented by Flojos, WSL QS 2000. Ballito becomes the battlefield as the world's rising surf stars fight for points, pride, and the path to the championship tour, right here on the iconic KwaZulu-Natal coastline. The Infinite Playlist singers will surf off against the pros in a fun specialty heat as they celebrate sea, sound, and waves together. The climax to the event sees the world's elite rise to the challenge with the Ballito Pro, presented by O'Neill, the crown jewel of the African surf scene and a pivotal stop on the WSL Challenger Series World Tour. This is where the ocean's rhythm meets the pulse of the music, where cultures converge and the energy of the coast comes alive. This is the soul of the Quadrucuza coastline, where sea, sound, and waves unite each and every one of us. This is the sound of the sea, the wave of unity, the legacy of champions. This is the Ballito Pro, presented by O'Neill.
And welcome back, guys. This is your action here at the O'Neill Smith Shapes Ballito Pro Junior. So welcome to the post show, and we've got a beautiful angle of the beach there. We've seen a great day of surfing. So I'm being joined in the booth with my co-commentator Greg Emsley. We've been taking you guys through some of these heats, and we've seen some amazing heats throughout the course of the morning. Not just for the local surfers, but obviously just for some of the international talent that's been coming through the ranks. So really important points on the line. Of course, points towards the JQS Regional Africa Qualifying Series to go and compete on that World Juniors competition that's coming up, hosted by the WSL. And it's been some amazing opportunities to see some of the action. Hope you guys have been enjoying it. We've had some beautiful conditions throughout the course of the morning. It got a little bit challenging towards the last couple of heats, Greg, but really stoked to be here. We've been seeing some great action, and we just wanted to say thank you for tuning in. Thank you for sticking with us, and yeah, just been enjoying the action here today, Greg.
Yeah, it's been a full day of top junior surfing. We got some massive heat totals through the day. We think about the morning was a little bit lumpy, bumpy. We then saw that beautiful offshore wind, what we call the berg wind here in South Africa, and that cleaned up the conditions. We saw the surfers really opening up. We saw some massive heat totals. We then saw that southwesterly wind starting to bump up into the finals. A bit tricky through the men's final, and then got a bit tough into the junior ladies final, but still our surfers finding those opportunities out there. We timed it perfectly. We got the best of the conditions, and well done to the winners. It was a great day of surfing, and yeah, we ticked all the boxes. We saw big moves. We saw a bit of progression and speed, power, flow all the way. We enjoyed it.
Yeah, so I mean, just in terms of the men's final, we saw Luke Tima taking out the win. It was a very close one, and you and I were both on that heat, and it was Josh Malherbe that came in second. He had a wave right at the end that was super close, possibly challenging that wave of Luke Tima at that top spot. And it just came under, so the Hawaiian surfer taking out the win in the men's Pro Junior final. And of course, Luke Tima from the North Shore of Oahu, he's used to waves with this type of power and performed really well in terms of the conditions and taking out the win in the Pro Junior men. So I just wanted to just see what you thought of him. And obviously, we'll be seeing him in the Challenger Series as well, Greg. So some good surfing there.
Yeah, crazy final that it got really tight. Josh Malherbe, I called it, he was going to get the score on the last wave. I got it wrong, but interestingly enough, through the day, I've gone into the judging tower, checked the angle. It's so different when you see the different angles, and there's different spots on the beach you can take off. But looking back through Luke Thiema's event, he started in a round of 40. He has not had, besides the final, a heat with a heat total of under 14 points. He had the highest heat total of the competition, 15.5 total. He was on form this entire event and got to the finals, deserved winner. And even in the finals, you think about that one backhand hit, that was a huge turn, drifted the tail. He had the right-hander with the two big committed turns. So well done, Josh Malherbe coming second. Massive result for the youngster, Josh. But Luke Thiema, the deserved winner on a great day of surfing for him.
Yeah, and just going into the women's final, of course, it was the Basque surfer. It was Yanira Gonzalez Echabari. So she's no stranger to Ballito. She's got a younger sister, Annette, who unfortunately got knocked out in the semi-finals. Annette did well last year, and this year, Yanira Gonzalez Echabari, the older sister, ended up taking out the win. So she showcased some progressive surfing, as well as some very consistent surfing throughout the course of the whole event. And yeah, very stoked for her to take out that win as well. And we'll see her in the QS as well as in the Challenger Series. So this must be a really big confidence boost for a surfer like Yanire, who's going into the start of her career as a professional surfer and moving into that big rank of the Challenger Series. So what did you make of the Basque surfer?
Janira was the on-form surfer as well this event. She looked sharp. The board looked amazing, just so quick off the top on those rotations. She won every heat with the build-up to the final. She had the highest scoring heat total in the quarterfinals. She had the highest heat total of the women's in the semi-finals. So her build-up into the finals was a strong one, and she carried that through into the finals and dominated. She took the lead at the start of the final and held it right through. We saw Sophia Medina trying to make a comeback. She battled. We saw Remy Ferry, who's put on a great performance. She's one to watch for me in the future. Remy's a really great surfer. She couldn't find the score to take the win. So well done, Janira. It was, that was a good day of surfing. It was her day of surfing.
Yeah, 100%, Greg. Yeah, saw some great surfing today. Of course, if you guys are tuned in, you're still watching us, thank you so much for watching us. Make sure to go and download the WSL app to see all of the live updates and scores, because we are in a surf festival, the biggest surf festival in Africa. Tomorrow we're going to be moving into the WQS event that's going to be happening down here at Willard Beach. And of course, going into next week, we're going to be running into the Challenger Series, Greg. So it's going to be really fun working with you for the next 10 days or so. The amp levels are high, and we're only a couple days into it. So I'm looking forward to seeing not just the surfers that competed here in the juniors in the actual Challenger Series, but guys are warming up, they're getting ready. The Gies is here in Ballito, and we're just grateful that you guys have been enjoying the action down here.
And let's keep the amp up. I want to talk us through the heat of the day, and that is the one where I said Luke Thiema, the highest heat total, 15.5, and that was quarterfinal heat number 2 of the men. We saw Logan Tilsley coming in with a total of 13.67. He was on an absolute tear. He was ripping with massive backhand turns. And then we saw Kieran Murphy coming in third and young Nathan Taylor in fourth. But Luke Thiema, he took that win. His two scores at 8.83, a 6.67. And Logan Tilsley got also an excellent score, an 8-point ride and a 5.67. We just saw surfers really hammering, and early on, they started off out the gates and really left surfers in third and fourth, Kieran Murphy and Nathan Taylor, battling to find any scores to match those early waves.
Yeah, so here's just a couple replays throughout the course. We might just pan back in a sec, just looking at some of the best waves of the day. But as you were saying, we really were impressed by Luke Thiema, but it looks like this was a replay here.
This is young Josh Malherbe in one of the earlier rounds. Nice crack off the top.
Here we go, Logan
This is Tilsley. Watch this. Whack. So much spray off the top. And that is in that quarterfinal heat too. That was an 8-point ride. And this is Luke Thiema with a couple of massive turns off the top. Strong lad, right on 80 kgs. This is young Nathan Taylor with his signature bright yellow fade into blue surfboard. So he's going to be a young South African to watch. And hopefully we get to see that right-hander of Luke Thiemer, the 8.83 as well. That, just solid surfing. And the amount of spray that Luke threw off those turns through all the rounds, it's just super impressive. And there's a nice turn for Nathan Taylor again. He ended up 4th in this heat.
Yeah, so these are all just the replays from that highlight heat from the event. This was earlier today. Here's Luke Thiemer.
Oh,
that was a nice turn.
And there we go with that big closeout finish. That was the 8.83. And yeah, probably the wave of the day, to be honest. Just 2 huge turns.
Yeah, it's surfing like that that gets you the win, that's for sure. This is a replay from Blue. Yeah, I was very impressed by Logan Tilsley as well. So just watching a few replays here. Thank you for sticking with us, guys. Some of the highlights from today's competition. And we've seen some really fun conditions throughout finals there, Greg. So this morning, this is some of the footage from this morning. So a bit of a higher tide and the conditions a little bit more messy. It cleaned up a little bit towards the latter stages of the late morning and the early afternoon, and the tide dropped out. We saw some great rides, and then of course the tide started to rise now again towards the women's final. This looks like it was Kieran Murphy, and that was a nice turn off the top there from him. So just a few replays coming in. This is from one of the earlier. It's super festive. It's the middle of winter in. It's super festive. It's the middle of winter in Quadrukuza, and a huge thank you to the Quadrukuza municipality as well as O'Neill and Smith Shapes hosting this event. Next up, we're going to be moving into our qualifying series event coming from tomorrow for a few days, and then of course into the Challenger series. What are you looking forward to most, Greg?
Well, you know, you see the juniors and you just go, okay, the level is just right up there. And you look at these guys, the Luke Thiemers, the Janir Gonzalez, Etzeberi, and you go, okay, they got to be favorites coming into the next events. And then the other pros start coming, and the levels just get better and better as we go into the QS 2000, then into the Challenger Series. You just start seeing incredible surfing, and that's what I can't wait to see. I'm also hoping to see something new, a fresh face, a new surfer that we go, wow, this guy's going to take on the world. We're going to see this girl on the championship tour next year. This is exciting stuff. And we get that every year here in Ballito, and we're looking forward to that again this year.
100%. So it's been an awesome time in studio. We're just going to throw down to the prize giving with Mike Frew on the beach.
Welcome to the prize giving of the O'Neill Smith Shapes Ballito Pro Junior 2025, the second event of the 56th edition of the Ballito Pro. With me on the stage, starting from the left-hand side, I've got Tash Mentasti. Tash is the Regional Director of WSL Africa. Then I've got Mikhail. Mikhail is from Smith Shapes. And then I've got Paul Canning representing O'Neill. Just a quick side note on our sponsors here. Of course, we've got O'Neill, who puts on this big event. But if you don't know, Smith Shapes, Geordie Smith's brand, Geordie actually made his heat about 45 minutes ago in Brazil. Woohoo! So let's have a big round of applause for Geordie. So he's still in the event. I think he's into the round of 16. And Geordie's still going, keeping the yellow jersey in Brazil for now. Right, so welcome to all surfers, family, supporters, and sponsors. And well done to all the CompTIA in Ballito. It was fantastic to see so many international athletes competing at this event. We had surfers travel from all four corners of the Grove. And a very big thank you to each and every one of you that supported the third of 4 stops on the Africa Pro Junior Series. Thank you to our Pro Junior sponsors, O'Neill and Smith Shapes. Your commitment and investment into the sports of surfing plays a huge role in building champions, which the surfing community and WSL Africa greatly appreciate. A massive thank you to the WSL Africa staff and officials for the dedication and level of professionalism they carry through the event, and to our broadcast service provider, that added an important element to this event. It was so cool to have live scores, live heats, and broadcast it to the world today. And lastly, again, thank you to the athletes and the competitors for taking part. I'm going to hand over to Paul Canning from O'Neill. He's the director of O'Neill in South Africa for a couple of words, and then we'll get on to giving out the prizes.
Thanks very much, Mark. Just from behalf of O'Neill, we're really stoked to be involved in the Ballito Pro for the 6th year now. We really thankful to the Quarterfinal municipality for affording heats that some of these kids are going to start at the age of like 12, 13. In 10 years' time, there's going to be a big heat out here, semi-finals in the Challenger, and one of these guys is going to need to make the final to make it onto the championship tour. And I really believe that all these reps and all these heats is going to pay off in years to come. So thank you very much to Quarterfinal municipality for seeing our vision and making this a really big beach festival and surfing festival across all the categories in the sport. And also to WSL for giving us these platforms, the JQS and the QS2000, and giving these guys the experience, hopefully one day, to pay off on the Challenger. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Paul. So let's give WSL, Smith Shapes, and Paul Canning a big round of applause. It's months and months of work that goes into this event. Thank you to all of you for all the hard work that you've done. I'm going to call up the JQS men's finalists. So if they could just stand in the middle of us there, we'll present the awards. We've got trophies for the 1st and 2nd place. Right, so Levi, Connor, Josh, and Luke. Let's get those trophies round, and we can show everybody what a great trophy we had made. It's a Zulu shield with a spear, and those are great trophies for the juniors. Right, in the JQS men's, taking 4th place in the final, well done to Levi Epinitos. Well done, Levi. 3rd place in the JQS men, congratulations to Connor Slipen. 2nd place, JQS men, taking home 800 points on the Africa JQS series. Big congratulations to Josh Mulherby. Josh getting his trophy from Tashim Intasti from WSL. And taking the win, it's a big win, especially considering that he's still surfing in the QS 2000 and is surfing in the Challenger Series event next week. So it's a fantastic warm-up. Great confidence booster. Well done. Taking 1st place, Luke Tema. So if we could ask the ladies for from their final just to stand by, we'll get you up shortly. Congratulations to the men. So we'll see all 4 of these gentlemen in the QS 2000 event. They're all surfing the QS 2000, which starts tomorrow for 3 days. And then we'll see Connor Slipen and Luke Tema. They'll be competing in the Challenger Series event, which starts next week as well. Right, if the ladies could come up, please. All right, Paul Canning. Right, the JQS women. We saw some incredible surfing in those clean conditions this morning. The conditions got a little bit more difficult when that southwester buster came through, but still some exceptional surfing. So 4th place in the JQS women. Let's have a big round of applause for 14-year-old Kiara Gould. 2nd place from Melkbos in Cape Town. Congratulations, 3rd place. Congratulations to Remy Fourie. Then our 2 international competitors taking out 2nd and 1st place. 2nd place in the O'Neill Smith Shapes Pro Junior QS woman, JQS woman. Well done to Sophia Medina. Sophia getting her trophy from Paul Canning from O'Neill. And then taking the win, we'll also see Janire Gonzalez Exterberry in the QS 2000 event as well as in the Challenger Series event next week. It's a great warm-up. Put a big round of applause together for a big win. Well done. First place, Shanier Gonzalez Exterberry. So as we take some photos, we'll see Kiara Gold, Sophia Medina, and Janire Exterberry in the Challenger Series event next week. They are also surfing in the QS event, which starts tomorrow morning, the 3-day event. So it's a great warm-up event and one of the few warm-up events that we have in the world leading into a Challenger Series. So well done, ladies, and good luck for the next couple of days. Just an announcement for everybody that's on the beach. We will be starting the Ballito Open presented by FloJoes. That's a QS 2000 men's and ladies. The first call is at 10 to 7 tomorrow morning for a possible 7:15 start. And that will be for the men's opening rounds. The women will be off for the day. That's it from us at the prize giving. I'm going to throw it back to the guys in the studio. Greg, over to you.
And welcome back. Really awesome to see that prize giving down on the beach. This is the post show, and I'm being joined with my co-commentator, Greg Emsley, and we are going to be signing you guys off. If you've been with us for the last few hours, thank you so much for sticking with us. And we've been enjoying the action, that's for sure, here at the O'Neill Smith Shapes Ballito Pro Junior. So like we were saying, this is a big surf festival, the biggest one in Africa, and we're still here for a number of days, over a week. We're heading into our qualifying series next and then into the Challenger Series. But coming from tomorrow, we are going to be starting with our qualifying series event hosted by FloJoes, and we are super excited for that, Greg. So stick with us tomorrow. Just looking at the beach, looking at the conditions for tomorrow, it looks like we might have something in terms of the potential, in terms of our waves and our conditions. What do you think about that? You have a bit of a breakdown. Do we have some waves tomorrow, Greg?
Yeah, so if you see this wind that's blowing, it's a little bit rough out there on the ocean. The southwesterly is going to get quite strong through the afternoon. It's going to come even more southerly towards the beach. That's going to roughen up the sea. We're going to see the swell pick up quite substantially. I think we could see surf in that 3 to 5 foot solid range. So really breaking hard out the back with a bit of weather and a bit bumpy out there, but it's going to be some really big chunky sections for our surfers. So I think it's going to be a good day one of competition with lots of opportunities, a lot of waves, not perfect offshore conditions, side shore, but there's going to be swell and there's going to be good competitive waves in my opinion.
100%, Greg. So we have got a 6:50 a.m. call tomorrow morning for a possible 7:15 start, and we are super excited to get underway with our QS 2000 event starting tomorrow morning. So make sure to tune in nice and early with all the action. We've got plenty of heats to get through. We're starting with the men's round of 72 from tomorrow morning. So stay tuned for that 6:50 call, possible 7:15 start. A huge thank you for sticking by with us. Obviously here in the studio, we've enjoyed watching all of the surfing here at the Pro Junior, presented by O'Neill and Smith Shapes. And we just wanted to say thank you so much for sticking with us throughout the course of the day. We're going to be back for a beautiful day tomorrow morning. So 7:15 possible start, a 6:50 a.m. call tomorrow morning. Thank you so much for sticking with us.
And we got our coffee cups ready for tomorrow morning already.
We've got it ready. We'll see you guys bright and early tomorrow morning.
"56 years of South African surfing legacy has brought us to today. A full-throttle celebration of sport, music, youth culture, and lifestyle. A place where challengers come to play, set against the vibrant coastline of KwaZulu-Natal, deep in the heart of KwaDukuza, the longest-running professional surfing event in the world and a cornerstone of global surf culture. Get ready for an unforgettable festival of sea, sound, and waves. This is where champions are made. From world-class surfing to local flavors and global sounds, the beach comes alive with action-packed activations. This is not just a surf contest. It's the biggest beach festival in Southern Africa. A festival like no other. A melting pot of lifestyle, culture, and endless entertainment. The O'Neill Smith Shapes Ballito Pro Jr. is back in 2025. The fiercest young talent from across the globe take on the iconic waves of Willard Beach in a high-stakes battle for JQS glory. The 2025 edition of the Ballito Bowl Skate Jam, presented by O'Neill and Red Bull, invites you to just show up, drop in, and throw down. With 30,000 Rand in prize money on the line across the Groms and Open divisions, a sea of South Africa's top skate talent is set to make waves, all to the rhythm of the best beats, energy, and skate culture the event has to offer. This July, the shores of Quarterfinal come alive as the Ballito Pro 2025 presents the ultimate beachside music experience, the Free Beach Concerts, powered by Corona. Over 3 electrifying nights, Salt Rock Main Beach transforms into a vibrant stage. SA's best DJs and rock and roll sensations as 10,000 partygoers experienced in the heartbeat of South African music. Salt Rock Beach also hosts the Infinite Playlist sessions, celebrating South Africa's surf and music scene. The action continues with the Ballito Open, presented by Flojos, WSL QS 2000. Ballito becomes the battlefield as the world's rising surf stars fight for points, pride, and the path to the championship tour, right here on the iconic KwaZulu-Natal coastline. The Infinite Playlist singers will surf off against the pros in a fun specialty heat as they celebrate sea, sound, and waves together. The climax to the event sees the world's elite rise to the challenge with the Ballito Pro, presented by O'Neill, the crown jewel of the African surf scene and a pivotal stop on the WSL Challenger Series World Tour. This is where the ocean's rhythm meets the pulse of the music, where cultures converge and the energy of the coast comes alive. This is the soul of the Quarterfinal coastline, where sea, sound, and waves unite each and every one of us. This is the sound of the sea, the wave of unity, the legacy of champions. This is the Ballito Pro, presented by O'Neill.